All right. Kia ora koutou. Nau mai haere mai ki te whare tūranga. Ko Chch toko ingoa. Ngā mihi mahana, ngā mihi aroha kia koutou. Si o ta ofa ki o mō tolu moho hau ki e whaelea koe ni. Mālo, whakamālo au pito ki o mō tolu. Tālo whalava. Yep. Welcome to day 3 of the Hip Hop Summit. My name is Chch. Very, very honored to be here, to be a part of this kaupapa. In fact, I was at the last sort of summit I was at was in 2001 up in Auckland, and last night I went and tried, because I think they were filming a video clip at the summit, and I think it was like Scribe and a bunch of other dudes, incredible DJs and that. And I managed to jump into the background of that video clip. So I'm like sort of cemented in Summit history as that little brown dude at the back of that video clip. So it's real cool to be here today in Ōtautahi, and wonderful to see you all. Welcome e te whānau to day 3. Just before we go on, we have some sponsors that we would like to thank, that being the mighty My FM. Thank you, My FM, for doing your thing and helping hip-hop to grow, especially for me. I'm originally from Tamaki, so I heard hip-hop through My FM. So that means the record button and the play just to capture the song, and then rewind and try and write out lyrics. So thank you, My FM, for supporting this, making this happen. To the mighty, powerful YCD, man, thank you guys for being the hands and feet of this kaupapa. Literally, this would not happen without yous. And equally to the City Council, so thank you for this, the venue, and for all the other things that you give in order to enable for this to happen. So that's the sponsors. Now on to day 3. I am really, really pumped, like genuinely pumped. So just want to disclaimer to any of the speakers, I'm going to be sitting up front on my phone. I'm not on social media. I'm taking notes because I'm looking forward to the rich kōrero that's going to be shared throughout this day today. Christchurch City, Ōtetahi, holds a really important part to Aotearoa's journey with hip-hop. I'm only just learning this now. So for all of y'all who are kind of like me, just sort of like getting our toes wet into hip-hop, or maybe we've enjoyed hip-hop, on the radio or music videos and whatnot, Aotearoa has a very specific story of its own, and we get to hear some of that today. So super pumped, super stoked to hear all of that kōrero. So first up, we have an incredible speaker whose name I'd only heard of in one very specific and one very specific way of connecting. And that was at an event where the brother was doing photography. And I was like, oh, snap, okay, cool. Like, mean as matariki, like stars, amazing. And then next minute, I'm out back and I hear about Richie also being like really, really vital to the Christchurch hip hop scene. I'm like, man, what can this dude not do? So, but we're here to hear about DJ Pause, who's going to come and give his kōrero. So why don't we give a warm welcome to DJ Pause, B-boy, MC, photographer, all the things.
Thank you, bro. Chch. Can you hear me? Good. Chch. Thank you so much, Dietrich, bro. Humbled, bro. Too kind. All right. How's it going, everyone? Yeah. My name's Richie, a.k.a. DJ Pause. I'm, like the bro said, a photographer. I really like astrophotography, in particular Māori astronomy / astrophotography. So I love taking photos of matariki and all the other stars to do with our kōrero around that. I'm also a DJ and was and sometimes am still a dancer, depending on my eating habits of that year or enthusiasm about a particular dance style in that year. And I didn't really prepare anything, but I'm the type of person that 25 minutes wouldn't be enough anyway, so I'll just condense it down to, like, I could just go, man. Like, I could fill this whole day up if I had to. Like, you all know that. You all know this. My son's over there. He's rolling his eyes. He knows this. But I think I wanted to start off with a couple of the things I saw that introduced me to hip-hop, and that was out there in these Christchurch streets, and it was a thing they called the bop in the 1980s, and the bop was like a combination of breaking, popping, locking, and it was called the bop. I've later figured out through lots of study, through its introduction to New Zealand through the islands, and instead of saying, do you do popping, it was like, oh, do you do the bop, And it was, this is not a lie. This is, you can check this. The word bop comes from popping, but it was said with the accent, do the bop. you do the bops, Check it, you can check this, you can do this. And I figured it out when I was getting taught how to pop through Cosmo from 163 from Wellington. And he would kind of have that slight, like, when I was doing the popping, and I was like, hey. And then I checked with him, we've all checked, and we feel that's where it came from. Anyway, the bop was like this combination of breaking, popping, and locking. And we'd seen breaking on the movie screens with Breakdance and Beat Street, but we had our own take on it. It was all over the TV, it was all over the streets. Anyone brown, anyone young was doing it. It was huge, it was massive. And then it died down around like 85, 86, it died out, and it was like not the cool thing to do anymore. And so that was my introduction. I was like, oh, yo, for about 6 months to a year, me and my brother would do dolphin dives in the lounge and be doing our waves, and like, you hold my hand and you do your wave, it comes to me, then I'll do my wave, take it back, and then you do your wave. So throw that wave back, we throw it, thing. But that was it. I didn't go, I'm a hip-hopper, I'm going to be a b-boy, that's me, set in stone, that's me for life. And unfortunately in Christchurch, there wasn't a lot of that, of like, I'm going to be a b-boy for life. There were a lot of people that were into it, but they never carried on that torch to the next generation of the 90s. But if you go to cities like Wellington and Auckland, you've got Swerve in Wellington, you've got Robster or Jace from Damn Native and Damn Native in general, who carried that torch from the 80s to the 90s to now. You know, there was a seamless kind of thing. But in Christchurch, we had this gap. And I didn't know about it until later when I was into MC Hammer dancing, then eventually DJing, and then eventually back into hip-hop. I found out that there was this break where everyone in Christchurch had kind of stopped. So a lot of people in Christchurch recognize me as one of the OGs, and I'm only 46, so if you know anything about OGs, they're in their 50s, so let's just tone it down with the OG thing, okay, because I'm not that old. So, but the reason why I'm considered an OG is because there's that gap, and but what people don't know is like the people that came before us. So there's a whole bunch of b-boys who are now unknown. We know of, I think maybe one, Lawrence, who started coming to our workshops at YCD quite late in the mix, like, you know, we'd been there for like at least a year and a half, and then he started coming along. Marlon, but he's not a Christchurch boy, and I'm trying to keep this Christchurch, but Lawrence was one of our connections, and he dropped a lot of names, and every now and then I would see dudes who are older than me, and I'd be like, I'm sure this was a b-boy from the 80s, but they never carried it on. Anyway, with that said, I'd like to acknowledge not just b-boying, but the other people that carried that torch from the 80s hip-hop to the 90s. And the first person I'd like to talk about is Soul Master C. Now, Soul Master C is a DJ who came over here in the mid-80s from Sydney, and he was ready to retire. And he got convinced to start DJing again, and all the DJs in Christchurch at the time were really bad. Like, they couldn't beat mix, they couldn't scratch, and he could. So he came on the scene, and he started teaching like the likes of Greg Churchill, who's a famous house DJ, and a whole bunch of other DJs who in turn taught everyone underneath them. So I learnt from a guy called DJ Kling. He was a house DJ. He learnt from Greg Churchill, who learnt from Soul Master C. So technically I learnt from Soul Master C, right? Because no, I am. I mean, that's the genealogy. That's like, you know, not directly from him, but that's what happened. So Chris is responsible for kind of like this whole tree of DJs, because look at how many DJs I taught, like, you know, so I learned from him. And so I just want to give a massive shout outs to Soul Master C, because he is one of those OGs who is from Christchurch. He left and went to Sydney, but came back and passed on that knowledge to us, so then we had, you know, people who were good enough to represent. And another kind of unsung hero who's from the old school that we don't overlook, we all know, is Antsman. Now, Antsman, without Antsman, we wouldn't have had Beats and Pieces. And Hamish, so Antsman is a rapper, DJ, and community builder. That is the most important part. The community building was his strength. But he brought a guy called Hamish Clark, who was a rapper here in Christchurch, but he's from Auckland. And Hamish brought a lot of knowledge about the rap side of hip-hop. So not the dancing, a little bit about the dancing, clothing, rapping, beat making. But he would have been like, by himself, the cool guy that everyone wanted to get to know, and he wouldn't have really had an outlet for what he was doing until Anton formed Beats and Pieces radio show up in RDU. Sorry, My FM, I don't mean to mention any other radio stations who sponsored this thing. My FM all day. But Anton built that radio show, got Hamish involved, then got me involved. We formed Beats and Pieces, started making songs, and then, you know, Beats and Pieces kind of blew up with Anton taking over the management of Pacific Underground in the YCD building. And Anton is just a community builder. So he helped build out this thing. And the thing he did for me is teach me how to build community as well. Teach me how to help the culture, to help, like, you know, literally he had the workshops on Friday night at Pacific Underground above Ducks Deluxe. And when I came back from living in Wellington, and I learned a lot in Wellington. I learned from Swerve, Curb, Cos. I learned from the real old school, not of our own city. But then I came here, and I would have just stuck to myself, been the cool guy who no one could touch. I'd be like, yeah, I'll battle you, I'll battle you, I'll battle you. Anton was like, nah, you need to, you know, he's always been like that. And I'd seen what he'd done for us, and so what I could do for others. So I started running the workshops, and then when Pacific Underground stopped the lease at Ducks Deluxe, I took what the skills that I learned from Wellington, the technical skills, the DJing, the breaking, and I took what Anton had taught me as far as community and started giving back and all of that. So Anton is a huge part. He's one of my OGs, and although he didn't teach me technically how to rap, he didn't teach. Shut up, you lot, on your bikes. Get out of here. Sorry. Although Anton didn't teach me technically anything about rapping, DJing, a little bit about selecting songs, but not really those technical skills that Hamish, Swerve, Curb, and Cos taught me. Anton taught me the most important part, which was community. And when we talk about OGs and we talk about, like, me being an OG and all that, it's like what Severe said yesterday. It's like, nah, not, you know, it is, you know, whatever. But it's more like none of it happens without the community. You know what I mean? Like, I can't sit here without all of yous. Like, I'm nothing, and, you know, any OG or anyone who's in the scene who's done anything, they would just be people who are artistic and into their own thing without receptive people to want to be part of that thing. So the community is everything, which is why the summit is something I definitely had to be a part of. Feel free to ask me any questions after this. I'll just ramble for a bit longer. Freestyle, how much time I got? You all good? Yeah. Someone put on a beat, let's go. A couple of other unsung heroes. This is just stuff I've been thinking about over the years. Like, I've been called an OG so many times. I'm like, nah, man, there's, you know, a couple that probably don't ever get talked about. First is, for me, is Tini Tuli. Now, if you don't know about Tini Tuli, if the letters, oh, no, there we go, and we're off. The letter, oh, I'm not on camera there. Am I on camera? Yeah. T like this, up, then around, like a E like that, like a N and an I. Used to be all city in Christchurch, everywhere. Now, he is a PIC boy, so I don't know why he was tagging his own name, because his parents would have, oh, why's your name everywhere, man? What's up with that? And also, he used to tag Unforgettable. The 4 was the number 4, and on top of it, he'd have like the silhouette of 4 dudes who was like Pana, Himilisatali, Tini, and I think it was John Fanika. I think he was the 4th one. Shout outs to his nephew over there. And so the thing about that is that's the first graffiti writer that I saw. Well, he didn't use paint, he just used pens, but it was that all city mentality, that thing in graffiti that was just like, you know, and I forgot to mention, rest in peace, Tini Tuli, you know, passed away sadly a few years ago. But he inspired a generation of writers that you know, that kind of did the second wave of all city graffiti. Which brings me to my next kind of unsung hero, but he's not unsung, he's definitely well known in that scene, and that's Jungle. Rest in peace, Jungle. Jungle was like the second kind of person I saw in Christchurch that was all city. I'm talking like on buildings, and this is before Flex, this is before any of the taggers that are out there that are all city. Jungle and Paru were everywhere. So man, that was like, you know, it was. I don't, you know, in Christchurch, that's a big deal. Those like the Tene, Unforgettable, and then Jungle and Paru. That's like branding on another level, and hip hop in its rawest form of just being all city. And you know, I just wanted to highlight those guys for a while. I don't really want to talk too much about like my journey. Like I feel like it's okay. I got into DJing in '94, breaking in '96. That's bad. Running Man, hip hop dancing '91 at my high school in a group called Tribe. I was the only Māori dude, very light skinned Māori. So they put me in the front and the center because, you know, that color balance, just put a white guy in the middle. I was like, good. And we had, the original crew had John Mini, Alan Taupo, Lene Faitoa, and Johnny Mateo. Later on, it was just me, Johnny, and Steve Tafia. And we used to go to the Worcester bar as like 15-year-olds, and we would burn all the adults at these dance competitions. Well, like, we win by 40 points. We get like, if you got 100 points, we get 100 points. Next dude down got 60 or something like that. You know, we just take them out. There was like these, you know, they were kind of older dudes doing like popping still. And this is when popping was not the thing to do. This was like, what we were doing was the cool thing. Breaking was gone through that gap when it wasn't, and popping wasn't the thing. So that's kind of my history, like just dancing. Also, 2005, went to New York with DJ Severe. Was walking through a Foot Locker. The trailer for Rise came up on the screen, and I was like, what is that? And so I was like obsessed, and then out of that I started the Christchurch Crump scene. So that's pretty. That's why Yak last night, when Yak was like looking at me and shaking my hand and bowing down, that's because like I was his original first homie. Like he was Jay Paws and Cruz was like young Paws. There was like this. I had like a whole Crump family, and Yak was like he's the main one still doing it. So kind of got these OG statuses for the Crump thing's probably the only thing I am an OG really, and that and NFTs. About like NFTs now, be all about that. And Māori astronomy, astrophotography, might be an OG at that. I think I'm one of the only ones. But anyway, so that's me. If anyone has any questions about Christchurch hip hop, oh, here we go. Dietrich's got his pre-prepared questions.
I was just coming to jam with you, bro.
Yo.
First of all, can we just give a round of applause? That was dope. Yo. Furiously taking notes, bro. Hey, if we could please invite everyone, please don't be shy. Can we move to the front? Just because there's more than two people in the audience, but on the camera it looks like two. So if we can please
True.
come close, that'll be dope.
Oh God.
Bro, awesome. Thank you so much for your kōrero, bro.
No problem, bro.
Being so I'm originally from the 09 from Tāmaki, but South Auckland.
That's okay. That's all good.
And man, like just hearing about how much hip hop has come out of the city, but also how much hip hop means to the city. And obviously your name has come up heaps in the brief conversations that I've had. So something I'm kind of keen to ask you, like, what was it about hip hop that just clicked with you, and has remained to click with you? Because you mentioned, like, you know, cats have there's been a gap because people move on, they have lives. But what is it about hip hop that's clicked with you and stayed with you?
I don't know. I think it's the lack of entry barriers. Like, you don't have to sign up to a school or anything to learn it. You can just I don't even know if it's that, because you had to actually ask people back in the day. You had to be like, this guy's got the skills. I can't go and Google how to get those skills. I've got to go and ask that person how to get those skills. And I think it was just the... It wasn't that. That came a few years later. Charisma. You just shut your mouth at the front there. My son's over there, bro. Shush. Okay, shush. I think it was... It was just so cool. Like, it was just so fresh. It was like no one was doing it, and I've always been like the type of person that's like, well, that's new, no one's doing it, I want to do that. I didn't like following, like, if you're from Christchurch and you want to fit in, you get into rugby, you get into cricket, well, not about cricket, but you get into rugby, that's basically it, you know, that's the only, like, goal as far as, like, to have some kind of juice or credibility in Christchurch was be a rugby player. So I didn't really... My brother was a junior Kiwi rugby league player, and he used to, like, beat the crap out of me all the time, so I didn't really vibe with that whole let's go on the field and someone else beats the crap out of you on a rugby field. So I was just like, nah, let's... So I kind of went anti, or just the opposite, and hip-hop seemed to fit into that. I think the thing that I really liked, I think Hamish, meeting Hamish was this guy Hamish Clark. He really glamorized hip hop. He'd go to New York. He'd be like, oh, there were these guys. I went to this Rocksteady crew anniversary, and they were doing. The guys would get out the camera and they'd go take a photo, and 50 dudes would stand on the head and do this stuff, and I'll be like, that sounds really cool. I'm gonna do that, and just the DJing thing like that. I knew what a turntable was. I used to love music. I used to make tapes off the radio and the VHS and the TV and the thing, and I'd make my own ones, take them to parties and at high school. And then meeting a DJ who could scratch, I'll be like, oh, that's that sound from the Run DMC records, and I've never seen anyone do it. I liked doing stuff no one else did. And that was, you know, and that's before hip-hop was mainstream. So, yeah, and then as far as sticking with it, it's just, I don't know, it's just remained timeless. I mean, it's the same, but it moves with the times. There's new breakdancing moves, there's new beats, there's new ways to rhyme, there's new, you know, things to do. So it's got like this old school foundation to it, but room to move.
I mean, I love the relational aspect that you're kind of touching on, that you had to know somebody, because back then it was like there's no Google. It's like you got to like know that person to get that knowledge, which is hella dope. Just a little reminder to those who are watching, please, if you've got any questions for the bro, chuck them in the comments section, and I'll see them, and then I'll read them out. One other question I had, you know, because and I love the whakapapa that you've kind of given, the idea of acknowledging the lineage, that, you know, that's where you got your knowledge from. You didn't just wake up with it. It was, you know, passed on. If we move into sort of the future, the moimoia space, like, what would you sort of hope for the hip hop scene here in Ōtautahi? That's a big question, but.
I guess it's just, it doesn't, like, it can't survive with one or two people. And I think it's like about more people becoming builders of community than being necessarily a good technical person at the art form you like. It's like, the community is more important than the individual artists or the skills they have. It's like, so you might not even, like I said, Ants-Man wasn't someone who I learnt any skills from other than a little bit of DJ selection. He introduced me to drum and bass and dance hall and a few other styles of music, but he never taught me any mixing, any scratching, any dance moves. If you've seen Ants-Man dance, you know one. No offense, Ants-Man. Oh, damn. I forgot to use a recording. But he was the #1 community builder in in Christchurch Hip Hop, you know? Like, he taught me to build, and I built, and it built a lot between us. Like, so if, you know, that's what that's what I hope for the future of Christchurch Hip Hop, is for people to build more, not just with each other as we are now, but each one teach one type of buzz. Like, have workshops, get in your neighborhoods. You know, there's money in that too. You know, you can get a little bit of money teaching. It may not pay the best, but it does pay, you know. Look at the friendships I've got from it. Like, the amount of people I know through hip hop, the richness of my life because of hip hop and what I did is, you know, it's not even the people, like, it's not even just hip hoppers. It's like people who were just there for a second and then turned into gangsters are like, Richie, I remember you at YCD, man, thank you. And it's like, man, did it even... You're supposed to give up that. Did I do a good job? Come back. But no, but you know, it is that it's that building. I think that's what I hope for Christchurch, is that it stays strong and gets stronger.
One thing that I kind of noticed about Ōtautahi versus Otara and Manukau, where I grew up, it's like Polynesians everywhere. But when I come down here, it's like multicultural almost to me. Is hip hop kind of, was that kind of what hip hop was down here?
That's a good question, actually. And I think culturally in general, there was Christchurch is special because I know from talking to people in the 90s and being around in the 90s and just knowing what was up, is that in Christchurch it was skinheads and then everyone else who wasn't skinheads, and we all got together and had to stay strong and build a community so we could combat the skinheads. So Samoans, Māoris, Tongans, Chinese, white people, everyone was like on the same buzz. Everyone like got together, and you know, whereas in Auckland you had Samoans versus Tongan. It was more like, you know, RSBs versus TCGs. It was like actual gangs, territories based on your island. So, and there wasn't that threat of white power that you needed to band together, and the sheer numbers of Polynesian versus versus Pākehā people in Christchurch were always like this major minority. Even when we were banded together, we were still like not enough numbers to combat. And that skinhead thing was like TikTok. I don't know, that sounds weird, but it was trendy to be a skinhead. If you were white in the 90s and you were just a little bit pissed off, it's like you join skinheads. Oh yeah, cool. We can all just like be pissed off together, and it was like a thing. No, it's true. And then years later, they all left. But it was trendy. Like movies like Romper Stomper and American History X didn't help. It was like, and those movies came out because worldwide that whole movement was massive and getting bigger. And in Christchurch, it was just like you'd see a dude who. I got a funny story. It was like, well, it's not very funny. It's more tragic than funny. But it was this guy, and he used to hang out with me and Hamish and go out to the radio shows. And he would have been like an early adopter of hip hop and being considered almost OG in the MC realm. But a year later, he was in the square and he was a skinhead. And he was like full on, like, you know, skinhead signs and, you know, and I was like, we had this. I remember Vic Tamati was there, and he was trying to break us all up because we had this massive argument. And I was like, what are you doing, bro? You were like into hip-hop last year. And he was like, he said the reason why, I won't say why because his kid's here, including my own. But I was kind of like fair enough because some real bad stuff had happened. And then I forgave him and I was like, whatever. 2 years later, when I moved to Wellington, or 3 years later, I moved to Wellington, I seen him up there and he had an Asian girlfriend. And it was like their whole buzz was like hate on immigrants, and then 2 years later he was in, so it was a trend. Like it wasn't like all these kids was full on racist, but it was actually just cool to be a skinhead for a while. So numbers wise, it was like it was like you go in the square in the 90s, there'll be like 200 skinheads in there. They might, we'll have a little meeting and we'll just go in there and there'll be like 14-year-old ones who are like, just the little kids. Yeah. And then you got like the grown-ass men, 30-year-olds, and there's like 20 of them telling them what to do and stuff like that. And they were the dangerous ones because they went around in cars and like had weapons and crowbars, and they'd like just target small groups of anyone that wasn't them and try and get them.
So it sounds like in Ōtautahi there was like a group of people who were pissed off, whatever, majority of Palangi, Pākehā people, white power, all that. And then there was hip-hop, which was like this unifying sort of culture.
Well, I mean, before it was hip-hop, it was just Polynesians, and everyone who wasn't, any minority would just be together. Yeah. So when hip-hop came, those boundaries had already been crossed. Gotcha. So it was very easy to, like, everyone would work with each other,
That's mean. I just got a question here in the Q&A comments. What is your advice to young people attending YCD today and learning about hip-hop and being creative? Yeah, that's a good question.
Do your research. See what's being done and see who, watch the beat streets, watch the old documentaries, and then do your own thing, but don't not watch the old school stuff. Creativity is, don't force it. If you love it, the creativity will come and the success will come. If you force it, you're probably not meant to be doing that thing. Find the thing that you're passionate about. You might want to be into hip hop, and you might see it as something, but really, you might think that you're supposed to be a dancer, but really you're supposed to be a rapper. But the dancing thing is what's cooler at the time, but you're better with words, and that's the thing you should follow. Sometimes we force stuff, but it's the thing with creativity is you'll never get burnt out if you're doing it for legitimate reasons and you love it. It'll never fade. And don't ever be scared to innovate. And when I say learn those rules, but then break them. It's all good. Like yes. I went and lived in Wellington for a while, and I came back and I was just like, there's 4 realms of hip hop. Do your 6-step properly, and this is how you up rock. No, you don't do that. That's a house move. You don't do that. No, and it's very strict. And then within about a year and a half, I was like, oh yeah, no, it's all cool, man. Just do whatever. Just innovate. That's how you get your style and your flair. That is taking everything and then putting your own buzz, getting influences outside of hip hop, like some b-boys will get from kung fu or other styles. So, yeah.
And I think just a comment here from Sarah Tamaida Chalmers over in Oz, who's streaming in. Shout out to
Voodoo
you.
Child. What's up, Voodoo Child?
She said, MC Antsman supported the hip-hop community by repping us and paving a way, even sourcing funding to grow our culture through the Chch City Council and gaining favour amongst government officials. And I think that kind of feeds into that first question about, if there's young people who are at YCD and wanting to grow in their artistry and creativity, because you've already touched on this, is relationships and community, like getting around other cats who are kind of doing a similar thing. Would you kind of say that has a part to play in that?
Yeah, and there are, and also there are parts to play, You might not necessarily be the whole package. Like Anton could do a lot, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that complex. You might just be good at writing, and you might be able to help out hip-hop by teaming up with a promoter and writing all their proposals for them, Or and it's that kind of... that thing that needs to happen, many hands make light work, and it does help. And I've been guilty in the past of just like, I'll just do it all because, I know what needs to happen in my head, but you drop the ball and it's better and it'll be better and bigger if you get help and use the community. So yeah, I can't stress enough how much community means more than the individual and the skills they have. No matter how dope someone is, you know, we got the best rapper in New Zealand of all time, Scribe, and he needed all of us, you know. He paved the way for a lot of us. A lot of us wouldn't have, you know, I wouldn't have had a lot of work that I got without him, but he wouldn't have got where he was without us, you know, without Beats and Pieces, without Hamish. Hamish, I've got to say, even though he's an Aucklander, I've got to give him OG status in Christchurch Hip Hop. Hamish was an MC from Auckland, but he had so much knowledge and he was such a highly skilled MC that I honestly don't think Scribe would have been as lyrical as he was if he wasn't trying to subconsciously compete with Hamish. Yeah. Malo is good with words, and he was always going to be a dope rapper, but Hamish just made you want to beat him. It was like, I just want to be better than Hamish. Like, Hamish had this thing about him, like he was so dope, but he was also just like an antagonist. Like, he just wanted to, like, he was real like strict and real like, oh, you ain't SHIT, sorry kids, you ain't nothing. Or, you know, he just had the attitude that he was the man and you just wanted to like just take him out like lyrically or a thing. But he also, like for me, he encouraged me to read. He said, if you want to know about hip hop, and this is another thing, if you want to know about hip hop, you want to learn about like American culture. So for me, he said, read Soul on Ice by Eldridge Cleaver, read the Malcolm X autobiography by Alex Haley, read Seize the Time by Bobby Seale, read all of these books that were like, read Pimp by Iceberg Slim. If you want to learn about hip hop, and you need to know that hip hop and rapping about what you wanted to rap about directly comes out of the civil rights movement. Because before that, if you said what you wanted to say, you would get like imprisoned. But then the civil rights movement happened, and then all of a sudden you can actually have a voice. And so then hip hop's born. That's not a coincidence. And if you want to really learn about hip hop and the culture, it comes from America. It comes from African American culture, Puerto Rican culture, and the civil rights movement. And so those books, Seize the Time, Soul on Ice, the Malcolm X autobiography, any like African American literature like Soul on Ice, Pimp by Iceberg Slim, or any of the Iceberg Slim books. Iceberg Slim is the reason why Ice-T, Ice Cube, it's like a name for being stone cold. Like, you know, I'm just a stone cold like gangster, and that's why they have that name. So if you want to really do your history, go that deep. That's what I did. I didn't know it at the time. He was just giving me books because he was studying American studies at university. So he just had the bookshelf full of those books, and he'd be like, here, read this, read this. A funny story, I was walking through the square, and I had the Seize the Time book by Bobby Seale in my hand, and I was walking through, and Vic Tamati was like, what are you reading there? Because, you know, he was like, young brown dude walking with the book. And I was like, oh, Seize the Time. And he goes, oh, that's a Black Panther book. I was like, yeah. He goes, have you heard of the Brown Panthers? I was like, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? And he goes, Brown Panthers. He didn't say Polynesian Panthers. He said Brown Panthers. And I was like, hey. And then he explained that he was part of the Polynesian Panthers and he said Brown Panthers. And I was just like, I had no idea about that. And so, you know, that was interesting to me because I was reading about African American culture, and Vic had gone through that stuff here, and he as soon as he said that, Vic became one of my like mentors. I used to look up to him so much, and so big shout outs to Vic Tamati as well.
Well, is there any other sort of closing questions in the audience? Anyone want to ask a question before we wrap it up?
Ra Dallas, yes.
What has been the highlight of your career, of your life even, besides family but within the hip hop sector?
I'll just repeat that question for those who aren't on the camera because they wouldn't have heard it. But the question was, what's been your biggest highlight, like within hip hop? You know, obviously we got family and kids and all that sort of stuff, but we're talking hip hop. Like, what's been the highlight of that?
That's easy. Community. All of you. Everyone. Easy. Easy. None of that technical stuff or any money you made from gigs or anything is anything. Doesn't mean anything. It's the friends that you made along the way. Easy.
Man, thank you so much for that, bro. And
good.
to all of those listening, I hope you hear that, young people, aspiring MC, b-boy, graph artists, whatever, like community, stronger together. I'm going to hand it over to Ra, but thank you so much, brother.
Shot my bro.
Oh, stay there, bro.
Oh.
Sure, brother. DJ Pause, Richie.
Yo.
Here we go again.
Oh, no.
I think it's, especially what you've just given today has been it's been the highlight. When we talk about highlights of careers and you talk about community, I think it's pertinent that we have to acknowledge you. And when I say we, I mean your community. Your community have come out and they acknowledge who you are. And when you talk about OG, it's not necessarily being 50 plus because you're nearly there.
Same birthday.
Same birthday.
Same year?
I'd like to say yes, but but it's the acknowledgement of who you are, where you've come from, and what you've done for your community. We talk about DJing, you talk about b-boying, but you were a role model and still are to this day. You were on TV. Man, there's that Māori fella from hip hop culture that is nationally known with a lot of our communities around the motu, around the whenua. And for that, we have to be thankful and we have to celebrate. You have to celebrate these things. And we call them wins, but actually, we just have to celebrate the people that you may not think you have done much, but you've done amazing things. Amazing. And on behalf of your community, on our community, we'd like to acknowledge you. And I understand these were made by students from the Tauira from YCD as well, with their own creativity. And they want to acknowledge you too, because as a godfather, and I said this yesterday to Sevilla,
Sounds old.
well, no, you're at the round table, that's old. But, as someone that we acknowledge, we just want to thank you. We want to acknowledge you, we want to celebrate with you the power of what hip-hop is and who you are and the power that you give it. So thank you very much, my bro.
Damn! Oh, sit down. Sit down. Stop it. Oh, yo, this is cool, man. This is dope. Holy. Yeah. Yo, I get to keep this. I don't have to give it back to it. I don't have to give it to, like, the next old schooler. Like when those trophies, when the next old guy, like the b-boy ones, you got to give it back the year up. No, this is sweet because it's got my name on it. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, at YCD, played an integral part of the whole journey for a lot of us. Annie from YCD just gave the green light for hip hop straight away. Didn't blink. Didn't pause for a second. She was just like, "Yep, you can come here." And then a few months later, I said, "Can I have a job?" She goes, "Yep." Again, didn't blink. She probably should have. Probably do a background check, all that stuff. But she didn't. She just gave me the job. It was all good. So yeah. Thanks to the people from YCD, it means a lot. I treasure it forever. Yeah.
Awesome. Can we please give a round of applause again to DJ Pause? That was solid, bro. Thank you. Thank you, brother. Man, we're just warming up. We got, if everyone just wants to stand, just take a bit of a stretch because, we've been sitting down for a bit. Unless, you're chilling, you can just chill. But maybe you just want to get a bit of a stretch in because it's action-packed and it's non-stop. We're going to keep it moving. We have, actually, before you sit down, maybe just give someone a high five. We've been talking about community, so just give someone a high five, show someone some love, whatever, you know. Some daps or whatever. Yep. All right. All right, cool. We're going to get into our next speaker. So we got our next speaker coming up, which is none other. You've already seen him today. He's been pretty active already thus far. So if we could please welcome Ra Dallas, who's going to come and talk about relationships within hip hop. So give the man some love.
Muri ora ki te rangi, muri ora ki te whenua, muri ora ki a tātou. E hui mai nei no reira ki a koutou mā. Tēnei te mihi ki a koutou. Anō te mihi ki a koutou, I runga I te rorohiko, te pōaka whakaata, mihi atu ki a koutou. He mihi anō ki te mana whenua nei o ngai tua huriri, mihi tēnei ki a rātou, o ki a koutou, I wanganui I a tātou. Anō nei te mihi ki a rātou, wehi atu ki tērā taha o te arai, rātou mā e moi ana, moi mai, oki ai. Nō reira rātou ki a rātou, moi mai rā, tātou tonga ora ki a tātou ti hei wa mauri ora. Just a quick translation. Chch. What's up? Yeah, it's a hard act to follow when you got to follow DJ Pause. I'm just going to take a seat too. I was trying to write some notes real quick, but you caught me on the fly. So I'm just going to talk about, I'm a bit of a conundrum really, in comparison to what Pause was talking about. Is it mine? No, it's not mine. $10 fine. Lee Rock, man, jeez. Talking about, just carrying on what Pause was talking about, knowing your histories, knowing your you know, where everything started. Well, I'm not that guy. I was the guy that was born and raised in a little town called, a metropolis called Invercargill, down south. And I'll just give you a quick backstory. My introduction to hip hop was a crew called Cosmic Raiders. We used to go to the Friday night battles, breakdancing battles in Invercargill. There were, probably about 12 crews from around the area, predominantly all Māori, because our PI cousins were too cool. But we went to these battles. I used to spin a guy on my head. They used to spin on the floor without helmets, and when I seen they were wearing helmets one day doing head spins, I was going, pussies. But it was that, and this was back in, about the time Bob came in, about 84, I think I was doing it, 84, 85. And that was during my primary school years. But anyway, you get to high school, that all stops because other things start to happen. When I was growing up in Invercargill, it was, if you were down with the brown, then you were down. So we all hung out. And like Richie was saying earlier, here in Christchurch, it was the minority that sort of kicked it. So it was Māori and PI that we all just fused into one big ainga, one big family. So that's who we were in Invercargill. When I moved here and around about 98 to Christchurch, I'd come up a couple of times over the 90s to hang out with friends and that. It was different for me here. I saw a lot of segregation when I came to Christchurch. I didn't see what Richie saw. I saw our Samoan brothers and Tongan whānau and our raros and all segregated because the Māoris I was hanging out with were saying we don't hang out with anyone else but ourselves. This is who we are. And at that time too, I'd come from Invercargill thinking I was rough and tough. And then I came to Christchurch, a very small fish in a big pond. And so you learn things. This was my this is my introduction to relationships. The first Samoan brother I ever met was in a bar called Nancy's, I think it was, on the corner of Rickenham Road. Hey, it was on the corner there, eh? That's where it was, Nancy's. So I remember standing at the bar there, and I was there with another bro of mine, and we were just cruising as you do. And there was this fella there, and he had these dreadlocks, and he was, man, I turned around, and there's this big fella. And then we were just standing there, and you know that scene, eh? You look at each other and just give the nod. We both did that. And then I introduced myself. I said, "Kia ora, brother, my name's Ra." And he went, "Kia ora, bro, I'm La." And he was the first, I didn't even know he was Samoan. It was like, Chch, he's got dreadlocks. He introduced himself with kia ora, and I was like, Chch, he's a dread. He was the first PI brother I met in Christchurch. And this is where it gets interesting in terms of relationships. So a few months down the track, we had a good night that night. We had a couple of shots, a few drinks, and it was awesome. A few months down the track, I was out in town down the strip there, and I was out in town with a few of these Māori brothers that I knew. And at the time, there was, I don't know, there must have been some sort of thing going on. Anyway, big brawl ended up on the strip. I won't name names because they're old now. But there was this big brawl, and there was Samoan brothers from the PIC church. And you know who you are. And a few of the Māori boys that were there out that night, and it was just two of them, mate. They just started, and next minute everyone's out on the road, all lying around, hugging and rolling around out on the road. And there was two brothers that were left, and it was myself and this big fella with dreadlocks. And we were standing there going, and there's that moment in time, you go, well, do we do this? Or what do we do? And then we were just standing there for ages, and I said, should we get a drink? And he went, yeah. So we went back into Coyotes while everyone's still rolling around on the ground. And we just watched from the window. But that was the relationships. And I think from that moment on, from that point on, it was for me, it was learn to know who's around and who's part of that. The first introduction to hip hop here in Christchurch for me was this all-girl group at Dan's nightclub. Now, I don't know if some of you remember Dan's. I know you old buggers will. But Dan's nightclub, Daniel's, was, and the group was Sheila Rock. First time I'd ever seen hip hop, first time I'd ever seen hip hop done by women. First time I've ever seen hip hop live done like that, and I was just hooked. I was in awe. Sheila Rock they were there for me in terms of hip hop, and then in terms of Christchurch hip hop, they always have been. I still think Sheila Rock could have been international. In fact, I think they were for a little while because they took it to Japan. Anyway, so there was Sheila Rock, and then I was working in the hospo industry and started to make connections. My network started to grow a little bit bigger. And so within the hospitality industry, I was working on the doors, to be fair. And I'm not much of a doorman, I'm a social coordinator. If you weren't social, you got coordinated. So I was working on the doors, and I was working at a place called Winnebago's when it was on Litchfield Street, across the road from the original YCD. So Winnebago's, little bar. Some of you, Lucas, you'll remember the Winnebago's, and probably a few others in here. And there was the house DJ, the house DJ, well, he wasn't the house DJ, but he played hip-hop. And it was hip-hop I'd never heard before. And his name was DJ Ali. And so I met Ali one night. he was playing DJ, introduced myself, that was cool. We stayed for after drinks that finished kind of like about 10 o'clock the next morning. But in that time, my education just went boom. And when you talk about whakapapa of people that you have to acknowledge, I have to acknowledge La'a for introduction to the PI community here in Christchurch. And then I have to acknowledge Ali, for me, for introducing me to this world that I had no idea about in hip-hop. So I wasn't one of those ones that read all the books, because I don't read. I watch the movies, Beat Street, Breakdown, The Last Dragon. Oh yeah, no way. Yes, because you've got the glue. You know, and because of the music in these movies really impacted on you, you know. And so Ali was the one. And then one night we had this young Samoan brother that came in, and he was just sitting in the back. And I remember introducing myself. I said, "Kia ora, my name's Ra," and he goes, "Malo," and I thought he was saying hello in Samoan. So for a little while, this exchange was going on. He goes, "No, my name is Malo," and I went, "Oh, chair." Didn't know who he was from a bar, so that was the first time I ever met him. Young fella that was in Winnipego's at the time. And then, of course, later, these relationships, eh? So with Ali, it was, yep, we became real tight, real close. And then my next introduction to hip-hop was, "Ra, I need a driver." I said, "Sweet. Whereabouts to? Are we going to, you know, Littleton? What are we doing? Are we going up the road to Kaipoi?" He goes, "No, we're gonna go down to Dunedin." And I went, "Cool." And it was the driver for himself. It's Severe, and I think at the time Scribe was on that, and Swing Savage. There you go. Hey, if you're watching, Timmy, I'm sorry, cuzzy. But it was the four of them, and so they needed a driver, and so I was driving Miss Daisy and the other crew. So we went down to Dunedin, and I had done this. I'd driven for gigs after that point for a long time, and that's again where relationships started to build. We got to meet Phil. At the time, I only knew him as Severe. At the time, I only knew him as a DJ. I didn't know how big he was. And then from that, you know, with Scribe and Savage, Demi, who now I call family. They're close. But from them too, it was the people that came to the gig. I remember being in Dunedin at Bath Street, and I was just the driver, so I was drinking the bar tab while these guys were doing all the work. So just on the side there, and I met family through these gigs, and then there was Matt Matahaere, who was there with Saeed, you know, and I met all these hip hoppers and this community through being at these events, and those relationships grew. So anyway, in 2003, I got offered a position to work at the best radio station in the world, Tapu FM. From 2003 to 2013, that was the best radio station. So I got an opportunity to work in radio. I didn't know what to do in radio, man. When I was living in Invercargill, I was getting a one-way direction to Hotel Liffey Street. Sorry. Oh, you know it. Yeah. That's where I was going. But here in Christchurch, through the power of hip-hop and the music and the people and the community, my doors and opportunities opened. And it was like, wow, what's going on? And then here I am, working at a radio station, talking crap, listening to music, and getting paid. Not the best pay, but it was getting paid. But we made it for what it was. And it was the community that made it for me. And I agree wholeheartedly with Paul's, as that was the community that made it for me. And so from 2003 to 13, some amazing things happened. And in fact, for me, there were miracles. There were miracles. I remember going to the movies with some friends of mine, Komini Kururangi and Heperi Harris and Phil Burrell and Hamuera Kahi. We were all going to the movies, going to watch this dance movie that had just come out. And we were going to the movies, I get this phone call. And on this phone call, it was, g'day mate, it's Brett Eccles here. Hey look, we want to bring 50 Cent to Christchurch. I heard you're the guy that we have to talk to. Do you think we can make it happen? I thought it was a joke. So I went, hey look, I'm a bit busy at the moment. If you can give me a ring back in about 2 hours, that would be great. I hung up. I didn't know who the hell Brett Eccles was at the time. I do now. And he knows who I am because I ring him all the time for free tickets. But anyway, you know, we go and watch this movie. You got served. Come out of this movie thinking we're all dancers and everyone's going, yes, let's go out. I get the call again in 2 hours. It's Brett Eccles on the phone. And I'm like, yes, we can make that happen. So we bring 50 Cent, G-Unit, and a whole plethora of other acts to Christchurch. I think, this is huge. Okay, I need to ring Ali. Ali, we're bringing 50 Cent to Christchurch. I just got the call, what do we do? This is the first big phone call I've ever had. And I'm going, what the hell, 50 Cent? What are we going to do? Now, he's going, okay, we'll get some DJs, we'll get some dancers, we'll do this, we'll do that. And I'm thinking to myself, well, no, this is another opportunity for us as hip-hoppers to able to showcase in a special way, in an amazing way, of our talents. Now, I have to take you back. I got no talent. I can't rap. I can't even rap Christmas presents. I can't DJ. I push a button, please play. I can't b-boy, breakdance, anything like that. I see Lee Rock and my knees just fucking hurt. I can't graph art. I couldn't even tag. But what I do have is the love. I have the love of my community and the love of hip-hop. And I believe the message within hip-hop it's universal. It's universal. And that's what I have. And that's what I love. So for 50 Cent, we try and get the best DJs that we have. You're on that set, eh? Oh, you were dancing that set, eh? Yes. Who else was on there? You were on that set? For that 50 Cent? Oh, no, you're better. Star City. Star City. Yes. It's warm as well, eh? Yeah, you Summer and Ali. But we tried to get the best of who we were. And Star City, DJ Ali led that. And that's what we wanted to showcase. And I think for me, that was kind of like for my start, to be able to see some of the greatest hip-hoppers that we had here and dancers that we had here in Christchurch. So again, with the Tahu FM thing, the radio station itself, we had the Holler Hour, the Holler Mix Show. We had, some of you all know this better than I do, because I'm old now and forget. We had the best rappers that come through. I remember when we talk about relationships, I remember another radio station, The Edge, had a gig called Summer Jam. They had Summer Jam. Now, at that time, it was my partner's birthday at that time, and I'd been working all day, been working security at the venue at Horncastle. Well, it's not Horncastle now. I was working there, and they had Summer Jam on, and one of the acts that were there was Nesian Mystic. Now, I'd heard about Nesian Mystic, and then I seen them live on stage, and I thought, fuck, these guys are cool. I wonder if I asked them to come home and sing happy birthday to my missus, they'd do that. And then it was, okay. So I go backstage after they do their set, knock on their door, go in, meet all the boys, and I say, bros, so it's my missus' birthday, and I've been working gave them the sad story, working all day, and I haven't got them anything. Would you come back and sing happy birthday for her? First thing they said was, sweet, yes. And I was like, yes! And so I ring the missus at the time and I say, don't go to bed yet. I'm bringing you home a present. And she goes, oh, God. And so on the way home, it was stop at the 24-hour bakery on Ferry Road, pick up the cheapest cake I can find, and then drive straight up. Now, I picked these fellas up in an old XC station wagon, Ford Falcon. So we were all packed in, and if you know a couple of the boys, it was packed, driving home in this Falcon. We had every reason to get pulled over. Anyway, we drive home, walk through the door. At the time, my partner was sitting on the couch, and then the boys come through with a birthday cake singing happy birthday. They sing her a couple of songs. Awa then decides that he's going to do a number 2 in the toilet. Kia ora, Awa. And then, yeah, I'm throwing him under the bus. And then, you know, they do their greetings. We get some photos taken, and she's like, you're an asshole. And then we leave, because I take them to the after party, where I have to stay, of course, to show Manaki. And and that was it. But I said to them, for that one moment of time, if you are ever in need of my services, whatever that might look like, I'm there, without a doubt. Because I think this is the basis of our relationships, is that if people are willing to do things for you, then be willing to do things for them. It's not just a one-way street. And so they rang me when they were doing their New Zealand tour, and on their South Island leg, I drove and did their security for them. Now, when I say security for them, I just drove. As long as we got to the hotels, I was good. But that was the relationship, and to this day, with the Nesian boys, even, you know, separately, together, whatever, we're family. To this day, with Ali and with a lot of people in this room, we're family because of all those things that we've done and we've come up together. All those gigs that we've put on, those community events that we've put on. My most favorite events ever have always been for our community. It's trying to be able to stand. I remember working with Soul Master C as an MC for Affirm. We did the Affirm gig. And that was hard. It was hard trying to keep up with them. But it was so much fun working together and for our community because it showed unity. And I love that. I love that. My son, when he turned 16, he said he wanted his favorite DJ. And to this day, his favorite DJ has always been DJ Danielle. So DJ Danielle DJ'd his 16th birthday party. Something else that happened at his 16th birthday party is that I contacted his favorite breakdancers, his b-boys. Steve Tiwa, he'll be watching somewhere, I think. And so Common Ground came to the 16th birthday party and b-boyed. And just, you know, and all these 16-year-old kids, these 15, 16-year-old kids were like, wow. So we were introducing them to this world of hip-hop through an event that my 16-year-old son at the time wanted to put on for his friends. But it was through the relationships that we were able to do that. And for that reason, I tried to, and if I was ever needed to, MC for any event that Common Ground ever did, I was there. And I think Lee Rock really hates that part because he gets up to about 36, what are the flares? I reckon we could beat it today. I reckon you could beat it, man. But Grub D and, you know, we got Steve and we got some of the greatest. We got world champions, man. World champion people. Far out. That's amazing. In 2001, we got to go to, I keep going back and forth, we got to go to the Hip Hop Summit in Christchurch. Now, in Christchurch, in Auckland, sorry, in Auckland. It was mind-blowing. It was amazing. Severe talked about it yesterday, how it was just so stressful, and yes, they could have died, and blah, 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 and yeah, whatever. But if you were watching, you didn't see what was happening at the back of the stage, because you shouldn't. They put on the best show ever. The best part of that Hip Hop Summit, for me, was not at the event, though it was good. It was not at the Aotea Square where they were filming music videos and things like that. That was amazing. The best part for me was the relationship build back at the hotel. And I don't mean relationship build. I mean it was pissing down with rain, and none of us wanted to go to the official after party at Fuba. Because we heard that there was like 300-400 people standing in line to get in. We stayed back at the hotel at the Kiwi International on Queen Street and had the best party ever. UK Road. It was the best. It was the best because now. So, and Matt, you'd have to help me out here. We had Fussa, Christchurch-based hip-hop. We had Saeed, Dunedin-based hip-hop. We had Ra, Māori fella that was staying at the hotel. We had G&D from Wellington. The coolest thing about G&D was there was two guys and this chick. They were the MC crew. It was the chick. She was on point. Man, she was good. And those two other fellas just sat there and went, yeah, okay. But that was on point. Who else did we have there? We had Shane Nussi on the guitar, because that's what he done. Humble-fied, Wellington Hip Hop. Humble-fied? Yeah, Benny and that. All Soldier, yes. We had the brothers and that, they were there. And we were just laughing, and then there was the keyboardist from Fussa. Dan, Chinese, eh? Oh, yeah. And he started singing like musicals and stuff. He started singing musicals with all these heavy hip hoppers, eh? But what was really cool is that every hip hopper in that room started singing the songs. So we were singing Edelweiss, Edelweiss, and every hip hopper. But the one I remember that really draws me in, rest in love, is Jigga. And when Jig started singing, we were like, what the far out? Man. And it was those talents that just came through. And from that room really solidified and strengthened and cemented, and whatever word you want to use to say, it pulled us together, and we became a brotherhood and sisterhood that night. That's what happened. And that was the beauty about hip-hop. It was regardless of where you came from, who you were, if you brought something to the table, if you were feeding people, but also being fed and sharing, it's all those things. There's an old whakatauki, there's this old Māori saying, kai makes everything good. Kai is hea te mea nui o te ao, he tangata. Hea te mea nui tuarua, ako te kai. So what's the most precious thing in the world? It's people. What's the second most precious? Kai. And you don't just talk about kai as in food, but it's in the sustenance, the nutrition that we get, feeding each other through knowledge, experience, love. And that's what hip-hop really showed me that night in 2001. That's what it was. So fast forwarding into all these experiences and being where we are now, at the end of 2018, I decided to move back home to Invercargill and share my experiences. And my experiences would not have happened without a lot of the people in this room. You are me. You have shown me things that in other places I would never have known. So I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you so much to each and every one of you. Oh, here's another encyclopedia of hip hop. Tucker. Bro, I met him through Ali. The first time I met him, I was like, what the fuck is this dude? Who's this redhead fella? Man, boom. The knowledge that comes out of that dude is amazing. And he's been down home, down to Invercargill a couple of times, and we always catch up. I've got a lot of love for him. In fact, I've got a lot of love for all of you. And I expect you all to come down to Invis. I expect you to come down. Down in Invercargill, we've got the worst seafood in the world. You don't like it. You don't want it. Diving with the cousins a couple of weeks ago, and I got stranded because the boat went away. So I had to ride a crayfish back. While I harnessed it to a power shell. It's terrible down there. Terrible. You won't like it down there either, Richie. You know, the stars are terrible down there, bro. They're terrible. You know, the aurora, it's ugly. It's ugly, bro. It's ugly. But these are the things now that I know that happens through hip-hop, is that hip-hop for us in New Zealand has not been the richest or the most financial, and that we've always had to look at other things to make things work. Severe talked yesterday about being on the grind. We're always on the grind, you know. I've never been poor. I've been broke, but I've never been poor. And in terms of my community, and like Richie was saying, man, I'm the richest dude in the world. It's because of my community, and that is where it's at. And from hip-hop to where I am now, moving into older years, I will never, ever be poor in terms of where I came from, what made me, who made me, and where I'm going. So from family to family to family, we all family. And I love that. Nō reira, I'm just going to leave it there because my notes suck. So, tēnā koutou. Thank you, Uncle Red, for the opportunity. And to all of you, thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. I have to bow to you because just to say thank you. And koutou mā at home and wherever you are, I hope you're blessed. I hope you're safe. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Oh, my man.
I don't know if anyone wants to do Q&A because they'll in turn tell their own stories that they don't want to tell. Hey, Lucas. Hey, mate. But, yeah.
Does anyone have a question for the bro?
Nah. Good. That's good. I just want to say, Guillotine too. Old Charlie, he's from down home as well. I grew up with his family. And yeah, so we've got whakapapa as well. So, and I know, Richie, I have to acknowledge the work that you're doing now with the maramataka, you know, and ki te taho o tā tātou rangatira rangi. So you have to acknowledge that too. That's part of hip-hop, eh? You know, because it's that transcending and growing and learning. Because as far as I knew, hip-hop was never meant to be, you know, you learn from the past, but you need to take it to the future, or else it just becomes stagnant, and we don't want that. And I see that with a lot of our hip-hop MCs and DJs and breakdancers and our kids coming through. It's awesome, and I love that, so kia ora.
Man, thank you, bro. Good man. Solid. Just thank you so much, Ra, for that kōrero. That was mean as. And I think it links really nicely to what Richie was saying earlier about how, you know, sometimes we can feel like we, you know, need to find, oh, there's your phone, something to contribute, or maybe you're a MC or a graph artist or a breaker, but then in Ra's situation, the man was available, willing and able, and was the hands and feet to help a community move forward, which was awesome. So thank you for your kōrero. Again, if we can give a round of applause to Ra for his kōrero for us. Mean. Awesome. So we're going to move into our next speaker, which is cool because one of the things I love about hip-hop is, or one of the many things I love about hip-hop is it's not, for me, the entry point was MC Hammer. That was the entry point for me. And so it was the music initially, it was the sonic, it was the sound, and then it was the visual. The brother could dance. And that's what I love about hip-hop, is that it also has the other element to it is b-boying or dance. So we have our next keynote speaker, Grub D and K Biggs. Can we give them a round of applause?
Kia ora, kia ora, kia ora, kia ora. Oh, Biggsy's still here. We thought you left the building to go feed the jellyfish. Kia ora everybody. Thank you for letting us be here. Thank you to the acts that have just been. Much respect. There's a lot of stories and deep history from us to you guys, and thank you for that. Firstly, my name is Davey, B-Boy Grub D, and this...
What up? My name is K Biggs, Common Ground crew as well. And it's so good to hear everyone sharing before we come up as well, and it just kind of gets me a little bit emotional just to hear the stories and where I come from and what came in front of me as well. And man, being back here is I'm real blessed to be a part of this, and I'm honored. I'm really honored. So thanks for having us. It's Moon.
So just a little bit about Common Ground crew. We're probably one of the longest hip-hop crews in New Zealand, still active, still winning, and still very much in the scene. And we're all over 30s, 40s, and have kids, and have a busy life. We probably started, it was unofficially started in 1999 by a family. 4 people. Lawrence, you mentioned earlier, probably the older b-boy out of everybody, and Toe, and Jono from our crew, and their little brother, cousin Dennis. And it was kind of unofficially formed in 99 and started out in Kashmir New Life, in the corridors of that church. And then it made its way, maybe a couple of years later, after establishment, to a place called Ground Zero, which is in Opawa, which is Opawa Baptist Church, which became a youth centre on a Friday night, where Common Ground were, and that's where I first met Common Ground. And I am second generation Common Ground. K Biggs is first generation Common Ground, so he might shed a little bit of light on the very beginnings of who was there before I came along. And believe it or not, Richie was Common Ground, and there was a few others who are not here that were very big names back in the day. So I'll let K Biggs say a little bit about the first generation on Common Ground, then we'll get into what achievements we've done and what we're still doing now.
Thanks, Davey. You can sit down, Davey.
Fun.
I don't know why you're standing up. It's real awkward.
Got to move. Got the b-boy feet.
Just sit down, please. Thank you, Davey.
Marge.
Sorry, guys. I love being on the mic. So I'm originally from Aranui, Hampshire Street, A-Town's finest. My first exposure to the hip hop culture was, do you guys remember Easter Camp? And I was like with Mike Dodge, and I remember being there with my brother Rangi and Hubs, and we were there and stuff. And I remember hearing that the Merlin song playing, and I was like, man, what's that sound? It's awesome. And we went into the tent. I was like, oh, Rangi, come look at this, look at these guys. And then Lucas was there. Dancing, and Lawrence and all the crew was there dancing. I was hypnotized. I was like, man, what is this? This is crazy. And I remember like my brothers then were just like, man, let's get into this. I was like, yeah, we need to get into this. So then after that, they told us where they trained, and I just blew Toyota Corolla, no Reggie, no warrant. But I was just like, let's go. We got this. Blew, hard out mags. I was like, yeah. It's like those ones, the doors harder open and that. Thanks, Dad. It was mean. And then we went to Kashmir. And I remember going there for the first time. I think you might have been there, Richie, I'm not too sure. But it was like Shannon and that. And everyone was there. D, I won't say the first word, but we all know D. Yeah.
Or Danny Brown.
We'll say Danny Brown. And so everyone was dancing, and I remember sitting there, and we're just like, man, just buzzing out on like the movements and everyone doing power in that. And I was blown away, and that was my first exposure of everyone getting down, and I just wanted to be a part of it. And I think from that first day, I fell in love with breaking, and it was like so strong in my blood that I was just like, it's one of those things. I was like, I'm gonna do this forever, because I loved it so much. Because number one, it was community, and everyone was together, and I grew up in that community where everyone was together, and so being a part of that straight away, I remember Lawrence coming up to me and saying, don't be afraid, bro, just come out and just jam. And I was like, yeah, sweet man. And he was like, Father, that's mean. And I was like, oh, thanks, man. Those hard-out encouragement, you look real whack, but I'm just going to encourage you anyway.
Yeah.
And so at that point, Rangi and that were there, and we're just buzzing out, and then we soaked in so much. I remember just going up to Lawrence and just talking to him for hours, just about like my life and where I came from, and how I really want to be a part of this. And I think at that point, everyone was dancing, and then I just got in, and then I think eventually, like, Lawrence and they would have said, we want you guys in the crew. And then, we went to a power in that, and we're jamming there, and that was like, where we really improved, and we all pushed, and my younger brother Rangi went with, used to jam with Richie and that at Waisiti, when you had Blitz, and he would train there, and he got really good, really fast in that as well. And then in Aranui, it was a foot patrol, like with one of the Aussies was in foot patrol as well. And they used to actually jam at my house. So we had a state house upstairs. We just cleared all the wooden floor. And everyone would come over and jam. And they'd break at my house. And it was awesome. I was just sitting there buzzing out. And so that was like, that was the first community within the community, because I were at home jamming. And Rangi was like, he got real good real fast, man. And he was real hungry. Like all of them doing nutcrackers and wimmels and power and all that. And I think that's for me to even encourage me to keep pushing and to keep training hard as well. But like again, that word OG gets thrown around heaps. But with Richie, it's just like if it wasn't for him, then my brother wouldn't have gotten into dancing, and then I wouldn't have gotten even more so into dancing as well. And I think a big part of it is his love for the culture and what he started up, especially with Blitz and all that pushed us, that got Davey into doing his footwork and that as well. I want to honour you on this stage as well, Richie, and say thank you too, bro. Appreciate the heaps. But that was my kind of exposure into it at the start.
Kia ora. Yeah, so based on that, that was dope, bro. So before I met, because I'm second generation Common Ground, like I said in my interview that you may have seen on the promos, my interaction was a skate jam with Charisma over there when I thought I was a pretty mean-ass dancer.
Come on, man. What are you up to, B?
And I used to just dance when I was in school and copy Michael Jackson and Will Smith and all that. And I went to the skate jam, and I jumped in the circle with this little skinny little white kid, and I did the old move and did pull up whatever it was. I was probably pretty whack. And then, Charisma told me about a place, which you've heard the name of many times, YCD.
Let's go.
And that was where I saw culture and hip-hop and people of like, all sorts of people there. It was crazy as a little white kid. And I used to go there when Richie, this was the very first when Richie was talking about the workshops being on a Tuesday and a Thursday. I was only allowed to go like a couple of times because I was living with my mum and she was like, no, it's dangerous or whatever. So I'd only go like a couple of times. And then, but oh man, it was such a crazy eye-opener because from those initial, I still remember going there and walking in and seeing all these people. I was shit scared I was going to get a hiding. There's all these people looking like gang members, and I was just like chilling out, playing table tennis. I just thought, I'll get in with this so no one picks on me. And I started playing table tennis, getting real good, and playing basketball and drinking like 10 coffees. And so that happened for a while, and I saw all the b-boying, and that was when Blitz Crew were like the bomb. If you don't know Blitz Crew in the scene, like you got to check them out. Like these guys were doing like nice power and everything when I was just doing knee tweaks, like looking like a jellyfish. So that was the initial first starts, and Tane from Blitz, he kind of was kind enough to teach me a flair, show me a flair, and Richie over here taught me my first six step, which is one of the most foundational things and first things you should learn in b-boying. So that's my very beginnings of breaking, and then I kind of went off for a little while, and going into how I met Common Ground was this random kid. It was a little. I've already said shit, but little shit. He took me to this youth centre. I didn't know Common Ground then. I've seen them before, and then by chance I went there. It was just a drop-in centre at a church, so it wasn't really like a church event. It was just like a drop-in. And then I saw the crew Common Ground. It was like 8 of them. There was this guy, Jono, his 2 sisters, Jordan Simpson. All of those guys were just in this hall, and I was like, what the F? I remember this was dope, because I kind of went off the scene for a bit. And then from there, I went every single Friday, and then I met these guys, and they took me under their wing like family straight away, and they were very friendly. And then I got put on trial for the crew. I got given a T-shirt. It was like a yellow one or something, and they made me perform. And then that's where Common Ground started and never stopped till this day for me. So that was the initial starts of Common Ground there. And then, funny story, during that period, I was at high school, Hagley, and met some people there who were b-boys. And I was straight in there with like the culture group and all the Māori people, and that was like, I just felt connected, even though that wasn't like me upbringing. And I used to dance there and just play sport and dance. I chose that path. But then I used to bunk and just go to YCD. And that was mainly for coffee, table tennis, and Dragon Ball Z. You all know that.
Let's go.
Every day, 4:30 or something, the TV was full. Doesn't matter if you were breaking or fighting or drawing. Dragon Ball Z came on and you were there. That was dope. And then, I kind of, halfway through 6th, 7th form, I dropped out of school and actually went on the YCD course. So I became a part of YCD really early. And one of my tutors is right there. And Fred and all these people were like my teachers. I remember getting my learner's license through YCD. Fucking dope. Went on like heaps of courses through YCD. Like it was just something that invited me, and I learned a lot from there. And they actually taught a lot of great things there. So respect to YCD, and it's forever a place that I always tell people about. So yeah, thank you for you guys for that. We can go on and on about that, but we're gonna briefly get into next. We just want to share a lot of what Common Ground's actually done. Like not just me. I want to speak for the crew because we've achieved some pretty massive things for us and our culture, and we just think that people watching, not to be like we're really humble people, but we just want people to know what Christchurch has done. Over the last 20 years. So, Big Z, you want to start with saying a couple of things that the crew's done early on?
Yeah, individually we've done a lot of stuff internationally as well. And, within the whole culture scene of what we got into, we've toured everywhere. One of my first outings is when I went to Seattle. Went over there for 3 months and trained with some people over there and just wanted to experience what it was like overseas. Went to New York City, Jamaican Queens. I stayed there for a bit just to get what it was like. Got a cardboard box out, and all the community came out and had the stereo blasting loud, and I got to meet all the culture on the street. And I was asking questions. All these graffiti writers came out, were like, "Yo, what's up, son?" I was like, "Hey, what's up, man? I'm from New Zealand." But it felt good because where I walked through was the same as Hampshire when I was over there. I felt sweet, man. I was rocking around, and I was meeting everyone. And then I got exposed to it, and we're jamming, and most of these guys were like, if this was here 24/7 for us, we wouldn't be on the streets, And so for me, it just filled me even more so to what we're doing back home. It's like the thing, you go over, you grab what you need, and you come back and you put it back into your community. So I went over there and then toured over to Germany. We've been over there for Battle of the Year representing New Zealand, 2004. LA, Singapore, everywhere. But within our crew as well, is what we've done, but we've put it back into the crew, and then the crew puts it back into the community. So not all about boasting and saying we've done this or we've done that. It's for our own selves to fill ourselves with the culture and the knowledge that we need. Because without the knowledge, man, and you're teaching someone, you know, a move or a set, and you ain't got no knowledge, it's like empty air. You know, it's just like, well, what is this? You need to know your foundation and what you're getting into to teach, or else how are they going to pass that knowledge on to the next generation? It's like what Richard was saying, that gap, you know, it stays there. So because I'm in Wellington now, I've done the same thing. I've moved, the community that I got brought up with is now in the same as Wellington, you know, teaching and having a school and doing all the rest of it as well. But I mean, like, world titles as well on the stage, like world championships, Lee Rock and Grub, and another, who was the guy? Bebo? From America, won like the championships over there for the breaking against the best in the world. You know, having that title as well. Again, and a lot of people don't know about. But yeah, people need to know, because it's like, you know, where we've come from, our foundation is our family. This is our family. So we carry everyone where we go. In Wellington, people know about Christchurch culture now, because I bring that there, you know. This is what we've done. It's like, what? We never heard. For a while, I feel like Auckland was leading the way, you know, and it was. We all looked up to Auckland there. But in Christchurch, man, if we really think about it, man, it was pumping, man. You know, and it still is in here. It's still pumping in here. And I think that's what people miss out on. It's always these, Auckland this, Auckland that. It's like, man, but Christchurch, when I tell people about all the events and all the battles and everything, that it's like, why didn't we hear about this, you know? Why didn't we hear about this? But anyway.
Little short spell.
You right there, Ro? Do you need a hug?
Someone rub my back
George.
quickly. I need a drink.
But to get to some of these points K Biggs was talking about, like, we were a very young crew, up and coming, super hungry. Like, before we would all, there was no studios. There was only like Waisiti or the concrete outside.
Or in the strip.
Or me and Lerock lived by each other. We used to walk to town, break in front of we had Foot Locker in that were, just to see some girls.
Oh, sick,
Straight.
man.
And these journeys of going to those spots and training, like we had like dug for hip hop. Like we got the first VCR, saw like Rhythm Bugs and Out from Fame videos,
7 Gems.
Rock Force, all those.
Radiotron.
And me and Lee Rock used to say, we have to be that fast. We have to break like that. And that was our mission. Like we wanted to get to that stage, and like we have to break like these Americans. So we trained our asses off when we could, when we were young, didn't have kids and crazy lifestyles. But we used to train almost every day, and we just had the hunger, and we just wanted to battle. So any opportunity we had, so when we first started traveling up north, this is like the first or second like time up north in CTC, Body Rocks, we'd call out the internationals. We wanted to battle to gain respect and to get better. That was our minds. We're like, we have to be on this stage. And then, so that happened quite every year, and we've had some memorable battles, like with Lerock and B-Boy Indu, who's not here, brother. Battled some of the top names, Ronnie Ruin, one of the best power moves ever, Inventive. Battled this guy, Lerock, who's the best power mover in New Zealand, hands down, even close to Australia. And these battles were like, yeah, crazy. And then Common Ground battled Furious Styles from Arizona in the finals of a homegrown stage up north, and 5 rounds or so, and we thought we won. I was like, we had the whole of New Zealand on our back. It was so crazy, man. But yeah, these beginning stages and hustling and in the garages and on the concrete out there in the grass, and our minds and up in here, like, that's what made us get strong and go to where we wanted to be to. And, you know, and heading up north and any sort of travel opened your eyes to what it could be, because when you go somewhere, maybe in each genre, you're fresh to someone else and they're fresh to you. And I think that gets you inspired, and like traveling made me get way better fast. Because back in the day, I was young to these guys were like all smoking me, man. And I was like, I had to try and find a way to get there. So traveling helped me do that, and learning from my crew, because you learn more from your crew than you do anyone else. Yeah, definitely. Because you go against each other, you battle each other. We used to talk crap at each other like we're in a real battle, so we can prepare ourselves. That's how we used to train. We used to put each other down and do all these crazy things.
Davey was crying quite a
Yeah,
bit. He cried
straight
heaps.
up.
He cried heaps.
But yeah. Anyway, going forward now. So that's that kind of mentality and how we trained. We could go on for like an hour about that sort of stuff. But we started like entering a lot of competitions. In the beginning, we used to lose quite a lot. It was very controversial. It's very, we thought we got ripped off quite many years. But then, fast forward to like, say, 2010-ish, you reckon, guys? Even before, we started to go up north and win almost everything, like a lot of competitions, like we'd enter homegrown. I'm a 2-time body rock champion, and then we won homegrown the next day, me and K Biggs, first and second in one of the finals, one of the years. And then we went on there, and then, we just got stronger because we were hungry. And winning didn't make us, like, eat us. Winning made us want to go harder because, like, you have to defend that. So you it just made you stay strong. And that's why our crew's still so good, I think, to this day. But yeah, we've achieved, like Biggsy said, like the world final in 2010. That was in Vegas, Las Vegas, Hip Hop International. We've achieved Battle of the Year in Germany. Common Ground and Lerock over here, they battled some top Japanese crew in Australia, Destructive Steps, and won another world title for us. In a 3-on-3, that footage is sick. And along with Acorn, who won yesterday, who's third and fourth generation, who's better than all of us now.
He's the monster, killing everyone.
That's kind of the bigger ones, but we've been overseas and travelled. I've been lucky enough to get flown over to judge in Australia a lot. We've performed thanks to hip hop, with heaps of groups here in Christchurch as well. Mobb Deep, we helped open for them. Richie was there doing a crump set as well. There's a lot of connections and a lot of things we can talk about in that form, but we're very proud. Some amazing ones no one knows about. We've been we're a wish for a dying girl for sorry, it's a bit sad, but for a performance, and it's pretty special. And the boys, yeah. So I'll let this guy talk because that's quite emotional, but I thought that's the biggest achievement. So keep going, bro.
And just going off what Grub was saying, just all about that. And our younger generation now, and new members of the crew as well, and you probably would have seen Simon last night as well, breaking. He's been under me. He's a new cat in the crew and that as well. And the same thing is what we're all about, and we've always been about, is why we're so strong, is exactly what Richie said, is community. Because without community, we wouldn't be where we're at. If someone was struggling and we didn't have nappies, or someone didn't have any money, then we would help each other out. You know, it's more than just a dance. You know, when family is blood, you know. And it's just so good to sit up on the stage and to be back here, but just to see all these younger guys in our crew that still have the heart and the passion for what we have. And it's been like 22 years, you know, of being in the culture of hip-hop. And to stand up here and talk about it is so awesome, so empowering. And for the viewers out there as well, you know, to hear our story. And Lerock, I remember when he first started as well, when he was battling against my younger brother Rangi, but he went through YCD as well. Pretty much I think all my family went through YCD, well, Carla and all that. You know, and just these moments that I look back on, and it's just like, still when I think about it, is the still hunger and passion I still have now, but imparting it to a younger generation, and to see their eyes light up how I did. Like when I, you know, seen Charisma dancing, that whole thing of like when he was like, I was like, what's he doing?
Show us, bro, show us.
And then he rolls back onto his head and he's like this. I was like, oh, look how pointy his toes are. Oh. But you know, like for me, that's where I'm at now, is building up a younger generation. We have over 50 students that we teach under Cool Kids Play Hard. And they have that same fire and that passion as what, you know, I had when I started. And to see their eyes light up every time someone does a move, or, you know, Simon's in, comes, helps teaching and that, the whole thing about it. It's just that fire, is like, I love it so much. And it's just helped me through my life, you know, being a father and all that. You know, being married and all that has helped me through breaking. If it wasn't for breaking, it was my escape. Or else I'd just be straight in the hood and do something crazy and end up doing something silly, you know. But that was my escape, and that grabbed me so tight. It made me be an amazing father, successful.
Awesome. Yeah, look, I think like it's real hard. Oh my gosh, we have some bag of chips.
That's so true.
I think like, you know, I think with each of the genres and stuff like that, I think you can go into a lot of lot of things, and it can probably last for a long time. So I think we can probably, I think it's best to open it for questions,
For
because
sure.
then you can ask the right ones, so we don't mumble on and
Won't
have
talk for
a
hours.
tissue. It might be better for you to have more knowledge if people ask more questions, I think, and then we can give you more. Yeah.
Mean, I just want to thank you, brothers, for sharing history. Because because I'm from Auckland, I was growing up around Faith City Breakers. So, rockers. Oh my gosh, sorry, Justin. Justin, Kent, all of those dudes. And I was a lot slimmer back then, and I was watching them. And it's so cool to hear Christchurch's story. One question I just wanted to start us off with before I pass it out to anyone else. Right now, where we're at, for me, in my mind, 2000s, 99, like heyday, it's all booming, it's exciting. It's a movement. From your perspectives, what do we need to get that popping again here in Christchurch?
More teachers. More people with the knowledge given out, not holding back. I think we do have a lot of OGs that have knowledge, that have just been either hurt in the culture and just don't want anything to do with it. And then it's that gap that's gone. You know what I mean? And I think, I think a lot of people just need to start teaching and educating people. Even if they're not in the scene, I don't do anything, but they've been a part of that scene, then share your story, man. Like, give your knowledge and your history, because without it, that's, I don't know, how I think is like, a lot of our younger generation are dying. They want to get into it, but it's like, oh man, there's nowhere to go. People move on with their lives and they do other things, and I see that and I respect that. But for me, I'm different like that. Like, I want people to have that same feeling, or just the foundation to stand on, and then go wherever. Go wherever with that. So I think, I don't know, my point of view is there needs to be more teachers given out, and kind of not being selfish of what they have in there, That's just me.
Yeah, I would say yes to that as well. And anything like this event right now, things that can get a little bit more exposure. Because the one beautiful thing about our culture is underground, it's preserved, with the b-boying especially, it's not commercialized, so the rawness is still beautiful. But that's also the downfall, because there's not a lot of attention out there. And we used to break in the square, in the public all the time before these stupid earthquakes. Hard out, bro. Like, all of these things, like, our thing as Young Common Ground was breaking in the square to hope one day International would walk through. And it happened like a couple of times. And that was our goal. And then we didn't used to busk. Sometimes we'd busk. And we'd just be in on the earth, like getting down on the ground. And that was the first like 10 years easy of doing that. So I think, events, teaching, maybe more commercial, because we've got the right people to make sure it's done properly. And I think with the Olympics movement, it's going to help with a younger generation. I just hope the right people are the right teachers, and there's enough venues for that. Because we're all full-time life, it's hard having full-time jobs and money to pay for studios that are really expensive now. Like, that kind of thing is quite hard. Like, I've been teaching for years, two times a week, Big Z in Wellington. Like, we're trying to do our part, to keep it alive. So I think those couple of things will help.
Man, are there any other questions out in the audience? Oh, yep.
Did b-boying, like, generically, when someone gets in an accident of that degree, they can fall into it's going to take ages for recovery and borderline depression in that way. Did b-boying help your recovery much, or I suppose the hunger to want to b-boy help you get back on your feet and like help you through that recovery period?
100% it helped me. That was the number one form of my recovery. I was trying to break at R.I.P. Lil's funeral, and I was like stumbling around. I couldn't really walk in the first week or two in the hospital. I was in rehab. like 6 weeks or something afterwards, and I started trying to go to practice. I couldn't even handstand. I couldn't run. And then thanks to going to breaking and just missing it and like trying to get strength back and all of that, plus starting going to Bigsy's house in his lounge, starting the live streams when I started to get mobility, that was my biggest recovery. And we were live, and then you can watch the transition go. And in the space of like 2 years, I just went, boom, my body's remembered. I'm still not full strength and everything, and I still got have sensation problems, but in the space of like that 2 years, I'm still competing at a high level. I've been to New Caledonia. I've won jams and stuff already, man. I'm teaching, you know, like, so thanks to breaking. Thanks to hip hop, man, my muscle memory. So 100%.
Man. Maybe just one more question. Is there one more question? No? Oh, yep, one more. Hold up. Oh, just so the viewers at home can hear the partai.
I'm not too sure. I might have missed it, but did you guys like say who the first members were of Common Ground? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, briefly. So it'd be Tohi, Lawrence, and Jono and Dennis, and then it would branched out to was it you guys straight after them? And was it Richie and Shan and the Simpsons, and Jono's sisters, like Kylie and Gemma, and Dan, Shannon from who was Rockefeller, turned Rockefeller as well. But those four created it, like the family of Jono. So first generation, like respect to Double O Jono, who's been in the scene, representing in Australia, hosting all the major battles. So it's so crazy that the crew's still active everywhere. Like we've got members now and from our crew in Hong Kong and stuff in Japan, even though we're so small here.
Man, awesome. Well, Grub DK Biggs, thank you so much for your time, for sharing your history with us, your experience. If we can please give them a massive round of applause. Appreciate your passion. Man, thank you, brother. Solid. All right. We're going to keep it moving. Just want to quickly check, is Jeff, Domo, Gatsby, and Tick, are they in the building? Oh, yo. All right. Well, we got a popping showcase coming up just for your visual pleasure. I mean, we've been talking about it quite a bit. Now we're going to see some moves, some movement. So if we could please give a massive round of applause to Jeff, Domo, Gatsby, and Tick. Yo! Give it up for Tick and Jeff. Thank you, brothers. That was dope. That was hella dope. Man. I'm feeling enriched. Cool. We're going to keep it moving. We got our next presenter speaker who's going to jump up here and talk about hip hop and hospo. Ooh, and the convergence. Ooh, there's another cool word. But if we could please welcome to the stage Charles Gillett.
I'm all good here, right? Check. Yep, sick, cool. Kia ora koutou katoa. My name is Charles Gillett, Guillotine by MC name. Originally from Invercargill, moved here in like 2007. Started off as an MC, and I'm going to talk about hospo, or my career in hospo, but also in hip hop and racism and other sort of yeah, I know that word, eh? A lot of sort of discrimination that's happened within sort of both industries and what it looks like, and I suppose its evolution to a certain degree as well. In terms of all of the above, Invercargill was actually very similar to Christchurch in the 90s in terms of when Pause before was talking about how trendy it was back then to be a skinhead, and that sort of development of thought process is very similar in Invercargill. Invercargill, as much as I was born and raised there, is very much like a city-sized small town. So you get that same sort of mindsets that will sort of pop up and everyone will sort of jump on board. When you think about racism generically, I suppose, or in everything I've been involved with, you have to break it down to certain types, I suppose. So there is there's racism. Racism to me is very much all about intent. So like there is certain elements of like people that intend to be malice with what they think. And then there is ignorance, I suppose, without knowing any better. And I know that's sort of a cop-out when you think about the fact that it's 2021 and all this information is on the internet and you should be able to know what is right and what is wrong. But when you think of like a lot of places in New Zealand, or particularly in New Zealand, that people don't necessarily have, not necessarily access to that information, but like a lot of rural parts, for example, will have a certain mindset and they'll think a certain way, and it's not until they move to bigger cities and they'll be like, oh, they'll say something and get called out for it, and then be, oh, actually, that probably isn't the right thing. But prior to that, no one's really called them out for it. So there's an element of them saying things without sort of knowing it was a bad thing. And once again, as I said, as much as that's a cop-out, knowing that and the difference between that and someone that says something with the malice intent of being not so nice helps counteract it, or helps understand where it comes from, so you can teach them or understand how to counteract that. So for example, I'll get a lot of people, in terms of hospitality, as a service industry, it's very much, hi, how you going? And I'll talk to certain people. And I had this one lady one night come up to me, or as I was serving this table, she made a reference of like, oh, I was delivering drinks and I work at a whiskey bar. She said, oh, your dad must know a lot about firewater. And like, I'm assuming the intention was like, your dad must have drunk a lot. And I love the fact that I flipped it on her and said it in a more informative way. But I said, oh no, he didn't actually drink a lot. And I turned what she meant to be, I suppose, a joke, but didn't see how like bad that came out. And I was like, oh, no, actually, he only really drank when he was doing business deals. And even then, he didn't drink that much. But I suppose I drink more than him. And the way that I said it, not only was informative, but it was hilarious seeing the room and reading the room and seeing the whole room just go, well, shut up. And that way of combating, I suppose, what could have been a bad outcome in terms of that. In terms of hip-hop here, I remember one night there was a gig at Phone Bar that I went to, and I remember, like, I'm relatively naive to a certain degree, and in that being said, I like to think myself as patient, or I generically will do things, I'll kill things with kindness. So, for example, if someone is being, not even racist, but just really mean, the thing that I'll do is be nicer, because that'll make them just see the inside, knowing that they can say things and I get nicer, so then what they're trying to do doesn't work, and it drives them insane, and I love it. That's exactly what I aim to do. So it's really funny seeing that as a sort of way to once again counteract that gnarliness. But on that same note, I am a bit naive. I was at a gig on Phone Bar, as I was saying. I remember going out to get some fresh air, and I don't know what had happened. I think later on I found out there's possibly a fight outside or something. But as I was at Phone Bar, which was on Bedford Road, which is not a street that's around anymore, it's sort of parallel to Litchfield Street. There's a big apartment complex there now. But I remember 2 paddy wagons sort of pulled up to each side, and police were lined up at each end, walking towards everyone. Standing in the middle, I was like, oh man, look at these guys. What are they? They want us to leave. That was quite weird. But I suppose in terms of that, when it comes to hip hop and hospital, once again, there's a certain mentality that the perception of the genre have when it comes to bars. So I want to say a lot of bar owners, especially around the mid-2000s and a bit more now, but not so much to a certain degree, have a perception of what hip-hop is. So when there's a hip-hop gig on, a lot of them are very much, I don't really want hip-hop here. It's the crowd that it brings, which now is dumb, because if you look at 80% of the top 40, most of it's hip-hop now. But a lot of older bar owners still have that same perception of, like, it brings a bad crowd. I used to run a bar called Toast in Soul Square, if anyone still remembers it. The thing I love about Toast was, like, that was the epitome, or the opposite of that. It was seeing a hip-hop bar that was in the middle of the CBD that had an awesome amalgamation of both. Like, every demographic was there. Instead of, like, I think one thing I loved about Christchurch was you could go to various parts of the city and have various hotspots of, like, different genres. Like, if you wanted metal, you'd go to, like, Mickey Finn's. If you wanted house or dubstep, or if you wanted John Bass and dubstep, you go to Double Happy. But they also hosted hip-hop gigs. Toast is a place you found hip-hop, like Club Kings, Danielle and Infrared used to play there. But it was just that awesomeness of going in and seeing, like, brown faces and white faces and all the color spectrum faces, and there was no negative sort of vibes, and that was nice. And I think generically with a lot of racism you see nowadays, it is very much ignorance. There's not as much as that evil malice, I suppose. I'm just trying to think. Any questions really? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. I used to do, so as an MC, I used to MC on Sundays at Cartel. And I think, yeah. Down Soul Square, I used to MC down there, and it was cool seeing more musical perception down there. Like, once again, people would see hip hop and like, oh, I'm not too sure. Other cats would see like the musical side of things and be like, wow, that was real awesome. I'd love to see that. I think one of my favorite moments there was emceeing after like Sound Day. It was like the equivalent to like what is now Electric Ave. And Kings of Leon were in town. and it was a Sunday, and they come out. I remember emceeing to this guy, this American guy drinking wine the whole night. It's not until afterwards someone's like, you know, that was the lead singer of Kings of Leon, right? And I was like, oh, snap. Yeah, I think the perception back then was interesting, and I suppose now, in terms of the information you could find online, when you can find a lot of information. So a lot of our younger crowd sort of, as much as what we went through when we were their age, it's nice seeing the ability to decipher between information. In comparison, like, we never had that, but like that ability to know a bit more of what's right and what's wrong, what's like not so good and what is, if that makes any sense.
Yo. When you said about club owners and when they said, we don't want that crowd here, meaning a hip-hop crowd, what do you think that meant?
A lot of the time, it was a lot of the hip hop crowd then was obviously a lot of Māori and Pacific people. I think the hardest thing was, like a lot of things, it's a small minority that ruin it for everyone else. So that one time you had a hip hop gig and there was a fight that broke out, that was the immediate reaction every time the term hip hop was mentioned.
Yep.
So it was always nice having a gig and it went well, and especially when it made money. You had a hip hop gig that made a lot of money and it went well. That was the thing I suppose that annoyed me. No one said, wow, that was awesome, let's do it again. It was when something went wrong, and that was always the focal point. If like you had a hip hop gig and it went wrong, like, oh no, you garner that same crowd. Whereas if you look at a lot of gigs that happened over the past few years, or things in bars, something negative that happened to like a not hip hop crowd, no one ever mentioned that. But as soon as like a hip hop crowd or something like that was any sort of negative element come up, it was always like, let's not get that crowded.
And do you think that's because of the music associated with it, or the people associated with their music?
A bit of column A, a bit of column B. I think there's a certain Western perception of what hip-hop is, and that's what I was saying before, in terms of, I've seen the music and I've seen what happens when people listen to the music, which is a very much a misconception. But the combination of that and like either on the night or at said thing, if it's not a fight, it's like damage, but not a mess. Like, it's always the nitpicking that annoyed me, of like looking for reasons to make it not a thing.
With
What was that?
Yeah, could you say the R word? Do you think it was that? Do you think that the bar owners back in those days were just straight up racist?
Yeah, no, it is, and I think
Kill them with
was
kindness,
like-
but like...
no, you're right. It was racist, and I think a lot of older bar owners had that same mentality, and they still own the same bars now over the last decade or so.
Yep.
I think the cool thing is a lot of younger owners that are taking up spaces now are more open to that same fact. I'm saying that, like, if you think of when I started in hospitality, I never thought I would play any of the music I listened to. So like the Mos Defs and like the Qualies and stuff like that. Whereas if you fast forward to now, and I wouldn't play that because like the older crowd when I was younger was all about like Bruce Springsteen and everything else, which is fine. But if you look to the crowd now, that older crowd is all my peers. So now I'm like, sick, let's chuck on Black Star. Let's chuck on like the Urban Pacifica album, like all the stuff that they know. So in that same sort of mentality in that same group of younger people that come through, they're now the new owners. So I think it's really funny seeing that older money still around that still have that same mentality, but now that hip-hop's growing enough to be a bit more financially viable, they have to bite their tongue. Like, so for example, I worked at one place, and on my last night, more recently, a few years ago, I threw a my FM old school jam party, and that night, on my last night, made a lot of money for the bar that I hadn't made in a while. And I love the fact that like I'd done a hip hop thing that was like, oh cool, that was awesome. In comparison to like any other time you throw a hip hop night, it's always that negative sort of connotation. You see a lot more younger owners, as I said, sort of take onus of things, but the combination of COVID and everything else have made it a bit more wary. But yeah, a lot of the older bar owners and hospitality was there was a lot of racism there. And I suppose like, was it similar in the kitchen, Davey? Was it not so much? It was probably, I think, apart from like the ownership element, there's a lot of sort of family in the same way that we have a community when you work with people. Generically, that work group is the same sort of family community bond. So not so much within the community as such, but a lot of the older money, if that makes sense.
Yo, mean. Any other questions? Oh, yep.
Sorry, yeah, this is just really a big shout out to everyone, all the hospo people that work hard and just represent the hip hop community in a positive light, like yourself, Charles. So just credit to yourself, bro. And everyone, because I know there's a lot of people in this room that have worked in the hospitality industry, and yeah, of course there are pitfalls and things.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I'd just like to credit yourself and everyone that's in that realm. Kia ora.
Thanks, bro. I think one thing that Severe said yesterday that really stuck with me was like, he puts the money on the guy that has the part-time job that still does this thing. And a lot of people, like most of the people that I know that have been DJs or MCs or B-boys have like, hospitality is the easiest way to sort of pay rent but stay within the means of the culture.
Yo. So just repeat that question for those who are watching online who won't have heard that question. So back in the day, there were heaps of hip hop gigs that were happening, but nowadays there's not. And the question was, why is that? Yeah, do you think they're playing it safe, the bar owners, that is?
Yes and no, and I like as much as I've been diplomatic a lot in this whole conversation, I think there's not been a lot of different genres, if they made sense. Like if they were still doing, a lot of bar owners are still doing other genre gigs, I'd say yeah, definitely. But a lot of them are either, if a DJ plays in a nightclub at the moment, it's a very sort of generic, if that makes sense. Whereas like, there is still a couple of clubs that play genre specific, or if there's a gig coming up, it's some sort of EDM or some sort of like blah that'll have a following, or a DJ's in town that'll book. If anything hip hop usually comes through either hear from word if someone's coming to town or if something's coming up, but there hasn't been much of an opportunity, I suppose. And the hardest thing is COVID has stopped a dance floor happening, so you haven't had much over the last couple of years. But I suppose a lot of as much as it was regularly pre-COVID, there's a lot of like bigger acts that have visited the city. Like since I moved back to Christchurch in 2014, and there's been Bone Thugs, Ghostface. There's been a lot of bigger gigs, but not necessarily like, I suppose, regular gigs. Oh no, there was always, yeah, not so much, but I think everyone's playing it safe. To be honest, the next couple of months will be the tell, seeing now that we have a dance floor back, seeing what comes out and what people organize. I hope that answered the question.
What's your views on the dress code? Like, I find going out even in some clubs before this stuff happened at hip hop nights, but you're not allowed in if you're not dressed like hip hop. And do you think that's part of the discrimination back in the races, you talk about people not coming to an event because they're dressed like
I think
part of fashion, you know? Fashion's part of hip-hop.
weirdly back in the day, I would have said yes. Like the amount of times I went into a place and I had a cap on, they're like, oh, you can't come in because you got a cap on. Whereas immediately after the quake, when town was open, and I think a bar worked and we tried it for a week, and I said, no, like the hardest thing with the dress code was you, as a bar, turn away money because someone's dressed a certain way. A lot of bars will have an attitude code. If you're an idiot, then you get kicked out, which makes sense, you know? If you could, and back then, if you think of like the amount of workers in town that were digging up Manchester Street for the 5th time, that had like hivers on, they would have more money than most of your office workers because they were doing like insane hours trying to rebuild a lot of the central CBD. So like when a lot of bars that I worked in, and I know a lot of bars in town, maybe one bar I know that had a dress code, but a lot of the time it was like, don't be an idiot and you can come in. And I think that was one of the cool things that happened after the quake was like that image of judging people based on a look. I will always either look like this or I'll be in a jacket, a suit jacket for work or something like that. But there's no in between. So like, I'm either looking like this and I'll walk into a place. If I get turned away, I'm like, sweet, I'll drop my cash somewhere else. But you don't get that as much now. There's a lot more people who are like, yeah, I need the money. Come and spend it here, please.
Do you think there'll ever be like another hip-hop bar? Just a quick answer. Like a proper, like, good place for, there's none now. Like, not really necessarily.
Yeah.
Like, just any now that you reckon that could possibly happen now with this new bloody generic looking city that's lost its charm and character?
Word is bond. If I win lotto, that's us. No, not yet. I think it's always and over the last few years, it's always in like the back of my mind. It'd be cool to open like a hip hop bar that was toast. Have a bar that has like that, but also a nice sort of cocktail area. But yeah, it'd be awesome to have that back, and that's one of the cool things that I still want to try and do at some stage.
Yeah, mean. Awesome. Well, hey, thank you so much for your kōrero, Charles. Sweet. Appreciate it. If we can please show some love for the bro. Thank you. Yo, man, that was mad interesting. Thank you for that kōrero, my brother. We're going to move on to our next speaker, keynote for the afternoon. This is a man who I was first introduced to his work via Facebook, actually. My bro Solomon shared his stuff, and I was like, oh, who's this dude? And I heard his track back in the day. I was like, dang, this is dope. I'm not even from Christchurch, and I vibe with this like hard. And then I got to see the brother at the YCD event. Man is out there in the community giving his time. I was like, man, this guy's onto it. So without further ado, if we could please welcome to the stage, Big Simmer. Appreciate you, bro.
I got old ass knees, so whoa, that mic's hot. So I'll sit down. Oh shit. My name is Lucas Fahey, aka Big Sima. I go by many other names, Charisma, Far Out. I was a b-boy for many years, so you'll hear me be mentioned today in that aspect. Quickly, I want to go back to exactly what Richie was saying about how you might be a dancer now, but your calling might be in another area. And for me, that's what it was. I was never like a hugely talented b-boy, but I was a great organizer. So I like to think that during my time in the b-boy culture that I brought a lot of people together. In fact, this young fella right here, we did a performance at your high school, when he was at Linwood High. At lunchtime, we turned up. We had an open b-boy circle, and we said, anybody in the crowd that wants to come out and have a jam? And this little half Asian looking kid comes out and starts doing straight-legged flares and backflips, hand backflips and that. And I was like, what the heck? Who the hell's this like gymnast dude, you know? And that was like maybe 98 or 99? Oh, 2008. Yeah, it was the summit. It was actually for the Hip Hop Summit. We went to Linwood High and we did a workshop with Scribble and Ali and stuff. And
yeah, so we came across Lee Rock, and then he joined my crew first, and then he went on to Common Ground. So taking it right back to when I was just a young kid, 15 years old, growing up in Pap. Me and my mates used to meet down at the Northcote School with our piece of cardboard, and we used to try b-boy. My early exposure to b-boy was Breakdance the Movie and Beat Street. A couple of guys that actually I came up with that ended up in Blitz Crew, Jermaine, Isaac, his younger brother Dylan, really talented b-boys. We all came up together. The first person to introduce me and like actually teach me what hip hop culture was Richie. And to be honest, like anyone will tell you, like back in that time, he wasn't like a guy that would teach you the soft version of the culture. He was like, nah, bro, you got to do it this way, otherwise it's not right, you know? And for me, that's the sort of exactly what like he describes. Like that was me. I was sold straight away. So I was going into Galaxy Record, listening to Sugar Hill Gang, like, you know, just trying to get a taste of any part of the culture that I could at an early age. I grew up in a generation where, like we were talking about back in the day, like how I talk about my 7 mates, me and one other dude who's actually passed away now, the rest of them are in jail or in gangs. So in some way, shape or form, the culture saved my life. I left high school. My first job out of high school was at YCD. And I was a volunteer. For 6 months, they made me volunteer, and then they gave me a full-time job, and my boss was Richie. So every single day that I went to work, like Davey said, with the coffees and the Dragon Ball Z and that, it was like that, but every single day I was learning something new. In my 20s, I had a pretty steady journey through the culture, and looking back and taking the break that I've taken from hip-hop and from making music, and looking back on who I was as a 20-year-old, I was very naive, very selfish. I did a lot of things out of from those, you know, coming from those areas. But at the same time, like what I learned and the relationships that I built, and what I teach young artists now is that, like, the best thing that you can possibly do for your art and for yourself as an artist is to just lose your ego. You know, I think my ego probably got me in more trouble than anyone else or any other situation, just out of, you know, spite for, I guess, trying to feel like I was owed things, you know, and as a young artist as well in my 20s. If I went into the shit that I've done, honestly, we could be here all day. But what I really wanted to talk about was why we're all here today, which is the strength and unity and the ability to like reform a community that was once as strong as it was. And like, if I look at when we were at our strongest, and like we're talking about Auckland b-boying, but man, we had like 7, 8 crews down here at one time. You know, around the summit, which was 21 years ago today, my crew, Cosmic Rock, battled against Rockefeller. And to give you an interesting story, I was on this website called bboy.com, and this is back before the internet was really anything. You know, it was just a place where we'd go download Tupac lyrics. And I was on this chat room, which was slow as F, and I was talking to this cat, and I was like, yo, where you from, bro? And he's like, I'm from Auckland, I'm from Avondale. And I was like, whoa, that's crazy, what the heck? Yo, you should come down to the Hip Hop Summit. And he's like, me and my 2 mates, my mate from Mangere and my mate from Kingsland, are coming down to Christchurch for the Hip Hop Summit. And I was like, yo, you should battle for our crew against Rockefeller. So they came down, and ends up that dude that came down and battled for our crew is Tom Scott from Homebrew. So I used to go up to Tom's in Avondale, and we used to jam in his garage with the lino and that. And we used to go into Youth Town and battle in there. And b-boying was really like my segue into the rest of the culture, which further to what Charles was saying is like, it's quite crazy when we look at, and what Severe was saying yesterday about when you look at the environment in which a lot of the people in our culture, the participants in our culture work in, which is the club environment. Even referencing the Return of the Crusader documentary, like a lot of the people, a lot of the MCs, a lot of the DJs really had no chance because you are thrust into this, you know, environment, this work environment, lots of alcohol, lots of drugs, lots of girls, you know, and it's really not a healthy environment. So for us as like, you know, I'm 39, so for me, looking at like young cats that are coming up and talking to artists in my workshop yesterday, it's like talking about the pitfalls of the industry and like how, you know, with I guess fame or success, you know, comes a lot of, you know, threats to your person and to your character, you know, and it's how you manage them and how you come out the other end. But this is why this is so important, because strength and unity and community and culture is bigger than the individual. So, yeah, I really, for me personally, like if I look at the last 21 years, which I would say that hip hop for me started at the first summit, and looking at the rest of the summits that we're on, and like where it got to a point, and then, you know, it sort of stopped. And for whatever reason it did, you know, we don't have to look back at that and say, you know, it was what it was. But where we are today, and like, doesn't matter how many people are sitting in this room, like it really just shows like how we can progress and move forward as a culture. You know, just touching on the racism side of things, and definitely with club owners in Christchurch, and definitely with growing up in Christchurch around the skinhead culture, around racism in general, like far out, man. It was like you can't, like you're from Auckland, bro. Like you can only just hope to describe it. There's a video on YouTube of a fight that happened outside Dan's, and some of you might have seen it, where there's like, and I could actually say who was in the fight because I can see who it is, but I won't say. But like that's really what it was like. Like, you know, sometimes you'd see like, and this is what we call in my group of friends the pre-CCTV camera era, where someone could have a 1 ounce for 15 minutes before the cops would turn up, you know? And it's true. And that's what the rumbles were like, and it was always outside South City. And it got to the point, actually, when me and my mates, like we used to hang out at the square, and you would walk down as far as like the corner of, is it St. Essef? Just before South City, and then that's it. You couldn't go any further. If you wanted to go further, you'd have to like get on a bus and go through over into Sydenham. You know, that's how bad it was. And it wasn't until we got to the age of like 16 up that our older cats, like especially the A-Town guys, like in the PIC guys, they started fighting back, you know. And it got to the point where eventually, we used to go to South City all the time, you know. And you didn't actually notice that, you know. And with hip-hop, it was kind of the same. Like, because of the guys that we looked up to, or because of the Richies, because of the Hamish Clarks, because of the DJ Dangers, you know, because of the Ali's, Scribble, Craig Chalmers, Charm One. Like, these are all guys that I came up listening to when I used to mow my lawns every Thursday night. I listened to the Beats and Pieces show. And I used to listen to this dude rap, and he'll do impersonations of Biggie, impersonations of Eminem. You remember that on the Beats and Pieces show? And I used to be like, who the hell is this guy? And then I went to Linwood Life Festival, and then this guy walks up on stage, and I was like, bro, that's the guy I was listening to on the radio, and it was Scribble, and that was it. Like, I just wanted to be an MC just like that. And 21 years ago, I spat my first rhyme on stage, and I was like, and it ended up on my time, and I was like, bro, what the heck? Who the hell is this guy? You know, it's crazy. You know, the places that this culture can take you. And what it can give back to you in more ways than one. Me and Richie went from working at YCD to later on, we ended up as creative advisors for Jason Gunn and Janine Morrell at Whitebait Studios. And then Jason Gunn turns around and goes, have you ever thought about being a TV presenter? And I was like, hell no. And he made me audition for a role as a TV presenter. So after that, me and Richie went from being creative youth workers to creative advisors for a urban or a hip-hop TV show to being presenters. For 3 years, we presented live television on Māori TV when it first came out. And I was like, just thrown into the deep end, no like formal media training or no formal like journalism training, just like, you know, go out into the field and find stories, which was easy because I knew so much about New Zealand hip-hop. I could go, yo, Break and Wreck, or, you know, Tana and JB, or this and that, you know? And we covered pretty much every aspect of the culture, all at the same time as, you know, trying to keep it as real as possible, even though we were cheesy. but it's all good. At least we paid homage. We used to have this thing called Live in the Booth, and I think like pretty much from Mr. Sick and Ermin to, everyone you can think of came on the show, and Pucks the General, Tyson Tyler, etc. And we used to fly them down to Christchurch. They would come in, they would do the show, perform, and then everybody knows that ever did tūhono, that afterwards you'd have a mean-ass feed of Domino's pizza, eh? And it's crazy, like just to think back at that time. And then at the end of the 3 years, like when the sort of contract had finished, they asked if we wanted to do it again, and I was like, nah, hell no. So on to the next thing, and yeah, I'm grateful to have gone like 15 odd years in the industry, trying to sort of like crack something, trying to make something happen, but also just enjoying myself at the same time. Like Ra said, I was broke, but I was never poor. Always rich with community, rich with culture. Always had my homies around, and if I was broke, we were all broke. It's probably my fault, but moving forward to today. I gave up. I sort of like tried something new actually. 2016, I came back to Christchurch. I was in a bit of trouble, so I was like, oh, well, I need to like refresh myself. So I decided to start coaching basketball, and I got into that. And then all at the same time, my best friend, one of my best friends, she just started seeing this Māori fella from Heathcote with lots of tattoos, and they'd been together for a couple of years. So me and him started getting close, and that was obviously Tiki. And then we built our friendship outside of music. So I wasn't even making music at the time, so we just became good mates. And then 2018, he came to my birthday and he said, oh, bro, I just built the studio at my house. If you ever feel like making music again, come up and I'll produce you for free, So I went back to my house in Ingrid Street in Parklands, and I made this writing studio at the back. And I went out there and tried as hard as I could to shake off the rust for about 2 months. I was trying to write songs, and this time I'd sort of gone into this part of my journey thinking, fuck, you know what? Like, if I can do anything, I just need to like get rid of the expectations that I have of myself, the delusions of grandeur that like as a young artist I'd put on myself, thinking I was up here, bring myself down to the level and make it just about the art, just about writing songs, just about enjoying like being an artist and being a lyricist. And I sat there for 3 months straight and wrote, and then we went up and we started recording. So we got an EP out of that, and that was beginning of like sort of 2019 we released that, and started doing shows again. And this year I was lucky enough to perform at the Town Hall with the Christchurch Symphony Orchestra, and they remade a song that I'd written 6 months before that, just in my room of my house. So I was lucky enough to do that this year. We got a couple of festivals like Electric Ave and Soundsplash and stuff like that. So I'm working over summer and releasing a new album in February. Got some funding to do that. And this year it just feels like, sort of everything started to fall into place. And I really owe it to the fact that I didn't have any expectations. And I was happy that, when my daughter was born, I made a pact with myself that I'd be happy if all this was taken away, if I just, got to be a dad. And I was just cool with that, So I was always just like, especially recently, I've just been of the mindset that like, a guy, next week I go to Blenheim to play a festival, and the guy that I'm playing with, I started out with, Nazarite. And like, this is what I'm happy about. Like what Ra was saying, relationships in hip hop, like that I get to create with my friends. And Davey and Lee Rock were in my video for Keep Calm, and Tick as well. And like, this is really what it's about for me, It's not about trying to form new relationships. For me, even like features that I have on my album, I went back and I got lyricists that I thought were amazing that weren't even putting out music. And I said, bro, do a verse here. And, like that's what it's about for me. It's about trying to re-energize this time where I could have done better, but I was too caught up in my own selfish ego, So here I am today sitting on the stage trying to tell you guys, especially like if there's any young artists out there, is the best thing that you can possibly do for yourself is to just fall in love with the art and the process of making art and worry less about the outcomes and the results and the expectations, and don't let the industry trick you into thinking that you need to ride waves or you need to be a certain way, because art is about perception. We all have a different point of reference to what we see, and at the end of the day there's no such thing as competition, there's no gold medals at the end, this is not the Olympics, it's just about this is what I see, this is what you see, and it's all beautiful, you know? And that's the beautiful thing about hip hop, because we're gifted as lyricists, we're able to tell stories, so we have we almost have, it's on us to be able to tell the stories that we know, and that's the only way to be original. It's like I was saying back in the day, like, you know, Skinners and Ruggers were calling us niggers, but none of us had any African in us, you know, because it's true, bro, you know, like I'm a Polynesian, bro, like I'm not from Africa, you know, and that goes back to the ignorance of those skinheads, and a lot of them are not skinheads anymore, that's why they're not around. But for us, the stories are really important, and that's why we're all here today. A lot of us are sat on the stage and told stories, because the foundations is what will support the next generation going through into the future. So I'm grateful to be 39 years old and still working in the industry, and any opportunity that I get, I try to share it with my brothers and my sisters in the culture, because that's really what it's about at the end of the day. So yeah, thank you very much.
The man, the man. Please give a big hand, Big Sima. So we're going to open up the Q&A. I just have a question, my bro. Like, you told that story about, you know, seeing Scribble up on stage. Previously heard him on the radio, you know, impersonating other bunch of rappers. How do you go from being a young person who's inspired to do, you know, to pick up the mic or pick up the pen and to, you know, to be an MC? Because b-boying was your thing, right? So, for I guess more for rangatahi tamariki who are watching this, what was the sort of process or journey from moving from an observer to like, yo, I'm actually going to give that a go?
I'm honestly not sure that I would have maintained such a steady focus on this as on the MC element if it wasn't for the battle. Like when 8 Mile came out, like people, and a lot of people reference 8 Mile as being like, yeah, okay, that's when people started battle rapping, but literally when 8 Mile came out, that year there was like 6 MC battles in the country. I think the first one that I ever remember was this guy named Sire ran the MC1s, and what the MC1s was they used to take 2 MCs from each like of the main centres. So I think they had H-Town, they had Auckland, Dunedin. Do they have Dunedin? No, maybe not Dunedin. Christchurch, Wellington. And so to give you context, I can't remember who the other Auckland person was, but my record was in there from Auckland. Scribble actually battled in the Christchurch one, but there was this guy that came from the US. Do you remember that, Dane? The Christchurch MC1s, and the guy from the US. What was his name, bro? Yeah, and that guy came from the USA, and he was staying at UC or something. And he came in, he battled Scribble, and like, I mean, nobody even seen that shit coming, to be honest. I was like, whoa, this guy's pretty good. And so, you know, he didn't end up going to the national finals, but Scribble ended up going to the finals and doing really well. But like, that was the sort of first MC battle. Then YCD had a few different ones, and then Word Perfect came in with the MC battle for Supremacy, and then that's when it started getting real, you know. And then we had the Australia versus New Zealand battle. So yeah, I don't think that I would have maintained a steady, if it wasn't for being able to go to parties with your homies and like start a cypher and then people start battling each other. I was quite a sporty person growing up, so the competitive element of the culture always fascinated me. Even with the b-boying as well, like I was always really into the battles. And yeah, so as a young person seeing Scribble, like my first thought was never to write songs or make music. My first thought was to battle, you know, and be a freestyle. And like Scribble was always the benchmark for us. Obviously Charm One as well, and like dudes like Peace and Ants-Man and that. But yeah, definitely listening to these guys on Beats and Pieces and listening to Scribble when I used to mow my lawns, never forget it. And I just be like, fuck, this guy's next level, you know? And he is. That's how he became the greatest of all time. And I just remember this thing about a 7-year itch because it'd been like 7 years, since, or something like that. And he used to say, bro, like, you know, I don't even know what I'm going to do with this shit. And then out of nowhere, you know, I said in my MC workshop yesterday, find people on the same level as you and build with them, you know. And I feel like that's what Scribe and P Money was, you know, or Scribe and Ali even, you know. But yeah, Scribble's always been the benchmark. I think a lot of MCs look at him as, you know, being the benchmark from a different perspective that I do. But coming from Christchurch, I mean, he's the greatest of all time, like, without a shadow of doubt. So, yeah.
Yeah. I'll just check online if there's any questions online.
Mahalo also.
Mahalo.
Just want to mihi to you, brother. As a not too younger than you, growing up, but been a fan always and cheerleader from the sideline, and just watching your growth over the years to see the man you are today, who's a beautiful present father. Massive mihi to you, Mauso. My question is, what advice would you give to little Sima?
Or like myself back then, talk less, work more. Definitely. I think I talked too much shit back then, to be honest. Sorry, swear words. But I think I could have worked a lot harder on myself as a person and also my art as well. But in saying that, I'm grateful to be where I am today, and I am where I am today because of that. But yeah, just you know, keep it to a minimum, you know. I could have probably done a little bit more of that, but it's all good, you know. I'm grateful anyway. But thank you, bro. Appreciate you.
Maro Simba. Hey, in Severe's chat yesterday, there were questions around getting into festivals as a hip hop artist, and I know that was a really tough question to answer because the reality is, unless you're selling records on TV all the time, you're not there. Yeah. You've just recently been announced and featuring in a number of festivals. How did you do it?
I'm not lazy, bro. And I said this in my MC workshop, y'all cats are straight lazy. Like, people are not playing live, they're too scared to put their own shows on. They're too scared to throw their own headline shows because they're worried about how many people are going to turn up. Bro, like, honestly, you got to take the plunge, but you got to be professional, you know, like, promote your shit with 3 months in advance. Don't just, like, go out there within a month in advance and then cry when no one turns up. Like, you got to actually work hard. You got to play shows. Don't sell yourself short. And, you know, it helps to know people too. Like, definitely. A lot of people think that Tiki gets me through doors, but, like, I said that to him from the start. I was like, bro, I don't want to, like, people to think that, like, I'm just, like, using you as a crutch of some sort. Like, I actually want to work for the shit. And, yeah, I think just being organised, being professional in your approach, being aggressive and approachable as well always helps. And in negotiations, always going hot. And that's it, pretty much. I think for young artists, like, festivals is like a flip of the coin, bro, you know. If a promoter of the festival likes you or has heard your music or has been exposed, I got a real funny story of how I got an Electric Ave, but it's probably not. Yeah. All right, I'll tell you. All right. So last year we did the tea party at the university, and some of you might know, but Summer Thieves, the boys from Summer Thieves are like my family. So me and Tiki and Summer Thieves, we sat at this hotel just not far from here, and I had had after drinks and that. And Callum from Team Event came into the hotel. He came up to hang out, and I sat there for the whole night just pointing out the fact that he'd not booked Summer Thieves for Electric Ave, yet he booked another band. And I said, you are aware that Summer Thieves have 90,000 monthly listeners, and this other band that you booked has 3,000. I was like, so how do you justify not booking one of the hottest bands in the country? Yeah, you want to book these guys. So it went on, and we turned it into a joke, obviously. It wasn't serious. And then I was walking through the supermarket with my daughter, and I get a phone call, and it's like, hey, it's Callum from Team Event, how's it going? Blah, blah, blah. You know, we'd like to book you for Electric Ave. And I was like, what the fuck? Excuse my French, but, you know, let's be honest, like, being who I am, I have no expectations, so it's not like I'm like, why aren't I getting booked? That's how I used to be, now I'm like very, very grateful, but at the same time, I'm very surprised as well. But I'm told that it's because of certain things, so it is what it is, but it doesn't make me, it doesn't change me in any way. But for young artists that are coming through, just don't expect it. Work hard for it, but don't act like it's owed to you, because it's literally nothing is owed to you out here. You know, you got to work for all of it. So thanks, bro.
Sima. What's up, brother? So earlier on, bro, you were just saying that you got into trouble in your early 20s and that shit. And then we spoke deep yesterday. Oh, we got on a deep tip. And put the music to the side, hip-hop to the side. Like, where are you spiritually now? Because I see that you're in a happy space. And can you share with the people with it?
Yeah, I guess there came a point in my life where I was on a lot of drugs, drinking a lot, hanging out with the wrong people, engaging with like people in the underworld and stuff like that. And I had to take a step back, and I had to look at myself and look at my upbringing and be like, what actual, I have no business being a part of this world. You know, my mum raised me right. You know, we were poor as shit, but I have no business being in this world. I found myself hanging out with people that I'd left behind, you know, and I found myself being real toxic to people around me and ruining relationships. And, you know, I've been called a lot of things. Most of them I've called myself. And, you know, they say that if you can't sit with yourself in your own head, with your own thoughts, then, you know, that's the most dangerous hood out there, you know. And I found myself just heading down that slope. So that's sort of why I didn't turn my back, but that's why I quit hip hop, and I started this process of trying to heal my childhood trauma and trying to heal my generational trauma as well. Stuff that's been thrust upon me that I didn't even identify or didn't recognize. My daughter being born, and that played a huge part, because I realized that, and for a lot of parents, you guys might think the same, but I realized that when this child is born, that for the next however many years that that I take care of her until she's a young adult or whatever, I have an opportunity to show this little girl a part of me that, that she'll only ever know, you know, which is a good part of myself, you know, is like, you know, alcohol-free, drug-free, etc. And just, you know, she will never know anything else apart from that, as long as I just continue to put in the mahi, you know. And to me, that was a driving inspiration. Like, my only goal as a parent is to make sure that my daughter has a trauma-free childhood, you know. And I want to tribute to Matt as well, because I went through a real toxic period, especially when I was getting off, when I was in like full triage recovery, of sort of like not even crediting my own trauma and not really understanding it. But it was through like a lot of words around she's not your rehab and stuff like that, and what Matt and his wife talked about that really just propelled me into this understanding, like this knowledge of self, you know? And I was like, far out, actually. Like, if I look at my my drug use and stuff like that, like from an early age, like I was 15 in high school and diagnosed with ADHD. I was on 40 meg of Ritalin a day, but I didn't even have ADHD. So anyone knows that if you do have ADHD, it becomes it's like dulls you, like slows you down. But if you don't have it, it becomes a stimulant. So I went from that gateway into other drugs and alcohol use over the years. So once you identify with your trauma, and I look at my friends as such a totally different light now, because I understand that like some of the stuff that they've done and some of the stuff they've experienced in their life is because of their trauma, you know. And I think it at times when it feels like it can be so like toxic and that and really bad, it's also beautiful too, because as Polynesian men and as Māori men, we begin to understand each other a little bit more, and that's the essence of it really. For us to all walk around with these, I like to call them speech bubbles above our head, with all these catchphrases in them, you know, saying what we've been through, and you start to form your own society of people that have been through the same stuff and understand each other more, and that's how we can push the culture, but also our community forward as well, is just by understanding each other more. So thank you, Akau. Malo, so, yeah.
Mean. Any other, maybe one last question? Or I'm just going to quickly check the online chat. All right, cool. Well, hey, thank you so much for that, Big Sema.
Thank you.
Please give a round of applause. Oh, that was mean. That was mean. All right. The brother was dropping mad gems there at a rapid pace. It's like, oh man. If you're a young person, you're watching this, or if you're just an aspiring hip hopper, hopefully you're taking notes, because that was dope. Thank you for that cordial, bro. That was awesome. All right, we've got our next speaker. It's interesting because, you know, throughout today we've heard like a gang of different topics, and we've covered a whole bunch of different things that all sit around hip hop, and one of them was sort of touched on, and we're really stoked to have someone talk on this topic of racism in more depth. I hear that this gentleman is a connoisseur of hip hop, you know, so I'm like, oh, I'm looking forward to this. So if we could please welcome Matt Matahaere to the stage.
Kia ora, bro. Tēnā tātou, nei rā te reo mihi ki a koutou, koutou I tai mai, I ngā haue whā koutou, ngā marama o ngā wako tō iwi, he mihi atu ki a koutou, kei aku rangatira, e uri o tū rākau tahi o ngai tuahuriri, tēnā koutou, koutou mā, kei konei, tēnā koutou. Kia ora, mauri ora, tēnā tātou whānau, my name is Matt Matahaere. I'm from the God's country of Dunedin, so I love coming here, I love coming to this place, but I whakapapa to Ngai Tahu and Kāti Māmoe from the hapu of Te Roa Hiki Hiki and Kāti Tauka, but also on my grandfather's side we're from Taranaki Iwi, and my father's also from Te Aupauri and Te Raroa up in Te Tai Tukarau, so literally have whakapapa links down from Rakiura all the way up to the top of the North Island. So kia ora. Look, I feel very privileged to be able to stand here and kōrero amongst my peers. So I look around the room and I just want to mihi to you. DJ Severe, Phil sitting in the back there looking like Sub-Zero. He mihi atu ki a koe te rangatira. Ki a koe Huki, Richie. DJ Pauls, what up? I just had to say what up to the Aranui whānau in the house. So, and also to my tōkane here, Lucas, Ra, all the whānau. I feel extremely liberating sitting here and just listening to my peers kōrero about what is a culture, and let's not forget Red. I have to mihi to Red. Just the Paki. When I found out Red was doing the Hip Hop Summit, I just messaged him straight away and I said, bro, I want a kōrero. How can I kōrero? Can you make that happen? And absolutely, whanaungatanga, and here I am. So, kia ora. I'll be honest with you, I always knew what I wanted to kōrero about, but I actually didn't write it until last night. And that's just, you know, everything, this is how we do. But a comment was made on, so the title of my keynote is Oi Oi Black Boy. So a comment was made on Twitter that actually triggered a response from me. Reasons vary, but this person is what I would call a coffee shop revolutionary, you know, the type that thinks that the pinnacle of black excellence was the Black Panther movie. He tweeted, Christchurch is so white. Problematic for a number of reasons, the most obvious of which was one that was absent from his flippant comment. This is hegemony in the Gramsci sense. This is how you reproduce and reinforce colonialism. You see, colonialism was never a point in time. Rather, it has to constantly reproduce itself for it to have any meaning. Christchurch is so white, arrogant and mildly offensive. Surely he knows about the kōrero of Tūrākau Tahi and Muki of Ngai Tuahuriri, the exploits of Tutikawa and what precipitated our migration south. The rich history of the people that inhabit this whenua that hold rangatiratanga, e uri o ngai tahu. With a comment like, Christchurch is so white, you eradicate the history of my people. We no longer look at you as an ally. You're just like everyone else that comes here. You hold space and refuses to learn the history of the local people. He actually challenged me over my Twitter name, which is El Negro. I actually asked him, I just, mana te mana, mana ki te mana. I asked him if he wanted to debate the term nigger, but he never responded. So let's talk about language, culture, and the aspirations of Māori and Pasifika in cities you call white. Len Cook's research found that 1 in 7 Māori men born in the 50s and 60s was raised in state care. So think boys' homes, borstals. The Royal Commission of Inquiry into the Abuse of State Care and Faith-Based Institutions has found that these men who were abused and faced horrific physical and sexual violence were passing this trauma onto their tamariki. Disconnected from their own whakapapa, they were unable to raise their tamariki to be the leaders they were always meant to be. Therefore, we had a whole generation of Māori and Pasifika who grew up in the 80s and 90s longing for acceptance. Skinheads were always a threat here in Christchurch, in Dunedin, the place I call home, and in Invercargill. You see, growing up, we got called niggers, hories, not just by skinheads either. The point being is that racism is a system that has been brought here and sustained by people that continue to view us as the other, as different. They don't view us as tangata whenua, mana whenua, people of the land, Pasifika peoples who come here from their homeland to make a new home. The notion that a particular group, people or ethnicity hold ownership over a culture and a language of a system is ridiculous. You see, terms like nigger, hori, will never be owned by the recipients. Rather, our power here is to reclaim these terms and reshape their meaning. The guilt that permeates society and enforces itself to say you can't use these terms is hypocritical, because it suggests that we hold ownership over a system that was created to eradicate us. If we look at our own culture within hip-hop in this country, from the state houses in South Invercargill to Brockville and Dunedin, Aranui here in Christchurch and so on, we had a demographic of young people growing up without their leaders. Today, when I look around, we are missing a whole generation of kaumātua who are supposed to be our leaders today. They were broken by a system with state care and given a first-class ticket to the prison system. So what did we do? In the absence of strong role models, strong understanding of our whakapapa, we looked overseas for meaning. We idolised others who we felt we had a connection with, those we felt who mirrored our lives. These young cats raised in the projects, state housing, solo mums, big whānau, welfare recipients with huge aspirations. They created a culture of music that spoke of their troubles, the society in which they inhabited and were seemingly outcast from. They created a whole language that was synonymous with culture, the fashion, the movement and the art. Artwork that adorned the streets of New Zealand, reclaiming space that we were always excluded from. They called it tagging. The context in which hip-hop arrived and thrived in this country come off the back of a racist system that once it knew it couldn't eradicate us, it sought to exclude us. We only have to look historically, think the Tohunga Suppression Act, the way in which they disabled our ability to build papakainga on Māori land. You had to own so many acres to be able to put a whare up on it, and whānau would come in on papakainga so there would be more than one owner. They put our parents, our grandparents, in state care and they broke their spirit. They openly supported apartheid by bringing a racist rugby team here. Roger Douglas implemented Rogernomics, a policy that attacked Māori in Pacifica and took away the ability of our whānau to earn. So this was just simple little things, right? So they took away after-school care. We come from big whānau. Our parents relied on that care to be able to look after the kids so they could mahi, right? This gave rise to the 90s. And this is always debatable, everything's always up for debate, whānau. But when hip-hop peaked in this country in the 2000s, what we never quite understood or acknowledged was the context in which enabled this to occur. A lot of trauma, historical trauma. When we look back and think of all the good times, there are many. There's also a lot of sad times. The violence in our homes. No kai on the table. Going to school after getting a hiding, but no one's saying anything, right? Because this behaviour was normalised. That's one thing when I watched Marlo's narrative that was on TV, like it, and what made it sad was you're like, far out, this was like how we were growing up. Some of us were able to get through it. Some of us were able to get through it. Some of us are still in transition, and some will never get there. But you are not at fault. You were never the problem. You were raised in a society that didn't value the brown body, our culture, our tikanga, and the way we do things. Christchurch isn't white. His thinking is. And he will never understand the multifaceted and richness of a community that raised our most successful hip-hop artists. Shout outs to Malo. A city that grew the foundations of hip-hop in Te Waipounamu. A city that fought back against white supremacy. You know, rangatahi scrapping grown men. Christchurch, o Tautahi, te whenua o Ngaitahu. With huge communities of tangata moana from Samoa and Tonga. Communities that have always acknowledged tangata whenua, and we've stood side by side and faced challenges. Christchurch has always been and will always be brown. Nō reira, tēnei te mihi, tēnā koutou katoa, kia ora. So I was actually looking for a tweet. I was looking for the tweets, but he's gone and deleted them, so... Because, yeah, and this was probably 2 years ago, and I thought, at the end of the day, I'm going to... Because it wasn't like I was calling him out and like saying, you're a clown, you're an egg, going to bash it. It's about if we are a community, we have to challenge each other in the way that we think. If you don't sit and think every day, and I always think this, what can I do to enhance the mana of whatever process I'm in? So when I asked him to debate, I wanted to ask him to understand his kōrero. Right, so it's not a diss. It was a like, let's think about this. So kia ora.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that kōrero, Matt. I'll open the floor to questions because that was a really rich, dense kōrero. So does anyone have any questions?
Yeah. Also grew up in Otara Bro, lived in Desmond Drive and went to James Cook. What up?
Hey, bro. Love you, kōrero, bro. Love you, bro. You're the man. Fred Hampton said, where there's people, where there's power. I wanted to look back at what your thoughts are on how easily certain communities in New Zealand adopt other people's struggles from overseas, and how you think that correlates to hip hop in general, because at the end of the day, this culture comes from a struggle time, from hard times, living in the projects. Cool Herc and that used to say, there was a lot of crime and et cetera going on in those times. How do you think that correlates to us in New Zealand?
Well, Tupac said it, man. He said, living in the projects, broke, no lights on, right? How many whānau in this room have been home, there's no power on? Yeah. You can't have a shower. You don't know why the power's not on. The power's not on. It's like these little lines in these songs that have so much, mean so much to us at a personal level. Because what you can't do is you can't teach somebody tikanga Māori, rah, 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 right? Because at the end of the day, it has to have meaning for yourself. And if you can't make meaning of it, then it's, it's hard to just give somebody a book and go, hey man, you're hip hop. You got a master's degree in hip hop, man. And you all this sort of, like I love the bro talking about Aldridge Cleaver and Soul on Ice, and man, these are some mean-ass books, right? But that's what I mean, like, you got to make meaning of it. Things, concepts, everything will only ever have real kaha if you're able to make meaning for it in your own life. Because if you can't, then what are we doing, Probably didn't answer your question, but...
No, you did. Thank you, bro.
I got a question, just kind of linking to what the bro just asked. Well, for a lot of us who sometimes are disconnected from our culture, maybe because of systems or whatever, and then so hip-hop becomes this incredible placeholder almost, a place where we can, as you said in your kōrero, we can look overseas and we can see similarities around struggle, around things of that nature. For you now, because it sounds like te ao Māori is something that you've really grabbed a hold of, how has hip-hop and your sort of journey possibly back into your Māoritanga, how has that sort of played out?
Well, I always wanted to be a rapper, and I was actually a shit rapper. But what I was good at was I've always been good at kōrero, right? Talking with people, forming relationships, because I was a rubbish rapper. But I was, I was able to form relationships, right? And I think in terms of like te ao Māori, I always knew where I come from. I always knew that. But being a rapper is like, I love getting up. I feel very privileged to be able to stand on a paipai and whai kōrero for my hapu, And that's like rapping, like even today. This is rapping, right? Talking. It's like what Aldridge Cleaver talked about. They talked about rapping, but they were just talking, right? So, look, I think we just have to look inside ourselves. We have to look laterally at each other. And because our culture will always come from our own people. It'll always start in the home, and if it can't start in the home, it'll start at the hapu level, right, in the wider whānau. But, got to want to just be constantly upskilling yourself every day, right? And I think it's, this is a systemic issue, and there's a reason why a lot of people don't really know their whakapapa, right? These are systemic issues that we're going to have to grapple with, that our kids are going to have to grapple with as they get older. Now, I asked my girlfriend to ask me a question, so I sounded smart, but you're not asking for the mic.
Kia ora e te rangatira.
Kia koe hoki.
Okay, so Said, born and raised in Dunedin City. Some of the most hardened but yet kindest gentlemen I've ever met. In saying that, in the hip-hop scene, when Said were going, and you'd come to Christchurch for gigs, it wouldn't look like you were Māori. Can I just say that? You were wearing the kawhia. And it looked like, okay, here's a bunch of Arab brothers from Dunedin who have come to do a gig in Christchurch. What I'm trying to get to is, what was that statement? What was the statement from Said at that time, and then creating those relationships within the hip-hop community?
Well, Said comes from, we were sitting there and we all wanted to be rappers, man. I want to be a rapper. And I was at uni studying and I was reading this book called Culture and Imperialism by Edward Said. He's a Palestinian, amazing man. And we're sitting there and we're all racking our brains and no one can come up with a cool name. And then my cousin goes, Said, sanctions against imperialist domination. We're like, well, yeah, it's cool. And we just sort of run with it, right? So back then, what was happening with the Palestinians in terms of loss of their land, loss of their tikanga, you know, we understood that at a personal level, being Māori, being Pasifika. So that's why we took it on, but I'm going to give you, how we come up here was because I met this fella here on Hip Hop NZ, right? And I was like, bro, this dude's a clown, bro. And we were messaging each other, and we were like, bro, let's have a scrap. And I'll meet you at the club. What was the club? Right, Ministry. So me and Lockie, and if you've seen Lockie, this is before he was a fighter, like he was 50 kegs dripping wet, right? And I'm 6 foot on a good day, bro, but I was like, no, bro, it's the Monday, bro, let's go, bro, let's do it, right? And he goes, I'll be upstairs, bro. So I walked upstairs and I was like, bro, there they are in the corner, these two kino, who are you with? And I was like, bro, let's just do it. And we were like, bro, we're going to do it, let's go outside, right? So we went downstairs and we just went like this and then both started laughing. And we're just mates, and that's hooked up, and that's how I met Red, Solomon, Coco Pipes, you know, everyone, and that's how we met each other. I remember being in the club with those kaffirs on, and we had the red ones. We're in the club, and we all got the red ones on, and then one of the bros comes up and he goes, oh, bro, just come over and meet these boys, bro. Oh, they want to know, are you Bloods or something? Because it's got these on. I'm like, who are these dudes, bro? And they're all Crips. And they were staring us out in the club, and I was like, what's going on here, bro? But yeah, it was all love. It was all love.
Awesome, yep. Man, get the biggest dude to run the mic.
Maramiri. Hey, throughout a lot of the discussions, it's talked about community and, you know, the importance to the hip-hop scene is actually the community that's built around it. Do you have any advice in terms of those who are watching? How do we build community or rebuild the community?
Lift as you climb. And all that is simply is if you are climbing a ladder in anything, it could be as a big rap star, it could be in the workplace, whatever. Your job's to lift others with you. Because if you don't bring others with you, then what we'll do is we'll get to a bottleneck where we have a culture that is disconnected from the young people coming through. So if you're in a position of power, your role is to push resources out and bring others up. And if you're not doing that, then sometimes I think we need to reassess where we are and what we want to do in life. But yeah, ask people, man. I have to give a shout out to Marlo because I first met him. I went up to him and I said, bro, I'm a rapper, man. And he was just looking at me, bro, and he was like, oh, cool, cuz, because you know what, Marlo, bro? Real nice. Oh, cool, cuz. And I says, fuck, can we play, bro? And this is when, Severe, you were there. This is at the uni, bro, downstairs, and it was all sold out, right? And I gave him my number, bro, on this old little Nokia, right? And I says, bro, hook me up, bro. Straight up, we couldn't get into this gig that the boys were playing because it was sold out. And then I get a call from Marlo, bro, and he's like, hey, man, you want to come play? It's like 7 o'clock. I'm like, yeah, hard. And he goes, how many of you? And I went, 12. But it was only 3 rappers, bro, and an instrumental skipped on the CD. But he still put us on, bro. And then I remember coming there, and P Money, he goes, because we had about 5 people out the back, and he goes, who are they, bro? And I went, oh, a couple of the boys, bro. And he goes, let them in, bro. That's what we do. Open the back door of the VIP pit and let them in. So, mad love to Marlo, bro. You know what I mean? He put us on when no one else ever knew, because we weren't even rapping. I just went up to him and said, well, I was a rapper. But that's the type of community, bro. You know what I mean? Just go out to people, introduce yourself, tell them what you do. Everything's about reciprocity, right? Whakautu. So you give, we give, we give, we take, we give.
Oh, kia ora. The question I have was, what should we expect from like our uncles and aunties being as rangatahi who aspire to be, you know, something great, like producers, rappers, what should we expect from, you know, all our elders? Because I feel like a lot of the time when we're kind of creating, we kind of, our uncles and aunties, they're kind of just, oh yeah, we've got a nephew that makes music and that's it. But like, can we expect more from them? Can we expect more support? What, you know?
Just love your aunties and uncles, bro. Love your whānau, because, like, tomorrow is never guaranteed, bro. I want to mihi to a couple of people. My TQ Jigga, who's no longer with us, bro. Also Todd Williams, Louis Nux. You know what I mean? Like, these cats. Love your aunties. You love your whānau, bro, because there is no bigger gang, bro, than your own whānau. You know what I mean? Like, standing there with your whānau. But, bro, if you want to be like a producer, you want to be a rapper, bro, making beats and that, bro, you have to like every type of music, bro. So if you think, like, when me and the missus were driving up from Dunedin yesterday, all the music we were listening to was really old school stuff, like old school jams, and that's because our parents listened to it, right? So when you think of RZA and that, when the music that they listened to, bro, that would have been all that soul music from back in the 60s that their parents listened to. You know, these are generational things, bro. Just listen, bro, and just try and be the best at anything that you do, because what you do is the best that you could ever do, bro, you know? Mihatu, cuz.
Man, okay. Well, I guess that is us. If we could please give a massive round of applause to Matt. Oh, man. Awesome. Man, some rich ass kōrero with depth, with heart, with soul. Whakapapa. It's mean as. Cool. So, the next speaker is me. I'm here for a good time, not a long time, because we still got some other incredible speakers. So I'm a spoken word artist. I do spoken word poetry. And for those who don't know, spoken word poetry is kind of like, and this is probably, this is from my perspective, okay? So any other spoken word artists watching this is my perspective. So don't at me. I reckon that spoken word I came into spoken word back in 2010, and I got into it just by a bunch of like random situations. But the truth is, I had, like I said, I was at the Hip Hop Summit back in 2001. I didn't have any money, and I wasn't switched on enough to be able to go to the actual summit. I was just hanging around the Aotea Centre. So that's how I got on the video, just by hanging around. So emceeing poetry, I kind of found spoken word because of hip hop, because of rap music. My old English teacher, Chch, he tricked us into getting into poetry. He called it lyrical poetry, and we had to study Tupac lyrics, Dear Mama, to help us sort of get into English. So anyway, that was like, for me, that was how I got into spoken word. It was because of hip hop. It was because of rap that I found a home in spoken word. So for those who don't know what spoken word poetry is, basically spoken word is for, like, rappers do it, some rappers do it, and it's for people who have something to say and just want to say it. Poetry is in any kind of form. The shortest poem I've ever come across is literally one word, 2 letters, and a full stop. That poem is it. Like that's literally the poem. It's a whole page, and on the bottom right corner is the letters IT and a full stop. That's the entire poem. So where does spoken word and hip hop kind of fit in? I feel like I got into the spoken word because I aspired to be an MC and didn't cut the mustard, and then I found spoken word. That's the honest truth. So that's pretty much how I got into spoken word poetry. And spoken word poetry has taken off thanks to Def Jam Poetry, if you've ever seen that show, hosted by Most Def. And I think they even toured over here into Aotearoa as well, which was super cool. So because I've been too busy trying to think of questions and whatnot. I haven't actually practiced any of my poems at all. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to do a freestyle spoken word poem. So what I'm going to need is some random words or topics or whatever, anything that comes to your mind. You give me the word. I'll look for 5 words, and I'm going to try and create a spoken word poem out of that. Okay, so any words. Cataclysmic. Cool. Anything else? I'm also going to check on the live stream people. If you've got a word that you'd like me to try and chuck into. What's that? Huh? I have to. Okay, vaccine. Yes, can't escape it. Oh, hold up. Oh, wowzers. Vaccine. Billy. TK. Hangi. Whoa, hold up. Hangi. And what was that other one? Ranga. What was that? Oh, whanongatanga. Whanongatanga. Okay, that's it. That's keeping it real, eh? It's keeping it real. For all you kids who don't know what gout is, don't worry, you'll know. One day, you'll know. Okay, so we got cataclysmic, vaccine. Oh, my autocorrect wrote bulky KY. Billy. Oh, Billy. What is it? Billy TK? Billy. No, I know him, but I've heard of him. I don't know him. I don't know the man. Don't associate. Anyway, cataclysmic vaccine. Billy TK, Hangi, whanongatanga, and gout. Oh my word! See, at least with rapping, you can keep rhyme to hold the thing together. But a spoken word poem is just, it's a poem. So I'm going to attempt to try and create a poem using those 5 things. And that will be your example, not a reference point, just an example. Find better reference points online of a spoken word. It's cataclysmic. This metamorphosis of butterflies cracking out of cocoons, cracking out, spreading out wings, trying to soar, trying to see something that we saw from way back when we were just little children thinking of freer, better days, walking across cracked concrete, crack, breaking free, still shackled in the same chains, but different change because nothing changes. We're all looking for our vaccine passport. Oh, wow. Now we're all divided. Now it's wife against husband, husband against wife, homies for 20 years or did life together and now they're apart, separated. Oh, good old vaccines. And then there's this man, Billy TK, screaming down my Billy TV, telling me about my freedoms. What is that anyway? What is that anyway? And the money I chuck, the money I throw, consumerism, hello? Capitalism, hello? Who's really free? I don't know. And then I hear about the richness of this corridor, a conglomeration of different peoples from all around the motu, coming in, bringing their meakai, putting it all together into the pit, into a hangi pit. As I hear brothers and sisters as they spit about times that used to be way back when, 2001, 99, all of that beautiful shine. We look back to our heyday, but now I'm out here trying to make hay for another rainy day, and that's all cool though. It's all cool because we're all here, and we're all here to feast upon the many years of our own peers who've had to go and struggle that we've seen over in the US, and now we're trying to relate. Trying to navigate what it means to be tangata Pacifica, tangata Moana, tangata Whenua. And I guess this is all whanongatanga. And we're all just trying to eat well. Because the bro said it. He tangata, that's most important. Next is kai. And so we try to eat well. And what happens? Our gout comes out. And that's the end of my poem. There you go. Done. So any of you aspiring MCs who are like, man, I can't rhyme like other MCs, come be a spoken word poet. All right, we're going to keep it moving because we are a bit behind schedule. A bit is an understatement, but, we keep it moving. So our next speaker. So we've heard a bit about MCing. We've heard about DJing a bit. And we had a little taste from Richie around another facet of hip hop, which is crump. I first came across crump from that movie, I think it was Rise, with tie-dyes and all of them. And yeah, so I'm really keen to hear about how crump kind of had its, how it sort of showed up here in Ōtautahi. So if we could please give a massive round of applause to our next keynote speaker, Yak.
Chch. Bora, just out there. Just out there. Oh, shit. What up? We good? Everyone good? Sick. Well, I'm Tomatia Skipper, aka Yak, aka Body Anybody. Yeah. Thanks everyone. Who's next? No. Okay, I'm just going to talk a little bit about crump and how that somehow relates to hip hop. I've always been a little hip hop kid, a little shit. Started dancing when I was about 10. Kind of just floated in the background. Had some heroes from the Christchurch scene. I used to just sit in the background and watch them kill it. And then it wasn't until I got to high school, my art teacher sort of seen me like messing around in class, hardly doing anything, and he knew I was a dancer. He seen a bit of talent in me. He seen something special, and he actually showed me what crump was. He's like, this is this new thing over in the States. You gotta check it out. Do you already do it? And I'm like, I don't know what that is. Looks weird to me. I was more into like popping and top rocks really. That's about it. And then I seen breaking versus crumping and Rise, and I seriously thought the b-boys killed them. I didn't really take crump very seriously, but had a few mates that were into it. He used to lock back in the day, Praise, Josh Poi. And I was really tight with his little brother, Nick Poi. That's my boy, one of the Common Ground boys. But yeah, as I say, didn't really take it too serious. I always kind of floated around the background of the dance scene, the hip-hop dance scene. I was always checking out like Blitz Crew, Common Ground and all that. And then I got to meet Richie, Pause, and he took me under his wing. And honestly, he didn't have to. Like he's seen the crump talent. He was the baddest. He didn't have to take a little kid like me under his wing, but he did. I don't know if he must have saw something in me, but I became J Pause, and that's my first crump name. And I'll never forget that. Like, he taught me some stuff, and I honestly thought I was, like I said, I was a little shit. I honestly thought I was dope. Like, I thought I was really good, really, really cocky. And all I wanted to do was just destroy people. Like, I was a little guy, and I just wanted to beat the giants. Like, you probably beat me in a fight because you're a giant, but when you're on the dance floor, you're down here. And I felt really good about smoking people, and he really humbled me. Like, just with knowledge. And most of the time, he didn't have to tell me something; he would show me. And that's why I respect him so much, because he didn't have to say nothing, and he's got the gift of the gab. And he was smarter. Like he could school me if he wanted to, but he was like, I'm just going to show him. And he really led from the front. So when I got down with him, he let me be J Pause. Now with Crump, if you're the baddest like Richie was, and you want to learn from Richie, then you got to have a name under him. You got to earn a name under him. And he gave me a name straight away. And like I said, I'll never forget that. I was raised by the B-boys in Christchurch, Common Ground and all of that. I just chose to take the Crump route because I honestly sucked at B-boying. But I got some of the baddest ground moves in the Crump game, and that's because of my OGs, because of the B-boys. So, but yeah, like I said, in Crump, eventually you got to get your own name. And at one stage, Richie texted me and was like, all right, look, I'm going to upgrade you. You're going to be twins, so you're going to be the same level, but you need to get your own name because you are that good. And I got excited, started looking for a name. When I danced, I got a little wild, and everyone was like, he just goes berserk. I was like, berserk. All right, let's run with that. About 5 days passed, and I was like, I don't really like berserk. And so I went to the library in New Brighton, and I grabbed a thesaurus. I looked up berserk and all the words that come with that. And then I found maniac. I was like, all right, I like that, maniac. I'm a little maniac. And I was like, yeah, that's me. Wild as hell. I was like, yeah, that's my name. So that's how I got my name. And then K Biggs, he came over for my birthday. I think it was like 15 or 16 or something. He came over and he did this graffiti piece for me, and it had Super Saiyan 3. You know, everyone's bringing out Dragon Ball Z, but he had the Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks on this graffiti piece, and he spelt maniac a certain way. And I was like, oh, sick. Honestly, I didn't even know how to spell the word maniac when I called myself that. So, like, at the time, I thought that's how you spelt it. And so I was like, I was like, oh, sick, that's how you spell it. So I wrote it down for a competition. Somebody was like, I was like, maniac. And they're like, oh, bro, you've spelt it wrong. And I was like, all right, well, I'm just going to run with that. And then all my mates and stuff, like everyone else that was dancing at the time, they seen the word yak inside it, because M-A-N-E-Y-A-K, that's how it was spelled. And they seen yak, and they're like, oh, we're going to call you Yak now. And I was like, don't fucking call me Yak. Like, don't do that. There's a large ox covered in here, and I'm the smallest guy you've ever met. So, like, it's just weird to me. And obviously, you know, when you're roasting with the homies, like, now they're calling me Yak, and we're at the session, and, like, I'm throwing down, and everyone's going, let's go Yak. Let's go big Yak. And it was embarrassing as hell. It's Swiney, actually, Uproar. He's not here. Yeah, he was the one that started calling me Yak. And so I just thought I had to get as dope as possible quickly to have a name like Yak. But that's the history of my name. I ended up having one of the biggest fams in the Southern Hemisphere. So that was dope. Yeah, so with fams, you've got the big homie. So my first big homie was Richie. He was Big Paws, or Paws. When you're under somebody, you call them big homie. You give them that respect. And I was Junior Paws, so I was like his right hand man. Twin is someone that is on the same level and on their way to creating their own name and their own character. And then you've got all the other names under that, so like young, little, baby, tiny. So just imagine having one of the biggest fans in the Southern Hemisphere and trying to name all these people, you know, like I remember Scribble he was low-key wanting to get down, and you started playing with him. You can be Sperm Paws or something like that. I can't remember. But you know what I mean. So there's rankings. There's rankings, and you gotta you gotta level up. You've got to earn that respect. You got to get that respect from your big homie. And if you want to get into the crew, you got to get ripped apart by the crew. That's how it goes. And we got that from the B-boys. Yeah, most of it's different for everybody too. Like Crump, well, confirmed by Tie-Dyes, who one of the originators of Crump. He doesn't believe that Crump is a part of hip hop, but all of my OGs are from hip hop, and this is how I was raised. So that's how I'm sitting here and talking about this, about Crump, because we all know the pillars and the elements of hip hop, and Crump's not in it. But it was just Christchurch, and I think that's why this is so fitting. Christchurch hip hop is the reason why I'm dancing, the reason why I did everything. If it wasn't for Richie, I wouldn't be sitting here. I'm actually buzzing out that I'm actually up here talking about this, that I'm actually sitting up here, and like all these names that have been up here today. Like I was a little kid growing up. Like Lucas remembers me as a little kid. Yeah, to be on this, not on the same level, but to be speaking amongst all the people that I looked up to. Like, that's crazy to me. So, yeah, like, I got to give it to hip-hop and Christchurch in general for, allowing me to be who I am. And I'm the most patriotic. Like, when I go to Auckland, like, I was raised by a blue family. Like, I was raised by Yoles, like, raised by blacks. I was supposed to be going down that path, but hip-hop, it sounds corny. Christchurch hip hop saved my life, like, and that's all these people, like all these people that have already spoken today, and some of them are going to speak later, like that. Those are the guys those are the reason why I showed interest in any of this shit. And yeah, like I said, if it wasn't for all those people that have been speaking, like I looked up to all these people, Richie, Common Ground, like. Have you heard of crumping? You guys heard of crumping? Yeah. Give us a demo. If you don't know Yak is in crump, then you don't know what crumping is. And that's thanks to these guys like Richie. What happened was when he went over and he came back with all the DVDs. Yeah, they got the whole Golden series. He came back with the DVDs, he gave them to Praise. Kind of wanted us to do our research, like, learn it all. And the DVDs in Crump, when they first came out, was like broken down into, like, I guess the elements, so like style, character, and all those types of things. Stamina, like how to breathe while you're crumping, things like that. And yeah, and foundation and all that, the basics. And then, and that was really cool. That was really good for us because I feel, and I've said this for the last 10 years, like all the older guys in Crump, like the ones that were there from the start, they felt their way through the dance. It was a feeling, an outlet. These days they think their way through Crump because it's more established. Like there's a meaning to everything now. We were just feeling our way through and doing what we wanted. We were just trying to keep out of trouble and let out some of this frustration without beating somebody up. And now there's a name for everything. It all means something. So when we were starting off, we were shuffling. It was almost like we shuffled it like a deck of cards, and we just played it out. Now you know exactly which cards to play, and like thanks to these guys and myself, like you know what cards to play now. If I'm not going to get too much into how it goes down, but if I'm gonna give you anything, everybody just swings their arms and this ain't it. Like that's not crumping. Like and don't shake your ass. Like that's not it. I'm just gonna leave you with something like that you need to know about crump. There is a language, and it is with your hands. We got that from emceeing. Okay, when you're holding the mic, the other hand's doing something. If you're a rapper. With Crump, that right there, that's like your illusions. So when you're doing moves and things like that, I know with popping, you see them sort of like do a bit of that stuff. This is style. That represents style. So if you're doing something smooth with your feet, you're either using it as a point of contact and you're doing your feet stuff, or you're pointing at somebody and then you're about to style on them. This is power. Yeah? Okay, so if you're going to do something rough, and I know like when there's nothing rough about this, like when everyone mocks crumping, that's not rough, like, and you're disrespecting. Yeah? So that right there, that's power. Okay, that's style. And if you're wanting to do illusions and something crazy, then you use your hand open. So you want to do something big, then open your hand up. Okay? I just thought I'd teach you guys something. A little bit of crump foundation. All right, now with foundation, you build from the ground up. So where you start is with your feet. So you got your stomp. Okay, and then you're bringing your body into it. So anytime you want to move a body part, you use your chest. Okay, and then we're going to talk to them with the language. Boom, you're dead, boy. Like, do you get it? All right, dope. A little bit more on the crump history. Like a lot of people don't really know too much, and that's why I'm glad the Christchurch Hip Hop Summit's around, because we don't get a lot of respect in the whole like hip hop community as a whole, or the crump community. And we got some of the baddest, and we always have. Like Common Ground said that they felt like they get ripped off in tournaments. I was at those tournaments. They were getting ripped off. They were from Christchurch. Too bad you lose. That's just like they were getting ripped off, and that's why I said I was such a patriot. Like I said, I was raised by blue and black. Like I would go up wearing red and black because I just want to represent my city. We wouldn't have much showing up to tournaments and shit like that, but we were winning, and people were scared, and we were the smallest crew. Like, guys my size and everything, like, and in numbers. But yeah, we've always been something else. And in Crump, if you're from C City doesn't actually mean Christchurch City. It actually means character city. We had the character. Yeah, look at Keza on the mic yesterday. That's where I got that. Like, that's where I got. I'm literally like the Keza of the Crump scene when it comes to like emceeing. I MC the events and oceanic wide. And yeah, most of the jokes that I throw there, you probably heard them yesterday. I stole all my stuff from K-Bigs. I just want to give a little bit of respect to the Common Ground boys, and they're going to perform after me too. And it's going to be dope. You're going to love it. But like some of my heroes, like from Richie to Red, the Common Ground boys, to Matt Brown, to the Ussie family, A-Town, the Simpsons, Scribble. Yeah. So I'm from Christchurch. Obviously, I'm from the east side as well. But yeah, I just want to give daps to them because, like I say, if I didn't see them and get inspired, then I wouldn't be sitting here today talking about it. I'm just going to shed a little light on those Common Ground boys because I sort of started around the same time as Baby Nick and Acorn. We kind of became our own big three, and we started killing it like our heroes. And it was really dope to like get to that level that we were killing it like guys like Grub D and K Biggs and Lee Rock. But because they're B-boys and I'm Crump, I'm just going to explain that sort of what they did to inspire me. One of the boys, Jono, Double O, he was he just had presence. Like he didn't really have to do much, but he'd just be standing there, and you're like, oh man, he's about to do something crazy, or like you just felt that when he was there. And I always remembered that, and I was like, I'm going to be present every time I'm battling or dancing or whatever. I'm going to be present. I'm going to be aware of the crowd. I'm going to, crowd awareness, crowd control. He was just vibing, like. He was something else, and he's still like that today. Like it just feels good to be around him. And me and Nick and Acorn, we really looked up to him. So I got presence from Double O. My battle mentality, I got that from Gosh. The reason why I got that from Gosh is he's actually one of the like low key one of the originals in Crump too, like for Christchurch, and his name was Cameo in Crump. But he brought that b-boy mentality. Like the burns and everything, and he would bully you on the dance floor. And because I was such a little guy, he would bully me on the dance floor. He wasn't better than me, but he would bully me, and like it would just be like, man, I gotta beat this guy. Like, you know, you'd come out of that bleeding anyway. That's what I mean by bully. So I got my battle mentality from Gosh. Grub D, the one that was up here earlier. If you've seen his footage on that big screen out there, you can see that he's got mad character. Like, and I feel like my character is very similar to his in Crump. And so that's where I got my character. K Biggs, he taught me how to have fun killing somebody. So you could be in the beefiest battle and you could be getting pissed off, but for some reason he likes it and he smiles about it. He loves that shit. Like, and I got that from him. So when somebody does something absolutely nasty, it's gonna be really hard to beat. I really thrive off that. And that's when I'm at my best, when somebody's doing their best. I like to battle somebody strength for strength. Whatever you're dope at, I'm gonna do it better. And yeah, it was like my own natural drug. Like when they would do something dope, woo, we like that shit here. We like that. So I got that from him. Lee Rock, he inspired me to be the best. He's still a bad man. Like, when is it gonna stop? How old is he? Like, I don't get it. But do you know, like, quick fun fact too, he's so tanked that he can't actually touch his own shoulder. Straight up, go ask him. He actually, I fact checked that earlier. I was like, can you still not touch your shoulder? And yeah, no, he can't. He can't do it. But yeah, he taught me how to be the best, like, to be the best at something and like work hard for it. Indo, he's not here. He taught me everything. He was quite involved in the crump scene as well, and coming up with his own creative. He's just so creative. Like, even 10 years down the track, like when I was that guy, when I was on top killing it, he would still be like, "Why don't you turn your head like that?" And it would just little things like that. He taught me balancing points. He wasn't even a crumper at this stage. Like, you know, he wouldn't even crump, but he's just a creative, and yeah, he was just such a good teacher. Forever a student mentality. He taught me that. So yeah, I got nothing but love for Indo. Yeah. My performance yesterday, if you've seen that, that was basically my retirement from dancing, like being an active crumper. I've done this for quite a long time now. It just worked out perfectly that Richie was like DJing, and he was gonna play my track because he's the one that taught me everything. Like, he was my first teacher. I got my name in the scene because of him, and he was the one playing my last track. And that I didn't even know how to feel, but I just walked up to him. I was like, "Look, man, this is my retirement." I was like, "Oh, I can't believe that you're the guy playing the music. That's crazy." So you might have seen me at the end. I bowed down to him. I laid my hat down and I bowed down to him because he was my sensei. And that was such an honor. Like, I didn't expect. That was just for me. I was gonna retire and not say shit, but yeah, the fact that he was there, the first person to give me a chance, that was insane for me. I've done some big things. I'm not gonna brag about my accolades. Like I said, if you want to know about Crump, then you're gonna have to look me up. And yeah, to go out like that was just amazing for me personally in my journey. But I think I'm gonna wrap it up at that. Yeah, these guys that are speaking today were my heroes, and the fact that I'm sitting here talking amongst them is insane to me. I'm happy to retire. Like, I went out the right way. I appreciate y'all. 03 baby, Christchurch City. Gee.
Awesome. Thank you, bro. Just real quick, does anyone have any questions for the brother? Thank you for sharing a bit of like the inside stuff around Crump. That was super useful, helpful actually. So yeah, does anyone have any questions for the brother? Yo, hold up. Nah, you're good, man.
What's up, brother? Hey, bro. It's not really a question. It's more of acknowledgement, I think, from us. I mean, I grew up as a crumper. I was never under you, but we always danced together in certain crews in different areas. So it was, yeah, I guess, this is just to acknowledge you, bro, and what you've done in the crump community for Christchurch as well as you know, Aotearoa. So props, bro.
All right, we got a bit of a treat. Oh, yeah. Sorry, never walk in front of a speaker, my bad. Got a bit of a treat. We got Common Ground who are gonna give us a little something, something. But what they've requested is if we could just push the seats back, please, because they're gonna need this front section. So if you're able just to help, just to push your seats back a bit, and we'll get Common Ground happening here. If you're watching online, be prepared to watch a spectacle. This is going to be dope.
So, Matt's next day. Yeah. Matt and then Sylvia. Yeah, it is what it is. It finishes what it is.
All right, I'm going to bots it for a second. I think in spoken word, we always say, like, it's not just about the poet up on stage, it's also about the audience. That's the magic. And I reckon we should, I'm assuming, it's the same in all elements of hip hop. So for us as viewing participants, if we could give some energy and some love when they're doing their thing, just to make, in Tongan we call it mawhana, just to make the space mawhana, to make it warm. All you watching online, chuck in some love into that comment section, just so they can feel that too. So I'm super, super excited about this. So if we could, for us as an audience, if we could up the energy and give our energy to these fellas as they do their thing. So give it up for Common Ground. Give it up for Common Ground. Yeah. Come on, make some noise, make some noise. Man. Whoo. Yeah, bring the chairs back in. That was amazing. Bring the chairs back in, come back in. I felt 16 again for a brief moment. That was dope. Man. Oh, that was sick. Oh, man. Please come, move up to the front if you can. We only got 2 more speakers and then that's us, we're done. So, I gotta say, man, that was dope. I haven't seen breaking in years. So to see that was like, ooh. Like, man, make a brother want to go back to the gym, try and work on his top rock, and dream about doing baby rocks. Like, that was amazing. Thank you, brothers. All right, yeah, give them another round of applause, please. Solid. All right, we got 2 more speakers. Our next speaker is a good friend of mine, and his quartet was like mad interesting to me because, you know, we've already heard that hip hop has style, fashion as a part of hip hop culture. I think we would be amiss if we didn't mention barber shops, getting a fade, being able to talk about, talk our talk in a barber shop. So we have none other than Matt Brown, who's going to come and share. So please give a round of applause to Matt Brown.
Talofa. Yeah, sup whānau. Very honoured to be here. When Red gave me the invite, I felt humbled. Didn't think I deserved to be here. But then he wanted me to talk about barbering and how that correlates to hip hop. And so thank you to this man. I owe a lot to Red, to Infrared. For those of you who know my journey, Red's been instrumental into catapulting my barber career in the hip hop scene. Like most Pasifika Polynesians, our barbers, our first barbers were our older cousins, brothers, dad. Mine was my dad, with the Pinocchio haircuts. And my first experience of a barber shop was at the age of 10 years old. I remember rocking into the barber shop. I'm quite an introverted kid, so I'm quite whakamā, quite shy. But I walked into this barber shop and it was packed full of men on a Saturday. We went in there because Dad's paper scissors were blunt. And so he wanted to spend some money on our fades. And so we rocked in and I remember being shy, and it was Darby, who wasn't too far from here. And I remember him asking me, what do you want? What do you want, son? And I said, can you make me look like The Rock? And give me his sideburns. And he said, yep, sure, coming up. And keep my eye on my dad, who wasn't too keen on this haircut. But I remember after the haircut, I checked myself out in the mirror, thought I was the man, and feeling my dad's big Samoan hand on the back of my head telling me to hurry up, let's go. And I remember leaving that barber shop feeling something that I'd never felt before. And that was the feeling of being seen, being acknowledged. Someone listened to me, someone cared. And so, 25 years later, I stand here today as a barber, but more importantly, a father and a husband. My introduction to hip hop, like most of us, my older brothers, listening to Rakim and Big Daddy Kane, NWA, gangster rap kind of resonated more in my household. I didn't know why, didn't have the language then to understand why, but it was because of our childhood trauma, the stuff that was happening in our household that was not often spoken about or you ever seen on media. And so, as a Pasifika kid growing up in Christchurch, I was actually born up in Tamaki Makaurau, up in Auckland, but when Dad got out of prison, I was 3 years old, and he didn't want his older sons going down the same path as him, and so he shipped us down here. He got a job down here in Christchurch, moved down here, I was 3. I don't remember much, but all I remember is the talanoa that would happen in the household. And my older brothers always said, they were culture shocked when they got to Christchurch. Coming from Mangere to Riccarton, our first house was in Riccarton, and it was the scummiest looking house on the street. But no one looked like us. And so, the people that we were always compared to on TV were the All Blacks. I grew up in the generation where Michael Jones, every Samoan kid was compared to Michael Jones. Michael Jones didn't play on a Sunday, and he was well respected. John Olomu, a Tongan brother who broke and put rugby on the international scale. But for me, rugby wasn't my club room, KFC was. And so, but it was hip hop. Hip hop is what resonated with me, listening to the likes of Tupac and Biggie. Those were my mentors growing up. And the reason why it wasn't the objectifying of women and the money and the fame that gravitated me to this culture, it was the storytelling. To hear brown skin, colored men on the other side of the world talk about my story. That's what resonated with me with the culture. And so I still remember back in 2002, we put together a high school band from 3 different schools. It was Aranui, Shirley Boys, and Hornby. And we called ourselves Fifth Element. And the Fossa crew, massive love to Soul Train and Loops, and Shane Ussie and Red, gave us an opportunity to come in halfway of their set it was at City New Life, which is now Majestic. Well, it's no longer there, on Manchester Street. And I remember us jumping on stage. We were Ba'ulua airs, off tune. But we just felt the hype, like so honoured that the Fossa crew put us on. And it was from there, Red and Shane Asi kind of mentored us, or mentored me, took us on and just always coached us and was always open to, you know, my questions. And so when I found barbering, I was always gravitated towards the fashion side, the fades, the dope fades. You know, the first flat top fade that was ever commercialized was Grace Jones. And then seeing the art, you know, the fashions of Run DMC, all the hip hop black culture. I love the hip hop, the barbering culture. And so when I decided to pick up the clippers, you know, we were all cutting our little brothers' hairs, practicing our fades. But it was in Aranui where I started cutting from my little garden tin shed, where I fell in love with hip hop, with the barbering culture, sorry. And Red would always bring, whenever artists were in Christchurch doing a gig, Red would always, you know, message me if I was available. I'm like, yeah, sweet. But always nervous, like, you know, cutting these celebrities. That's where I first met Phil, DJ Severe, all these cool hip hop artists that Red would bring in. But it was listening to people's stories, you know, the art of storytelling in hip hop, which really made me fall in love with barbering. You know, I thought coming up in Christchurch, where racism was very real, you know, when the mosque shooting happened a few years ago, my beloved mum opened up to me, opened up to our siblings. She started crying. I was like, Mum, what's wrong? And, you know, my mum passed away to cancer last year, but she was telling us that, you know, when she first arrived here in Christchurch, she was walking down to Countdown, or to Church Corner when we lived in Riccarton, and a car full of skinheads kidnapped her and, you know, sexually abused her, and then just dropped her off the side of the road dead. And I didn't know, I was young. But this trauma kind of lived in our household. You know, my father did time in prison for a long time due to alcohol usage. And so when Dad got out of prison, he never ever drank in public again. So he only ever consumed alcohol at home. And you can only imagine what comes out of that. And so, you know, when you watch your life story on the TV screen, Once We're Warriors, you know, as a 10-year-old when that movie came out, we sat there, me and my siblings, and we just laughed through the entire film. You know, we thought it was a comedy because Beth Hicker's black eyes were nothing compared to my mum's. My mum's black eyes were way bigger. But this story wasn't just my story. This story was the story of my usos, my G's, my boys in the hood who were incarcerated or dealing or in prison, you know, committing crime. It was a story for a lot of us who didn't have the right language or the right knowledge how to regulate these emotions, you know, with all the economic pressures, systemic racism, everything set up to help us, everything set up to make us fail. I learned this through barbering, through talking to many men. And it's through actually my chair where I've learned that us men, we're more alike than we are different. You know, cutting hair in Christchurch, you don't just cut brown people, you cut white people who are also down with brown people. But then you come across, you know, your racists here and there. But I learned very early in my barbering career that shame, trauma, pain does not discriminate, no matter where you come from. And often it hides well with those of us who are privileged or have finances, because money can hide heaps of things. And now, you know, barbering has gifted me a platform to speak. You know, so I've been talking about sexual violence, abuse for a long time now. I was talking to my uso Ra, wherever you are. Oh, there you are, bro. Before, you know, we were talking about it, and Ra goes, hip-hop was birthed out of trauma. It was birthed out of pain. When you oppress people for so long, for too long, they're gonna start speaking up. And so the first time I ever opened up about my story was I was 15 years old at high school, you know, standing in front of my peers, telling them that I had been raped as a, you know, living in my household, because you have two options when you come from trauma. One, speak up, or number two, you take your own life. And so I had to muster up the courage to talk. And, you know, in speaking, you get pushed back, especially for my community, the Pasifika community, because, you know, face was everything. You know, you can't talk about the trauma and the pain, which is why I've always admired Malo. You know, when I watch his story, like his story is my story. And our story is only a teardrop in the massive bucket of family violence and abuse that happens in our backyard. And so forever I will always talk about this stuff, as uncomfortable as it is, because it's very real. When you've lived this shit, and you work in the sector, for our social workers in this room, you know, it's very real. This is every day. This is not a once a year thing. This is every day for some of our kids. And so I am forever grateful to hip hop, for Infrared, for putting me on through his, you know, his contacts, his social media, pushing me, you know, because of this man, I've been honored to cut, you know, some big stars that have come to New Zealand. Wu-Tang was the latest. You know, I've never smoked weed in my whole life, but cutting Method Man, you know, I got high, because he sat there with his blunt, and it was just coming up into my nose, but, you know. But yeah, also I just want to honor you, as humble, and you don't like to take, you know, people talking you up, but it's the truth, bro. For us young cats coming up, you definitely were always friendly and just kind also. So I appreciate you, and but yeah, so I also want to kudos to my mana wahine who couldn't be here today, Sarah, who's of Ngā Puhi and Te Rarawa. I credit her for a lot of me doing the work, because when you come from trauma and pain, I lied most of my high school years, you know, young adult years. I would just lie, put on this facade because I wanted to be accepted, wanted to be seen, wanted to be loved. And that feeling walking into the barbershop when I was 10 years old from Derby, you know, that has always stuck with me. And so I've always been open to talk about this stuff, but to normalize it, because the shit's happening. It's happening right now. You know, police are getting calls every 4 minutes. That's recorded from someone in this country. I know for a majority of my mum's beatings, some of our whānau, you know, they never reported it. Too much shame. But shame, what has shame done? I know what shame has done for my boys. It's got us locked up. It's got us dealing, because we're just trying to survive, to suppress all that stuff. And so I credit my wife. She Is Not Your Rehab was birthed because that's the story of my mum. You know, I told mum before she passed away, Mum, we're writing a book. This book took 2 years to write. And mum would always say, oh, son, why you got to write all the sad stories for? And I was like, Mum, you give me 5 stories that were happy, then I'll write those. And mum just looked at me and said, write our story. And so, you know, She Is Not Your Rehab. Mum was a rehabilitation centre for my dear father, who I still love and I choose to forgive every day. I've seen her, you know, by the age of 10, we had lived in every woman's refuge home here in Ototahi. And Mum, I'd always ask Mum, why don't you just leave him? Like, you're going to die one day. And her response, her genuine response was, son, I don't have any other options. You know, I want you boys to have a father. But then I also credit my wife. She is not your rehab because she fiercely chose and chooses not to be my rehab. When I asked her to be my girlfriend after many years of friendship, you know, she said, I love you and I want to support you, but I cannot do the work for you. So check your ass into therapy. And so I did. I went and seen a counselor for the first time, you know, and coming from my background of, you know, you don't need a counselor, just talk to God. It was a foreign concept. I didn't understand it. Talking to someone about all my shit and stuff. And so when I opened up to the counselor, I swear the counselor probably needed counseling after my session. But it was beautiful. You know, I started talking about the stuff, but it was hard. You know, and healing ain't butterflies and rainbows and shit. Healing is flipping on your knees, crying and grieving and feeling sad, and, you know, but you're in that discomfort, in the uncomfortableness of your pain and trauma, sitting with it, that's where the magic happens, as Charisma was talking about today. And so I honor my wife as well, always, because she's not my rehab, but she's my home. And that's who our woman should always be, our home. In any home we should look after, Afi, because they give us our beautiful children, which is my little man there on the left in the yellow. So yeah, I credit everything to hip hop, really. Hip hop has been an outlet for me to write. When Red and Shane mentored us, we went on to being the first secondary high school band in New Zealand, hip hop high school band in New Zealand to get a final placing in Rockwest, which is, predominantly. But it was through the guidance of Red and Shane Nasi that really helped us. And so, that year was 2002, and I got awarded the New Zealand Secondary Writer of the Year. And so I've always just written, I've always just expressed, and when I get pushed back, like I'm just writing my story, whether it's on Facebook or, music or just listening to people's stories. But I'm really grateful for barbering. I've done some awesome things. I've had the honor, when I first did my first portrait of Tupac, I uploaded it on Facebook, and the official Tupac page in America shared it. This was back in 2011. And I woke up the next day and it had over 1 million likes and shares. I thought I was that man. And when I uploaded it, a barber liked it and commented, and I always be nosy and try and find who the barbers are around the world. And this guy called DL Master Barber had commented on it, and he just wrote, "I miss my friend." And so I jumped on this guy's page, and I was like, "Oh snap, this guy cut Tupac's here." And so I messaged him, "Oh bro, Tupac, was a big idol of mine, resonated, and just, I would love, if I'm in the States, I'd love to connect." So I went over to the States, connected with him, became friends with him, met some cool barbers, and DL said, "I would love to come and visit Aotearoa." I was like, "Sweet, let's link up." He came to New Zealand, and we did a New Zealand tour from the top of the north to the south. And the best thing about that was sitting with the guy who had cut my idols. He's the only living barber alive that ever cut Tupac and Biggie. He cut Biggie's hair 3 hours before Biggie got shot. And Hollywood, for a long time, I've always asked him for his story or his version of, how it went down. And, I got to sit with this guy and listen to his quoted or his experiences with, the guys I looked up to. And I said, "Man, these guys were my leaders." And he said, "Well, sorry to break it to you, Matt, but they weren't leaders." I was like, "What do you mean?" "Well, they were leaders to me. They weren't leaders. They were followers. They were men who had massive holes in their hearts, fatherless men who were looking for fathers." And that was like, oh snap. What Darren Lyons, who was his barber, so he created the fresh fade that Tupac had, the high top, the juice fade. What he gifted me was to be a leader, and so for me it was taking that kōrero, that whakaaro, and trying to be a leader in my own household. Who do I want to be that my son and my daughters will look up to and want to, just be one day or be better than me, which is my hope. So all these things are cool, kicking it with dope barbers who have cut my idols like Jay-Z and all that stuff. But for me, the greatest honor and privilege of my life is sitting and talking to our own men in our backyard. Men who have been affected by the system, men whom society just labels, "Oh, he's just a gangster. He's a drug dealer. The shit he's putting out on our street." But once you know his story and understand his story and his trauma, that changes. Do I be just like the system and turn my head, act like shit didn't happen, or what caused this pain? Some of these men who society have deemed the worst were raised in state care, moved from foster home to foster home to foster home, sexually abused, from foster parent to foster parent. But no one ever stops to ask the why. And so I've wanted to use my platform as a barber and just as a man to never ask why the addiction, but why the pain? Why the pain? Because trauma isn't what happens to you. Trauma is what happens inside of you as a result of what happened to you. And so hip hop and barbering gave me that. And so, honored to be here. Thank you, Mauso. And yeah.
Check. All right, so thank you for that, Talanoa, also. Appreciate it. Just to open up with the questions, so my view of American barbershop is what I would get from, what was that movie with Eddie Murphy? Welcome to America, I think it is. And that kind of banter, who's the greatest, blah, blah, blah. As far as, and you've already talked a bit about the talanoa or the kōrero that happens within your barbershop. Do you see any sort of correlation between the barbershops and what gets talked about over in the States and what gets talked about in your shop or the shops that you've seen across the motu?
Definitely, the barbershop has always been the cornerstone for black communities. And so before we opened up our flagship shop here in Riccarton, me and my wife, I had never been overseas. I'd never even been to Australia. And so I said, I want to go to New York. And so that's how contacting all these barbers through, I'm thankful for social media. That's where I connected with the likes of D.L. Master Barber, who was Tupac and Biggie's barber, and Destiny Child's, makeup artist. He was P. Diddy's barber for 10 years. Then he connected me to Jay-Z's barber, who I became good friends with. And, sitting in these barber shops, they didn't have flash things. They didn't have TVs. They didn't have, all the glamorous things that I see a lot of barbershops today have. And sitting there as a Pasifika boy from Aotearoa, I was like, man, the conversations were just rich. It was just like the movies. People walking in, opening up their jackets, trying to say their toothbrushes or, bootlegged movies. It was all that. And so when I, absorbing that culture in, even in the white barbershops in Manhattan, it was the same thing. It was the conversations, it was the richness in the conversations. So I vowed to myself when I got back to Christchurch that I was always taught from older barbers here in New Zealand that, 3 things we don't talk about. We don't talk about sex, we don't talk about politics, we don't talk about religion. And I'm just like, fuck, that's everything in our culture. So what can I not talk about? And so I've made it my thing in the barbershop. Over the years, people say, get a PlayStation here, bro, get a TV in here. I'm like, nah, if you want to do that, you can stay at home. If you want to watch the sports, go to the bar across the road. Here we will have talanoa. Here we will have conversations. So yeah.
Do we have any other questions for the bro, the audience? Yeah.
Kia ora. Matt, I know that one of your favourite songs is Dear Mama by Tupac. But with all the work that you're doing around trauma and healing, I'm curious to know whether you've got some top hip-hop tracks that you use to uplift yourself and raise your own vibration when you are feeling down?
As of late, I'll just go with the most current songs. There's probably a song that Charisma sent to me recently. Was that song also? Living Proof. So when it's not out yet, eh? Yeah, sure, bro, thank you, honoured. So no, Charisma sent it to me, and I haven't cried to a song in a long time, and that song made me tear up. Living Proof. So when it does come out, I strongly encourage people to listen to it. I just want to plug that in, but yeah, that's the latest. Now I've got that on repeat. I play it in the barbershop, and people always ask me, "Who's this?" So I was like, "Oh, don't worry." Yeah, I always take the positives out of what. You just got to always have the lens that these are people telling their stories. So when I listen to Nipsey and all the black artists telling their stories, it's cool. I just take in what I can as a brown person experiencing what I'm experiencing in our culture. Yeah. And I talk about the stuff, and when we wrote a book called She Is Not Your Rehab, I'm not a believer, one size fits all approach to healing, because what worked for me may not work for you. Our heart behind this, writing this book, was to show people like us who come from the same story of trauma and pain like I did, that it's possible to change the narrative. That may my life be a different window. Because a lot of our people, when you've only ever seen abuse, family violence, or your dad beating up your mum, or your mum, doing, silly things, you just carry on that cycle because you don't know anything else. And so my heart was to try and model, like, it is possible. Just find what will help you. So.
We got one more question, and you have to be on the other side of the room. Cheer, brother.
Kia ora, Matt. Good. My question for you is, and keeping in mind I got a nice high top fade as a kid, who is the best person whose hair you've cut? Like Wu-Tang or anyone else, you know?
The best person.
Your favorite
I'm gonna have no
haircut,
clients,
your
bro.
favorite haircut, sorry.
Oh, bro, honestly, everyone. Like, not everyone, there are some dickheads. No, but everyone, like, you just, for me, it's always, I'm always intrigued. I just love people's stories. And so, you know, I know when I see a client in someone else's chair, next time, I know, oh, I'm sorry, didn't like our conversation. But yeah, I'm always just intrigued in people's stories. And so I can always learn from a new barber, a young barber who's in the game, or an old cat, like, or, yeah, I'm always intrigued. But I have, like, my most funnest clients are the ones that just let me do whatever. And Red was like one of my top guinea pigs who would just let me, like, who are we doing this week? Also, was like, Drake. I was like, sweet, let's do Drake. He just let me, man, I've done so many portraits on this guy. And so that's not to kiss ass, like, this guy really did let me do my thing. And he always pushed me, like, you know, come see Matt. But yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, is there any more questions? Is that us? We're good? Cool. Well, hey, if we can please give a massive round of applause to Matt Brown. Awesome. So just before I introduce our next guest and our next interviewer, I will just quickly give a massive shout outs to what's happening downstairs. So if you're looking for braids, haircuts, whatever, it's all going down downstairs. So please go check that out. So I'm actually going to be switching it over, giving it over to the incomparable, the amazing Ra to continue on his kōrero that he had with our incredible host, why did I say host? Guest speaker, DJ Severe. So why don't we give both of these men a round of applause.
Whānau, can you give it up for D, please? The man.
This one? Oh, it's on that one. Don't need Ra, go away. Oh, sorry, we changed our mind. I changed the thing. Kia ora, everyone. Firstly, can I just, is this the loud mic or the stink mic? Is it loud? Okay, cool, sorry. I just want to give props to Matt, because I've been following everything he's been doing in the last couple of years. And the kōrero he just had, the kaupapa, is probably been, there's about 4 people saying the same thing. And everyone else is like, yeah, Matt, but he's up here saying it. It's very impressive and noble, and I just wanted to kaupapa you, bro. It's amazing. What you do is amazing, bro, seriously. It's changing, the landscape is changing. But I will say that the number of people doing it is so small. It should be more. But anyway, yeah. So if you were here yesterday, I rabbled on for a couple of hours. It was apparently pretty funny. I'll try and keep it funny. This chat I'm going to have today is about the industry. This is specifically for artists, but you might find it interesting. You might find it silly. I'll try to keep it light. But this is supposed to be for artists, or either been in the game for a while, or maybe you're considering entering into the music industry. This is what this is about. So if you don't know who I am, Tongariro te Maunga, Tūpo te Awa, Whiti Kaupeka is the marae, Whiti Kaupeka is the hapu, and Ngāti Tūwharetoa te iwi, and ko Waikato Chiefs, the best. Yeah. It's okay. I can take it. And ko Piripi Pere tōku ingoa. I'm Philip Bell, mostly known as DJ Severe, but I'm also known as, I like to say Philip Chase because I'm actually a Chase. And yeah. And so let's get it started. So today's chat is going to be about, the first graphic, bro, please. What do you want? So today I'm going to talk about what exactly do you want. Don't forget, I'm not talking to artists, I'm talking to creatives. And knowing what you want is really important, because if you don't know what you want, I'm not quite sure how you're going to get wherever you're going. To speak to Lucas specifically, his corridor resonated with me a lot because he was a bit of an idiot back in the day. He was. And I'm just really impressed to see where you're at today. Now, if you had known what you wanted to do, what do you want to do back then, your journey might have been different. So lots of people, and I'm total you, bro. I'm not trying to do, yeah. So it's about what do you want to do? So what I'm going to do first is tell you what do I want? So what do you want? What do I want? So this is what I do. Next one. So the first question is why? Why would you, like lots of art, I meet people, I want to be an artist, I want to be this and that. I'm like, why? Why do you want to do that? My reason why is this. That's the next thing. Oh, where's my slide gone, bro? My family. Whānau everything. Whānau everything. There's the next slide, bro. Yeah, that's my whānau. That's my wife, Sarah, my son, Ethan, Rion, Adam, and this is my baby girl. This is a little bit old, this photo. But that's the reason I do it. And it may sound... if you're 18, you don't have that why, right? You don't. But your why might be your group of friends. Or, I want to be like Tupac. That's fine, but this is my why. Next slide, bro. That's a more current photo. They're lots older now. But that is actually the reason why I do that post my journey. I'm just talking about right now, right here, with a room full of people. That's the reason I do what I do. And that'll answer a lot of questions you people may have. Why do you do this? Why do you work so hard? Why were you up last night from 10 till 2, which I was, working? It's because I have 4 children and a wife. And it's very important that I provide for them. Okay, the next reason why I'm talking about me is my passion. I have a passion for what I do. I actually enjoy what I do. This next slide will show you why. So that's my workplace, my office. And that's Hamilton too, by the way. But that's my passion. I want to revisit that moment over and over again. So that's my passion, right? Okay, next slide is another reason why I do what I do is I'm creative. And so are you, on all levels. Lucas writes rhymes, makes music, wisdom fixtures. He makes beats. We are creative people, dancers. All the B-boys are creative. That's why we do what we do, right? So that shouldn't be a mystery. The next one, the next slide. Sorry, Brian, I'll keep you on your toes. This should not be a mystery. By the way, what I'm talking about mostly today is about music. And I will say, if that lifeblood doesn't pump through your veins, you probably shouldn't be doing it. I had this chat with so many artists. They're like, get a bit horsey. Hey, I just want to be famous. Wrong. Just stop and do something else. Because all of us over here, we have a very strong passion for music, and it's the fame, the ego, they may come, the money may come, all of this other stuff may come. But if you don't have a burning passion for music, you probably should do something else. And I'm being real blunt about that, and I think it's an important lesson we might learn early on. To get a bit more selfish, the next slide is travel. So I love to travel. I think that traveling's good because it opens your mind up to new culture, different ways of, the levels are unreal. Plus, if you just combine what I like creative stuff, I like music, I'm passionate, you'll get to the next one, which is travel. So that's me. So I'm part of my job, I go to Rolling Loud. Next one, bro. That's Rolling Loud LA. Next one is Rolling Loud San Francisco. And the next one is at NAMM last year. So these are all the jobs I do. Now, let's also remember, yesterday I told you that I grew up in Papakura. I was a little snot-nosed kid with I was terrible at school, by the way, horrible. When I left school, I didn't get accredited because I spent too many days out of school. So So I was useless, and this is where I've ended up in my career. So I'm just like, I feel like I'm just like anybody else. Okay, the next one. And a very important part is your friends. Friends is everything, man. So your whānau first, because I already said that. Whānau is first. But your friends are everything, and it's very pertinent for me to be here in Christchurch today because my friends... Next one. So in this photo was taken in 20 years ago. 20 years ago. That's Jonah Lomu, and in the back seat is Ali from Christchurch, and the other side of the back seat is Shan from Dunedin, and that's me. It's 20 years ago. Yep. So go forward to the next slide, bro. That was 2 years ago. Yep. And that's in Dunedin. That's Ali and me and Shan. So that's the SAS, right? Now these guys are the lifeblood. I mean, I've been through to hell and back. Like the best times, the absolute worst times of my life with those guys. So friends are very important for me. And again, this is me, right? Go to the next one. This photo is real cool. I don't know if Richie's seen this photo. It's cool, eh? Now, I believe this was upstairs, eh? What's the club upstairs that was up? Was it Hybrid? No, it was... Yeah. It was a Dagobah. It's Dagobah on the corner, right? Okay, so anyway, this is Christchurch. Down there, in there, is that guy. There's Richie. That's DJ Total Eclipse. That's DJ Raw. And that's Ali. And that is the ITF battle. Oh no, it wasn't a battle actually, was it? Was it? Just Total Eclipse, yes it was. Who cares? It was fun. I tell you what, that was when me and Scribe first started working together that night. That night was, if you go to the next slide, you'll see there's me and Raw last year at the at a fundraiser, and that's Shane Savage as well. Again, these are people that I've grown up with, been through all kinds of stuff with, but yeah, we're still friends, eh? And music is the thing that bonded us together. Yes, we had family involved and we did all touring, but it was the music and the camaraderie, and we're going through the same journey. That's why I do the stuff. And if you're wondering what's my point here, is these people are still my friends. So hip hop, when we're here at the summit in Christchurch, is actually the glue that has kept us together. Okay, next one, bro. This last one is really important to me. This is, I'm part of a sneaker crew, and that guy on the right is DJ Professor. Now, people always go, when people pass, they go, oh, he's one of a kind. That guy, one of a kind. But again, it's like that common bond, and Shay's always been in my life for years and years and years. Anyway, very important part of what I do, and this is, again, back to the beginning. What do you want to do? My why is right there. That's my why. Okay, next one. Okay, this is real important because I would suggest this kind of doesn't exist at the moment, is community. So if we go back to the first hip hop, the third hip hop summit in Auckland, the community was real strong, real strong. All the artists looked out for each other. You know, if you looked at the picture there, Shay, Savage, the Dawn Raid guys, Foot Soldiers, everyone was on a united path to make things happen. I really don't think that is the case today. I just don't. I think everyone is so segregated. I'm not quite sure how we got to this point. You could say it kind of doesn't matter, but I think that I said this yesterday, that you have power in numbers. If you truly get together as a crew, you will achieve so much more. Everyone's so hell-bent on being the man or woman in 2021. It drives me absolutely crazy. Just show me that next picture, because this picture will tell you 1,000 words. So this picture was taken July last year in Hamilton, of course. And in that photo there's lots of people in this photo. The ones that you'll know is Savage. That's Scribe up there. That's Korma and Hepaclips from Four Corners. Gunjack, there's and a whole bunch of friends. That was last year. Same group. You could say, oh, you bunch of old guys still hanging out together. What we can achieve as a group is infinitely more than what we can achieve individually. And I truly believe that. All right, next slide. Yeah, together. So what I'm really not trying to do here today or at any point in time is to be the old guy in the room saying we should all get together and be as one, because I don't think that should happen either. We should all be different. We should have our own style. We should have battles, all that kind of shit. But if we don't have a unified movement, at least on some level going together, I'm not quite sure how this is going to pan out. I'm just being brutally honest. So the question is how? So now I'm gonna switch from me, because I just took, that's my story. So what do you specifically want? So Red asked me to talk to emerging artists, dancers, artists about what do you want to do? So I keep asking people, what exactly do you want to do? Because if you want to do something, it's going to take action, eh? Because I feel like in 2021 we got to this point where everyone expects people to give them shit. And I'm of the opinion is you better work for it, just like you said, Lucas, or don't expect anything. And that's not an old guy's opinion, that's a reality. So next one is, I want to know what do you want, how, and the next one is the solution. What's the solution to the how? And so the next one, this is the most important one. This next slide is fun. If you're not having fun doing it, stop doing it. Two things. If you don't actually love music, if you're watching on the live stream and you're like, I want to be a rapper so I can be so cool and pay for all my tattoos and be the man. If that's your primary thing, you got it all messed up. Just don't, man. Like it's this music. The culture is important to me, but the music itself is like, it's the vehicle. If you don't truly love the music, get out. If you're not going to have fun, what are you up to? Do something else. These are my opinions, by the way. Secondly, so have fun is real important. And then we talked to, Wesley, I don't know if you're here, we talked about grind. I absolutely hate that word. I absolutely hate the word grind. Yo, I'm grinding, yo. Shut your ass up. Use this term instead. The next one, hustle. Hustle is a much better word, because when I first met Matt, he cut my hair in that shed. What part of town is that? Huh? Aranui. In the shed, eh? That was mean as. Like, I remember going there, and then the next time I saw Matt, he had like a barbershop in town. And then the next time I saw Matt, I didn't, because I couldn't get a haircut with him. So that would suggest the hustle with this guy was on another level. So if you really want to impress, we'll get to it, anybody, it's really about your hustle, eh? It's really about your hustle. And I didn't talk, and actually, Lucas, I didn't intend to talk about you much during this thing, but what you kind of said today has resonated with me, because, yeah, you did get on some festivals, and that would suggest your hustle has been good. So that's great. So let's go to the next one. So hustle's very important. Now I'm gonna do something that I talk about myself again. Don't mean to do that, but I want to show it as an example. So these are my current job. This is what I do. I'm a MyFM music consultant. I'm a Rain DJ. That's like a DJ company from America. I work for Live Nation. I work for Ngaitahu as a consultant. Plus, I'm also me as a DJ. That's my job at the moment. Because people always go, oh my God, hey, you do so much work. I told you why at the beginning. The first 24 slides are the reason I do that. Is because I have 4 children and a wife, and we're just trying to make life great. So that's why I do what I do. So when I meet someone, I go, yo, what do you do? And he goes, I'm a rapper. I'm like, cool. And he seems really great. And then I said, well, what do you do? I'm like, I don't. I sit at home and I write raps. I'm just trying to make it happen. I'm grinding. And I show them my resume and I go, you sure? Are you absolutely sure you're grinding? Because the difference between grinding or hustling and actually making a really good go at it is 2 different things. Granted, please don't take this wrong, because I'm just telling you what I do. I'm not trying to compare me with an 18-year-old. I'm not trying to do that. My son just got his first job. Like, that's awesome, bro. You know, I don't expect you to have 5 jobs like me, but what I am saying is you could have 1. And I mean, he's an artist. They haven't got a job? Real? Are you for real? You don't have a job? Okay, cool. Each to their own. I know some really rich rappers, do whatever you want. I'm just saying that's what I do in a week, and I'm not really extending myself. I could probably do more. 1 job won't kill you. So if you're going to be an artist, keep your day job. People talk about it like a joke. Hey, don't Don't quit your day job. Don't quit your day job because don't be stupid. Sorry, I am brutally honest. It's just what I do. Okay, next. And stay humble. Again, Lucas, you're absolutely right. Stay extremely humble because just when you think you're the man or the woman, you absolutely are not. And the next slide is real important. And I have a story to tell. Yeah, big fish, small pond. Big pond, very small fish. When I was, I have had moments in my career where I really thought I was pretty awesome. Luckily, my friends, who I told you at the beginning are very important to me, whoosh, shut your ass up. Very important to humble yourself because in 2005, Major Flavors came out and it was huge. Ra knows because he's on the road with us. He's the driver. And you know, and there was like a 6-month period. I was kind of like, "Wow, I'm the man." And what a dick I was back then. And it's fine for me to admit it and register it now, but it's not okay looking back on it now because I remember, you know, I sold 60,000 mixtapes. So I went to New York for a trip. No, not that one with you, Richie. Not that one. 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 That was a good one, but that was not that one. So I get to New York and I was like, yeah, you know, blah, blah, blah. I feel ashamed about it, but I do want to tell you what happened. Is I remember going there, you know, coming from New Zealand, I come down to Christchurch and go to Coyotes and they'd give me free bar tab and blah, 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 blah. Doesn't actually mean shit, eh? Not really. Because I get to New York and I go to the tunnel to see Funkmaster Flex, walk up to the front and they're like, who the f*** are you? Get the back of the line. And I couldn't get in. And I remember at that point, it was just that was the point I realized very small fish in a very large pond. And it just gave me a lucky, I'm so glad it happened because I realized, man, I ain't shit. I ain't shit. Absolutely enough. And to this day, it's been that long. Oh, this year there's another story I've never told in public, but I told Real. I tell all my stories today. It's about this watch. So I wear this watch every day as a constant reminder every single day to shut your ass up. This watch. It's a very nice watch. So this is what happened. So I've had 2 instances in my life I need to check myself. The first one was that New York experience. The second one, I was in Australia and I went to this thing called the Urban Music Awards, UMAs, and I won. And I was like, whoa, I won. I beat P-Money because me and P-Money at the time were kind of like, you know. We're both from Papakura. I was like, shh. But it was hard for me to win that, but I won it. And I had this recurring, oh, wow, I'm actually the man. Oh, my God, I'll never be like this. I never swear to you ever be like that ever again. And what happened was I was in Australia because I was kind of living there half the time, touring, coming back to New Zealand. And then the next day after the UMAs, I flew to the Gold Coast. I was walking around. I don't know if you're supposed to do that, but I was walking around. And I was in Gold Coast and I walked past this store and I saw this watch. And I saw it in the window and I was like, I'm the man, I'm going to buy that. It was quite expensive. It's quite expensive. So I went and I bought it and I put it on. I was like walking around hoping someone would notice me. And so I bought it and I remember thinking like it was some sort of trophy or something. And then about 3 hours later, I got a phone call. I was in Gold Coast and I got a phone call. I missed the bell. Yep. God, this is the National Bank. I was like, hello. And they go, oh, yeah, your rent just bounced. I was like, oh, shit. And I was like, looked at my wrist. I was like, oh, my God. Like, what was I thinking? And I had to get my mum to go and take the money out of the money machine, go down to the bank, and then physically bank it into my account so that my rent would be paid. And it was at that moment I realized, you know, like, what are you doing, bro? This resonates to me when I put this on this morning. I can vividly remember the time and the date and everything about that time when I thought that I was more than just some snot-nosed kid from Papakura, which is what I actually am. So why did I just tell you both those stories? This is when a new artist turn up to me and they're all bravado. I mean, I appreciate bravado based on great talent, but that's about it. You can't tell me shit about being the man. Because to me personally, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, to a certain extent, are like, wow. Anybody else can shut up. You know, DJ Severe, shut up. Charisma, shut up. Everyone else just be humble. Go on your journey, make it happen. And the reason I say this to the young artists is because I see them come flying in the door and they're all bravado. I'm like, keep the energy up, but just be cool, man. There's a couple of New Zealand rappers that are quite big right now. I just cannot be bothered with them, eh? So I won't tell you they are. Okay, next slide. It's because they think they're a big fish. Like, come on, man. Like, who's a big fish in New Zealand right now? Right now. What's that woman that won all the medals at the Olympics? Sorry? She's the woman. Everyone else shut up. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everyone else just be quiet. Yeah, if you think you're a rapper and you're like, yeah, that's cool, but at least Carrington got 6 gold medals. Shut up. Anyway, next. So what do you actually want? This may seem disjointed, but you'll get it. What do you want? So the next slide is record label. Oh, so what and, the question is what and why. What and why. It's a recurring theme today, right? I've already told you my entire why. I started to explain maybe why you want to do what you do. The next one is, so let's go to record labels. Demos, so I get asked this so much, all the time. Blah, 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 blah. So the question is, record label submission is the next slide is, what? So if you're gonna go a record label, so what are record labels looking for? What people are failing to register is that they make something and think that everyone wants it. That's the wrong way. You're looking at it from the wrong angle. It's like, no, a record label, Def Jam, what are they looking for? They're looking for American rappers. They're not looking for New Zealand rappers. The second question is why? Why would they sign you? Go to the next slide, because the same tautoko exists with radio. And the next question is what? What do radio want? They want songs to play that are going to be hits. Or if it's student radio, they want songs that they can champion. And the second question is, why would they play your song? These are questions that no one ever asks anybody. And if people come up to me and go, yo, I want to get my song. Why do I'm talking like that? They go, hi, Phil, I got the song and I want you to play on my FM. Yo. So the question is, what's my FM looking for? Let's talk about my FM and RDU down here, right? Let's talk about my FM and RDU. 2 completely different things. What are my FM looking for? They're looking for songs that have commercial sensibility, have probably nice rhythm, good tune, nice hook. What are you looking for? None of that. They're looking for some local people to champion. So the second question is why? Why would they even play your songs? At my FM, I'm going to make a joke out of this. It's like, we don't owe anybody anything. Don't. Sorry. Don't owe you anything. Infrared gave me a song. I'm like, cool, Red. I might consider Red because he's part of the crew, so he gets 1 step higher, but it's got to be a good song, right? RDU, different story. RDU, why we want to champion Christchurch Hip Hop. Cool. Now, the reason I'm explaining this is because you need to understand that before you start bitching and moaning about it when we don't play your songs. Because that's what happens is rappers come in and go, man, my FM don't play my songs, they suck. So, well, can I hear your song first? So this is what I've been getting lately, is online getting trash going, you never play our songs. I'm like, okay, never heard of you, 1, don't know your name, 2, 3, have never heard your song ever. So apparently I'm supposed to listen to every song ever made. So there is one guy out there right now going, you've never played my song. I'm like, I've never heard of you. I thought you were from Australia. So clearly there's a process, eh? There's a process to bring songs to radio. With RDU, you go up and you knock on the door and go, hey, I'm from Christchurch, man. from Aranui, and I've got this cool song, and it's, you know, my family played it, it's probably too hardcore, but you might. And they go, hey, that's cool. My FM, there's a process. Send it to me, you send it to Callum, we'll have a listen to it. You may or may not make it. That's the way of life. That's the way it goes. Yeah? So it's always a what and a why. And the next one, the next slide, and nearly the end, is that applies to every single thing in that list. Everything. So someone asked yesterday, how do I get onto a festival lineup? Well, the question is, what do they want? They want people that will sell tickets. Why would they hire you when you don't have the ability to sell any? It's as simple as that. So the questions are already answered for you. That's why as we move forward in our careers, you must always ask what and why. And also the other why is, why are you even doing this? Because if this sounds like too much, yeah, just get out now. Get out now while you can. But if you truly have that passion, then you might make it. Go to the next slide. And it's be realistic. Please be realistic about what you want. Because I've had someone that banged on at me about the song. I was just like, do you even listen to my FM? Because if you listen to it, you would go, wow, that's really not what you play. So be realistic, man. And the last one, and this is the last slide, and this is actually the most important one, is be cool. This is the most important thing. Whether you're a dancer, whether you're a graffiti artist, whether you're a rapper, a DJ, whatever, I'm not asking you to be an angel. I'm also not asking you to get along with everyone. Lord knows I've not been that person at times, but at least I was collaborative. There's a difference. Because I've had some people going, that's severe, man, he's out to get me. It's like, shit, I don't even know you, bro. Like, I literally don't even know you. So it's like, just be cool, man. Like, just be cool and be collaborative. At times, have beef. I don't care. But and beef feeds into the competitive nature of hip hop. But it's all about how do you, because you know, like let's take the old charisma. Let's take the old charisma. And he's like made the song. It's not bad, not bad at all. And then he brings it to my fam, and I'm sitting there going like, man, you've been a bit of a dick lately, eh? It's just a bad place to be at the start. Now, if he's got the co-sign of Matt for a brand new song, like, I was sitting back there going, I want to hear that. Interesting, eh? He doesn't have to come and kiss my ass or make a big song and dance about it. Just make good music, work within the construct of the community, and it just might happen. So it's actually pretty simple, eh? If you have a group of friends and you go to the party and you cause all kinds of shit, what happens the next time you have a party? That dude's too much problem. I'm going to tell him about the party. Just, you know what I mean? Or like, I always do talk about this all the time, and that's the, I tell it to my announcers. I say, oh, have you been to a dinner party? They're like, yes. So maybe about 8 people. Yep. And you know that person barking at the other end, making all the noise? Yep. What do you think everyone else at the table thinks of them? So they're loud and obnoxious. So that's you. That's you. So if you're a loud and obnoxious artist in a room full of people, people just go. And by the way, I'm not telling people what to do, but I'm just saying this is human nature. If you go to Marae and someone's barking down the other end, everyone goes, oh my God, shut up. That's what it's like to be me. Because people bark and they yell and they scream. That is completely different from having passion, being creative, and being awesome. It's 2 different things. So that's it may seem so basic, but I can only talk to the structure of the world that I live in, because tomorrow, here's a really good example and a very current example. There are people, on my FM we have these weekend DJ mixes, and on the weekends, there's DJs always looking to be part of it. But I'm just looking for people that are easy to work with. Because on Wednesday and Thursday, and the mixes come in and Callum has to load them, I just don't have to worry about it. I just don't. How hard can it be? That's simple as that, right? I'm not asking you to make a song, telling you to put some songs together, but I will choose the people that are easy to work with, collaborative, creative. Plus, you've got to be good too, by the way. You know, I don't hire people that suck. So that's it in a nutshell. And I hope it may sound like a lot, but it's quite simple, eh? It's quite simple. Have a passion for what you do. Figure out why you're doing it. Why am I even doing this? Make sure there's a strong passion for music or dance or art or whatever you're doing. And then when it comes to, I'm now doing what I do and how I get other people involved with it, what and why? Why would anyone ever, that's the part that I'm really struggling with and people are starting to come around to, is if you make a song that's dubstep and you bring it to me, I'm like, what is my film looking for? We're not looking for that. And why would we play it when that's not what it's so simple. If you put those two things together, instantly half of the shit will go away. But unfortunately it doesn't, and that's okay, because I will continue to tell people to piss off. And however, lastly, and the most important thing out of all of this is community. And me and Rita talked a lot about this, is that it's cool that lots of crews are forming and there's heaps of new talent coming through, but if we don't have a common bond, it just makes it harder. And actually, I don't even care. Just keep doing whatever you want to do, but I will say that if we actually somewhat worked collaboratively, we're so much more powerful in numbers, so much more powerful, but that's, I mean, I'm going to go back to Hamilton tomorrow. I'm not here. You know, it's up to the artists here to come together and help each other out, man. Like, you got Infectious in your city. He's one of the baddest beat makers. Like, your name's ringing out all over the joint. So why would you not, rally around him or go, oh, he's part of that crew. Oh, I don't want to do that now. Like, that kind of stupid, childish shit exists, and it's whatever it is, what it is. But when you get over that, you might just have a community like we used to have, which was awesome. So, yeah, that's it. Hope that was helpful.
Chch. Thank you so much for that, Phil. We're just going to open up the floor for some questions. I guess I'll start us off with just a quick little one. Because I watched your live yesterday, and you're dropping some gems then too. I'm speaking more about that young person who's watching this and being like, I know my why, I'm passionate about music, I love music. Where do I start? Especially in the social media age where you've got all manner of things. And so essentially what I'm asking is, like, where does someone start if they're wanting to catch the attention of someone like MyFM?
Well, before you do any of that, is you need to build your own community. That's the first thing. And your community could be 15 friends. It's like COVID, man. Have 15 friends, and those 15 friends, person one-to-one, get 30 people. But if you don't have your own, if you don't start, like, this is what I feel like the problem is now, is that artists come out and all of a sudden they think they should be famous. It's like, no, it's not how it works, man. Like, when Marlo was first emceeing for Ali, he did that for a couple of years. And in the process, people started coming to see Scribe just as much as they were coming to see Ali. So in the process, he was building it. The difference now is that social media is involved. Yes, it can happen quicker, but so if you're a brand new artist, start a SoundCloud, start releasing stuff. Whatever happens, never. This is one thing I hear a lot, and it actually makes me angry. I've got an album coming out. I've got an EP coming out. And a whole year passes. So what were you doing? Like, what were you actually doing? So just work. If you're really serious about it, you'll make it happen. Even if you put out a song every 3 months, at least you put something out, build your own community, then you start expecting people to take notice. But it literally starts with, I would say SoundCloud's a great place to start. And then you build a community, people get all your friends, hey, tell your friends about my friends, share. If it doesn't work, then probably your song sucked. Do it again. Go again. Put another song out. Do it again. But in the process, you've been building a database. That's how you do it. And in 2021, you could do it. If you have money, you'd spend. Start buying reach. Start getting recommended. Put it on Spotify. Pay some money to get your reach up. Instagram, TikTok, all that stuff. It's just, you can do it. But the quick fix doesn't really exist, because, I mean, how good are your songs? That's the problem, is how good is the music, man? So yeah, that's my advice to that. Uh-oh.
Hey, bro. I just wanted to, first of all, thank you for coming down here and supporting our culture and our community. I know you came down here 21 years ago, and before that, obviously, as well. And you've probably contributed more than any other DJ in the country outside of Christchurch to us. So, yeah, just a round of applause for this, man. Yeah. I just wanted to throw an example at you. So let's say there's an independent artist or a group, especially in hip hop. They've been actively releasing music for, let's say, 2 years or so, and then they've built up a local following, which is most important, and then they're starting to do merch and stuff. So they've fully immersed themselves in becoming an independent entity. What do you think is going to be the advantage of them signing a deal?
I would say there's no advantage to signing a deal whatsoever. I think that if you signed a deal, the only reason there's two reasons you'd be signing a deal, a record deal. The first one is to get some money, to get 100 grand, and you spend 30 grand on 3 or 4 videos, and you'd spend a bunch of money on Spotify trying to get it up the playlists, and you spend a bunch of money on marketing. Yeah. That's what I would say you would do if you're signing to a label. If you don't want to do that, then don't. I would say if you're getting to the point where you're selling merch, mean.
Yeah.
If you're getting to the point you're selling merch, that's the best place you could possibly be.
Yeah.
Interesting you should say that, because merch is the key.
Yeah,
merch is the kicker. If you put up a T-shirt and 20 people buy it, man, oh, okay, this is working. But also, I would say the music has to be
good,
of the highest level too. You're talking about yourself.
No, not at all, actually. I'm talking to, there's actually some artists in the room right now that I would consider to be in that realm and sort of on the precipice or on the cusp of sort of heading in that direction. And not many of them even know what a 360 deal looks like and things like that, and what sort of percentage they're trying to take, or what a deal looks like now in this current information age sort of a thing.
I would say the best thing you could do is hold off. Just because there's the bigger, it's like a gamble, eh? It's like crypto. Hold. How long can I hold on for? It's a double-edged sword. My personal opinion is, if you get into that level, do not sign with a label. And this is coming from someone who's signed to a label. I'm signed to a label. I have a deal with the devil, but at least I know who the devil is. When you're walking into the room and the devil's in the room and you don't know it, you sign. And then the devil goes, ha, I got you. It's too late. So know what you're getting into before you get into it, man.
Thanks, bro.
If Adam ever sees us, I'm dead in the water, right? But I would say, because, if you start getting decent streams and selling merch, you keep all the money. To me, Kings is a pretty good example. Because Kings, when his money, Spotify money rolls in, it's all his. But yeah, it's very difficult. It's because, what I would say, I'm trying to choose my words, because like you said, one thing doesn't fit everyone. Was it Yak said that? It's like you hold your value and you wait, and then someone goes, oh, do you want to sign? And you're like, oh, have you seen the Serena Williams movie? That's... King Richard, yeah. And King Richard is totally right. She's like, oh, here's Nike, Adidas, or whatever, I'll sign you for $2 million. She's like, nah. And they're like, are you crazy? And she waited for one game, and she was worth $4 million. And she's like, no, still not. So if you can keep that energy and that momentum up, all of a sudden when you go to sign, because if you're 660, why wouldn't you sign? If you're Stan Walker, why wouldn't you sign? Because when you get to that point, the labels really get involved, because they put you in movies, they start collecting your money for you, which is hard when you're independent, all that sort of stuff.
So just to give some insight, so what about the power of the machine? Like I see a lot of artists out there, like we'll talk about GSP or Mellow and stuff like that, where I look at their marketing and the way they're branded, and I can tell that there's a machine behind them. Mm-hmm. So it's a little bit different to say Tom Scott and YGB in that, where they are their own machine. Mm-hmm. So do you think that that's advantageous to an artist more so than just staying independent?
The stickiest questions of all time. Good questions. I think that we need to recognize that Tom Scott is a unicorn. Yeah, he is. That and his branding, like that YGB drop yesterday, sold out. Like, he hasn't released a record in a year and a bit, and he still sells T-shirts out in seconds. I think that the only thing I have to say about that, and I have to choose my words very carefully here, is that whenever you see a machine, I see the devil, bro. That's just me. Because if any time where there's a structure, when people can collect money on your behalf, I'm just not into it, eh? Sorry, man. I mean, I've been around a long time, so I do my own book. Well, I've got an agency, that's not true. I shouldn't lie. But generally speaking, I get my own money. So if I get something for something, it's mine. But when I see what's going on there, someone else is clipping a ticket, man, nah, not for me. But it's each to their own. I get it. It's a hard question to answer. But I don't trust half the snakes. When you go up that ladder, past the artists, I don't trust any of them, sorry. Yeah.
How's it going, bro? mean yarns, mean gems that you're dropping. Question I wanted to ask was around the, what sort of around co-signing? When someone co-signs around events and getting into festivals, what does that look like if you were to unpack something like that for an artist to ask a question like that?
Yeah, co-signing is everything, eh? It also means a bit of kissing ass, to be honest. Just being honest. Can't burn bridges here.
Turn the camera off, guys.
Here's a good one. So, and by the way, I am not trying to claim credit for anything because I don't even know. But there is a female rapper, I mentioned her yesterday, called Vane. You know Vane? She's awesome, man. I think she's great. She's also on this incredible journey to become I feel like she's going to be a big deal. But I remember talking to the homegrown people saying, you need to put her on because I know she's great. So that was my cosign. And I'm like, she's great. So I just turned to homegrown. They come to me every year and go, what do you think? I don't make a decision. They just ask me. I'm like, Vane should be top of your list. A, she's a female. We need way more females in the industry. 2, she's actually good. And 3, she's got a great, her image and brand is amazing. That's my cosign she never knew until I did tell her. I told her I put her forward because she's great. Same thing happened at R&V, but she did her own work there. You know Swiss, the reggae artist? That kid is the best. He's the best to work with. I would say he's the best. I co-sign him for everything because I just know who. Because you don't forget, when I co-sign, say I co-sign Lucas for something. In my head, the first thing in my head is my rep is on the line here, so I very rarely co-sign anybody because they go. Because if anything happens, Lucas comes and kicks the table over. The first thing they'll do is go, Phil, you told us to get this guy. That's what a co-sign looks like. So that's why I said be cool. If you're going to be an idiot and a dickhead, people talk, man. When you see all those festivals drop, they're the same person, man. There's 5 people, and they all talk to each other. So when something goes down, don't think that when Tom Scott walked off at Homegrown because he's sick of homebrew, and that whole episode happened, all of the bookers were looking at each other going, "Whoa," because they're all the same team. So just to be aware that a cosign is good. If Red gave you a cosign, I'll take Red's word, 100%. If Ra gave you... That's a joke.
Yo.
That's a joke. That was a joke, man. If Red... If Red gave you a cosign, I will listen. In fact, he's been telling me about some rappers down here that I want to hear. So he's been telling me, he goes, there's these rappers down here. I want to hear them, because he told me. If Raw tells me, I'll listen to him. Raw always co-signs DJs. Raw's like, Nods is real good, you should hire him, and I did.
One more thing was around artists here in Christchurch, I've heard a lot of around collaborative, and about you saying that connectivity and collaborative is definitely a key.
Yeah.
Around something that could help for our culture in Christchurch here is be something around mentoring, because myself, I will speak that I don't know too much about the hip hop and how all the, I know all the old school Eminem and all that and stuff, but if you want to really bring a real body of work and you've got a whole concept in your head, how could you bring that vision alive so much more that everybody wants to hear that? Because if you haven't got any idea of what the sound is and what to put out, then it'd be really cool to have something around some people mentoring that space to help artists like myself and other artists that want to evolve their craft to be able to take that to that next level of songwriting and, beats and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Sort of like an idea and a question as well, yeah.
Yeah. And that's something that's a good idea. What I will say, and something real important and that you should know about me, is when you say you don't necessarily know stuff about the old you don't need to, man. Heaps of people my age, you'll see them, you need to know man, don't really, bro. You're on your own journey, man. Don't let anyone tell you how it goes. People will get real pissed off at me when I say this, but I don't care. Because my 17-year-old son, He likes all these UK drill rappers. He loves them. He just loves them, man. And I'm like, cool. I don't care. People are like, oh, yeah, their music is rubbish. It's like, well, it's not to them. I find this is a real issue today. Because, you know, my favorite artists from back in the day, Gangstar, Tribe Called Quest, like, I collect all these records. But I really love Little Baby's my favorite. Like, you know, I traveled 8 hours in a car from Los Angeles to way upstate California just to watch him play, and he didn't play. Fuck, I never forgive him for that. But like, I'm part of Rolling Loud now, so I love all that shit. But people are just like, how can you like that music? It's rubbish. I'm like, says who? What I am very conscious of is gatekeepers. Can't stand them. I personally can't stand them. If there was other people with this hip hop summit from my era, we'd probably go to blows over the shit. But I don't care because I don't. Who's to tell my 17-year-old son he needs to know about Tribe Called Quest? He needs to know. Who's to tell him? The thing is, he does because I told him. but if he didn't and he didn't like it, I don't care. I don't care. We're all at different stages in our lives, man. I think for the culture, it's very important. Yes, for sure. For the sustainability of the culture, it's important. But it ain't the be-all and end-all of everything. And if we as fully grown adults are going to be up here talking to 15-year-olds, have a guess what the 15-year-olds are going to do? Get fucked. Because that's not how this works. Hip-hop was created in the street, man. Philadelphia kids don't care about Jazzy Jeff. They just don't. They just stop selling drugs and making music. Like there's no connection there. There might be further in the track as you become more cultured and more mature. I'm a bit weird like that. I like both. I'm totally into both. And I just get hit all the time. Why do you like this shit? I was like, wow, is there a barometer I'm supposed to adhere to? It's weird to me, man. It's crazy. But anyway, yeah. So Ra's going to have a go at me because I said something funny, but...
No. I do have a question while I do something else. And it's more about the industry and the radio stuff. Why is My FM playing more Māori music now and PI music now? And this is just something that you've noticed, well, we've noticed in listening to My FM more, that you're getting, especially, you know, like Rob Ruha, yes, 3 million hits worldwide, things like that. What has changed for Māori hip-hop and music to be on a mainstream station now? Because you hear it all the time now. Just a question.
You do. Well, for a start, it was a conscious decision that we made to do that. Secondly, we're at a watershed moment for Māori music. The moment for Māori music is literally right this very moment, like right now. A very special time. So I think what Te Māngai Pāho have done with regard to funding the creation of Māori music is incredible. And I talked about this the other day as something else I did. This is the moment for Māori music. And if what people don't know about My FM is actually not a Māori station at all. It's a Māori station in Auckland only. That's it. It's a Ngāti Whātua station in Auckland only, not everywhere else. So in Christchurch, Wellington, Palmerston North, Whangarei, everywhere else it is, Gisborne, everywhere, it's not a Māori station. So, but that's mandated out of Auckland. It's because Māori music's awesome, and it's just getting better. So yeah, that's why that happened. Bro.
Ka pai.
Bro.
Kia ora.
Sweet.
I think that's about it for the Q&A, but before we finish up, we've got a presentation. We know that you've got a Queen's merit, but this is better. In order. This is better. This is just a recognition of from Christchurch and the hip hop community as an icon for hip hop and for Christchurch hip hop. And like Charisma was just saying that, you know, you've been part of our whānau and our community for a long time now. I think when the first turntable invented the wheel. But in saying that, No, no, not
That's fine.
not at
I'm
all,
old,
not
I
at
get
all.
it, I get it.
Not, I don't want your seconds. I don't want your sign off. It's okay. But what we want to do is we want to acknowledge you and just say to you, thank you. Thank you for being you. Thank you for being the person that we needed as a guide. And I know you don't like being told that you're the grandfather or the godfather or any type of leadership within the community, but currently you are. And we acknowledge that and we thank you. And on behalf of everyone here and watching, the millions watching at home, thank you very much. E ngā mihi nui ki a koe, te rangatira.
Well, yeah, sure, thanks. That's me. Thank you. Kia ora. That's wicked. Thanks, bro. Thank you, Red. Oh, also, by the way, Matt was saying before, infrared is the reason this is even happening, eh? Like, I spoke at his birthday party, and it's so humble, it's almost ridiculous. So, Red, you need to actually stand up for this, because you're actually the man, bro. Like, this guy never wants anything. He always gives everything. I told the story at his birthday party about whenever we come to town, he's like, I'll get you a gig. I'm like, I didn't ask for one. Like, he's the sort of guy that will just help, and he's completely thankless. It's just unbelievable how much he's done for Aotearoa Hip Hop. And it's also like, there was always Ali down here, right? There was always Ra around. But when things went to a new generation, it was always Red, bro. You're the man. We love you heaps, bro. And appreciate you, man. See? Nothing. You get nothing.
No, yeah, don't really say much. No, just thank everyone for being a part of this summit. It's been something that Christchurch needs. The whole purpose of the summit is to obviously strengthen our divided hip hop community, bring them back together so they can empower our young people. So that's the kaupapa, and yeah, thanks for everyone for being involved, and see you at the after party tonight.
I feel like I need counseling.
Man, awesome. Well, kia ora te whānau, that is us. Thank you so much for coming in, hanging out, listening to the rich kōrero, adding your energy to the space. Thank you to all the incredible speakers, performers. It's been a dope afternoon for sure. Have a good rest of your afternoon and travel safe. Much love. Peace.
Oh, don't forget, if you want to check out the baddest rappers in Christchurch, they'll be here from 6 o'clock tonight. We got the show tonight, so it's the finale, and yeah, the cream of the crop from the Quake will be here.
Love your straight upness, man. Much appreciated. Bro, your questions were on, bro. Oh, thanks, bro. Oh, man. Maybe. Yeah.
I can get in touch with you. And I was thinking, I've always had it in my mind ever since Lupe Fiasco's Food and Liquor. At the start, the first track that I had was spoken word piece, and the album still stereotypes for apologies and misunderstood. And I thought, if I could just give you that title and let you write like a minute long piece or a 90-second piece, level, bro. Like, that's, when I was listening to you, I was like, man, that's the level, for real. So, yeah, I was just saying to a big before, like, get like a jazzy music beat or something like that, like, get a fix to create something, and then, yeah, we can get to Loho to record it, and nice and easy, if you can. I'll message you on the gram anyway. And I'm keen as just to have a chance, and you think it's like cool, and you think like, the thing about that is, bro, is that once I've made my mind up, I just want to leave it up to you to write something, and I don't like to interfere into other people's processes or anything like that. I don't want to click it. I just want to say to you, like, 90 seconds, this is the title of the album, write whatever comes to your mind, and then listen to it, bro. Let's do it. I'll keep in touch with you anyway on the gram. I'll away at Leon next week, and then, so I'll probably be in the early New Year. Yeah, first couple of weeks of January. Thanks, brother. Thanks, brother. Thank you.
And that's what we were trying to achieve here. This whole but that comes on the good. Yeah. Right, you was me.
Well done, bro. Well, next together. Hey, that was so. I'll pay money for that.
Not up.
Yeah.
At the moment, it's just next. I think we're coming back with the voice codes and some of the.
So what are you going to do in the road to?
It's a big hard mate.